Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3349. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the round-faced elder laughed. So that's what you're worried about? Then you don't have to worry. Lord Yu Sang Tian won't be coming this time. Although he will definitely descend upon the Tian Yuan universe, it won't be this time. In other words, I have the final say in the war against the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin shook his head. Reinforcements will definitely come. Why should I trust you? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. It seems like Master Lu is testing the strength of my spiritualized universe. I don't want to say anything else. Are you going to return it or not? I'm not returning it, Lu Yin said bluntly. He was indeed testing the waters, but he hadn't gotten much information. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 years. In other words, the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe would definitely not arrive in 10 years. They had already left long ago, and Lu Yin didn't know how long it would take. In any case, there was at least 20 years between them and the second wave. Also, if Yu Sang Tian really wasn't coming, then there was nothing to worry about. With the Tian Yuan universe's current strength, even if they couldn't defeat the spiritualized universe, they wouldn't be defeated. Unless Grandmaster Grass intervened. However, the president's words might not be true. Lu Yin could test him, but as the president of the spiritualized universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, he could also pretend to be tested by Lu Yin. Truth and lies were very complicated. The round-faced elder's expression sank. If you don't return it, Meng Sang will slaughter the entire Tian Yuan universe. The time limit will be the same as before. Master Lu, do you still dare to gamble this time? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. You promised me that you wouldn't use this to threaten me. The round-faced elder sneered. Do I need to keep my promise to a universe that's about to be destroyed? Lu Yin looked at the battleship outside the stone door and the spiritualized universe's people. That's why I didn't agree to return the 8. But old man, do you really think that you can threaten me for the rest of my life? Attack! There was a shout, and in the distance, 6 specks of dust appeared from the void and faced the shaking seal realm. The progenitor walked out from outer space and laughed heartily. It's finally my turn. Zhu Zi, leave that guy to me. Lu Yin had never believed in the spiritualized universe, and he had only come to negotiate to test the waters. He wanted to learn more about the spiritualized universe, and there was some information that only Sang Tian would know. If he defeated Meng Sang, Immemorial City would be fine. Since Mr. Mu's strength had declined, he would let Primogenitor take action and let Mr. Mu suppress the sequence of strings. Although the Primogenitor's strength had been suppressed for too long, and he had also lost the Jade Sky Palace, he was still the above heaven sex Primogenitor. He had once been the strongest person in the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin looked forward to what kind of battle prowess he would be able to display. 6 times, the first dust connected to the void, blocking the sealed world. The round-faced elder was aghast. How was this possible? He had thought that with the sealed world, the Tian Yuan universe would not dare to act recklessly. He had never thought that the primogenitor would act and instantly stop the sealed world. The sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of the ancestor himself was unparalleled. If it was not for the eternal life realm, how could the guardians of the 4 directions seal him? Even if he lost his hands, he could still bite the string of the sequence and protect the Tian Yuan universe. Now that his hands had recovered, and the first dust had returned, the ancestor completely displayed his power, stopping the sealed world with a single move. Lu Yin swept past the round-faced elder and charged towards the battleship behind the stone door. At the same time, all of the cultivators from the Tian Yuan universe charged towards the battleship. The round-faced elder wanted to stop them, but the ancestor walked out and grabbed at him. The round-faced elder held a golden pen and pointed it at Luin. "Master, be careful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Chu Yi reminded him. The ancestor's gaze was as deep as the ocean. He allowed the golden pen to point at him, and a golden light began to spread from his palm. Luin turned back, worried. "Ancestor." The ancestor laughed. "I don't need you brats to worry about me." With that, his palm trembled, and the golden light dispersed. The round-faced elder felt his scalp go numb. Impossible. The sealed world had been stopped, and even his spiritualized weapon had failed. He looked at the ancestor in shock. Yu Sang Tian's level. The information had been wrong. Hadn't the ancestor of the Tian Yuan universe lost most of his cultivation and was crippled? Why was he so strong? Right, it was Meng Sang. Damn it. Meng Sang was heavily injured and could no longer threaten Immemorial City. This person had appeared without restraint. The ancestor's palm struck the golden pen, causing it to crack. The round-faced elder felt an unstoppable force press down on him, as if he had been crushed by the sky. His body flew backwards. Luin sighed. Was this the ancestor's strength? It was too terrifying. In the current universe, Luin was confident that he could surpass most people, but there were still a few that he found difficult to deal with. In other words, he could not deal with an expert of a certain level. Mr. Mu, the only true god, was at Maiden's level. The ancestor was clearly at that level as well, and it was even possible that he was at the peak of that level. The Eternals had dared to wage war against the above heaven because the ancestor had been heavily injured. Otherwise, why would the only true God have dared to attack the above heaven sect? Maiden could be fate in front of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but she was fate in front of the ancestor. She did not dare to disguise herself in the slightest. Meng Sang entered a dream. The ancestor could be instantly entered into a dream, but he could also be instantly awakened. The ancestor was the only one who had ever provoked an eternal realm to act. He was also the only one who believed that he could definitely survive this calamity and was feared by an eternal realm expert. The ancestor was the strongest powerhouse in this universe. If not for the eternal realm, the ancestor would have acted long ago and fought against the spiritualized universe. It was also because of Meng Sang's threat to Immemorial City that he had remained in the city. Now that Meng Sang had been heavily injured and Mr. Mu had taken over, the ancestor finally stepped out and displayed his strength. That was an incomparable power. He did not need to do anything. With just a single hand, he was able to suppress the round-faced elder to the point where he could not breathe. "Bao Qi, help me," the round-faced elder roared. In the distance, a jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards the ancestor. At the same time, Bao Qi walked out of the warship and looked at the ancestor with a burning gaze. He was a true peak powerhouse, and he pushed the cauldron bell towards the ancestor. Lu Yin did not stop him. It looked like it was 1 against 2, but the ancestor did not panic. Without Bao Qi's protection, the ancestor was determined to take the warship. Perhaps it was because he had not fought for many years, but the ancestor was very excited. He crushed the golden pen and allowed the jade sword to slash at him without moving. The round-faced elder kept retreating, his face pale. Yu Sang Tian was definitely at Yu Sang Tian's level. Silent power transformed into a thin stream that connected the heavens and headed towards the ancestor. Bao Qi had directly used the cauldron bell to attack. The 2 Sang Tians ignored Lu Yin and joined forces to fight the ancestor. They had no time to care about anything else, they only had eyes for the ancestor. Lu Yin stepped through the stone door, and the sealed world was stopped by the 6 specks of inception dust. The first wave of people from the spiritualized universe was finished in this battle. 2 figures attacked from the left and right. One was a beautiful woman surrounded by jade water. She was known as Palace Mistress Yao, and she was the most powerful person in the spiritualized universe. The other was Tianxi. Tianxi stared at him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin's eyes were extremely cold. If it were not for this person, the situation would not have been like this. Faced with the combined attacks of two primordial realm experts, Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, directly dispersing the laws. Soil appeared, covering the sky above. He pressed down with a single palm, using the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm caused Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi's expressions to change at the same time. They could sense the terrifying might of the world being turned upside down. Their bodies were immediately pressed down, and they both grunted as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. This person really was an expert who could fight against the president. He had not even comprehended a sequence technique, yet he had reached such a level. Tianxi endured the pressure of the overturning heaven palm and stabbed his sword at Lu Yin, using the 3-foot-long azure edge, limitless. On the other side, Palace Mistress Yao raised her hand, and a jade sword slashed out, using the sword of invincible jade. Lu Yin opened his arms and aimed at the two. His 10 fingers bent, and a boundless power swept out from the starry sky above his heart. It turned into 2 majestic forces that swept out, forcing Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao to endure. They could not maintain the direction of their attacks, but they were still in the primordial realm. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they did not reach the true limits of the universe, they would not be defeated so easily. A sword edge and a jade-green sword light approached. Lu Yin did not count on his celestial body to defeat the two of them. When he saw the 2 attacks approaching, he took a step forward and struck out with both palms. The power that had been suppressed in his palms was accompanied by the battle force of the palm realm. Tianxi's eyes went wide. Bang! Bang! He was courting death. The sound of something shattering filled the heavens as Lu Yin shattered Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao's swords with a single palm strike. His palm force did not disperse, and it landed on their bodies with a loud bang. The two of them were sent flying, and they spat out blood. The space around them distorted and rippled. Lu Yin chased after them, and the soil around him turned into spears that stabbed towards the two of them. Palace Mistress Yao's jade water turned into a sword that knocked aside the soil spears. The sword spun, and countless jade sword rays shot towards Lu Yin like raindrops. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the setting sun appeared. This was the setting sun, the setting sun. Palace Mistress Yao saw the beautiful setting sun burning the heavens, and burning her martial arts. After so many years, every step that she had taken on the path of cultivation had been based on her martial arts. At this moment, as the setting sun burned, her martial arts burned as well. Her spiritual force, will, body, battle techniques, and everything else vanished under the setting sun. Pfft! Palace Mistress Yao spat out blood as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. Another intent realm battle technique. This person had actually comprehended 2 of them. On the surface, intent realm battle techniques were similar to the laws of sequence. They might be slightly more powerful than regular battle techniques, but the difference was not too great. Some people would rather cultivate the laws of sequence than waste their time on intent realm battle techniques. However, that was because their horizons were not broad enough. The true battlefield where intent realm battle techniques could be unleashed was the primordial realm. In the primordial realm, laws did not allow them to get close to each other. If their opponents were also in the primordial realm, both sides' laws would not allow them to get close to each other. The other factors that would determine victory were the physical body, spiritual force, thoughts, and so on. This included intent realm battle techniques. Intent realm battle techniques were a force that shone brightly in the primordial realm. Thus, intent realm battle techniques were actually more difficult to comprehend than the laws of sequence. Since ancient times, legends had it that those who had comprehended intent realm battle techniques were worth just as much as the laws of sequence. Actually, in the eyes of many primordial realm experts, they would rather give up on the laws of sequence in order to comprehend intent realm battle techniques. Lu Yin's 2 intent realm battle techniques shocked Palace Mistress Yao greatly, while Lu Yin himself set his eyes on Tianxi. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3350. His hatred for the protectors of the Four Directions made him want to deal with Tianxi, the last protector of the Four Directions. Tianxi watched Lu Yin charge over and turn to leave. This person was too difficult to deal with, and his sequence laws could not even approach him. Tianxi's innate gift allowed him to see through all attacks and cultivation methods, but this person's attacks were simple and crude. So what if he could see through them? If he couldn't block them, he couldn't block them. Furthermore, this person had the physical strength of his spiritualized weapon, the limitless green edge. Tianxi was completely suppressed by this person. Tianxi did not want to die, as the Tian Yuan universe would definitely be reactivated. Before that, he would enter bitter adversity, and after that, he would find an opportunity to enter the eternal realm. That was his goal. He was the strongest person of his generation in the spiritualized universe, and he had been chosen as the protector of the Four Directions. He could not die here. Lu Yin had never thought that a mighty primordial realm expert would flee so decisively when he saw Tianxi turn around and flee. However, it was not easy for him to escape, as the Tian Yuan universe's experts had already arrived. The 2 Sang Tians were restrained by the progenitor, while Jade Palace Head and Tianxi were tied down by Lu Yin. With Meng Sang's absence, the spiritualized universe's top experts were basically all gone. The Tian Yuan universe's 3 realms, 6 Daos, and 3 suns were enough to defeat them. Tianxi fled in the direction of the Tian Yuan universe, as he had no other choice. In another direction, Jade Palace had landed on her battleship. Lu Yin looked over, and their gazes met. The enormous Sky Devourer parasol opened, and it was completely different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. No one had been controlling it before, and only Bao Qi had been on the battleship, and he had just entered bitter adversity. Now, Jade Palace Head was in charge. Inside the battleship, the spiritualized geniuses watched Lu Yin approach nervously. This person had given them a taste of death. They rarely experienced the kind of pressure that made them feel as if they were ordinary people facing a mountain. This group of people had seen Sang Tian more than once, but Sang Tian had never given them so much pressure. The entire battleship was silent, and no one spoke. They all watched Lu Yin approach. The spiritualized experts who had already charged towards the Tian Yuan cosmos did not dare to return. Even Tianxi had fled, as he would die if he ran into Lu Yin. The experts who remained on the battleship did not dare to leave, including Palace Mistress Yao. They could only hope that the Sky Devourer parasol would be able to protect the ship and that Sang Tian and the others would be able to defeat this powerful enemy. It was clearly the foundation of the sequence, and everyone in the spiritualized universe recognized this powerful guardian from the bottom of their hearts. But for some reason, when they looked at Lu Yin, they suddenly lost their confidence. Lu Yin stood outside the battleship, looking at Palace Mistress Yao through the Sky Devourer parasol. Palace Mistress Yao had never thought that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was the number 1 person below Sang Tian, and she could replace Sang Tian at any time. Her status in the spiritualized universe was extremely high, but she had been forced to retreat by a mere youth. Lu Yin's strength was something that she could not believe. No wonder this person could stop Bao Qi from attacking the entire battlefield and stop the chief guild master. The sequence particles that covered the entire starry sky were simply too majestic. However, it was still a far cry from the landscape painting at its peak. Lu Yin struck out with a palm at the battleship, and the terrifying force was constantly cancelled out when it came into contact with the Sky Devourer parasol. These sequence particles were like intricate machinery, and they instantly disintegrated and cancelled out the force. Luin tried to attack again, but the Sky Devourer parasol that was being controlled by Palace Mistress Yao was not that easy to deal with. He wanted to grab the parasol like he had before, but this time, the entire parasol seemed to have come to life, and the sequence particles were constantly changing. The sequence particles shifted, forever blocking Lu Yin's path of attack. Palace Mistress Yao continuously unleashed her invincible jade swords. Although Lu Yin could block them, after so many times, he began to feel apprehensive. There was a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction. In the distance, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were working together to fight against the progenitor. The progenitor was powerful, but he had been underground in Primeval City for too long, and Lu Yin was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Since he could not take the Sky Devourer parasol away, and he could not board the battleship, then he would take everything with him. Lu Yin appeared on the other side of the battleship and raised his palms to strike the Sky Devourer parasol. He then pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Within the battleship, a group of spiritualized geniuses were terrified. This person wants to capture all of us. It's over. This person's strength is terrifying. This battleship is made from the hardest and heaviest materials in our spiritualized universe. Rumor has it that even a powerhouse who specializes in sequence 9 laws can't move it. This person can fight against Sang Tian. But Sang Tian might not be able to move it either. I don't want to be captured by the Tian Yuan universe. Otherwise, even if our spiritualized universe wins, we won't be able to see it. Brothers, attack! Attack! For a moment, the group of elite geniuses on the battleship attacked, but their attacks were completely useless against Lu Yin, and he didn't even need to block them. These geniuses were only at the envoy's level, and they were considered young because compared to half-progenitors and progenitors, which of these geniuses had not cultivated for a considerable period of time. From Lu Yin's point of view, they were similar to the 4 young ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. They were similar in age and cultivation, but the difference was in numbers. The Cosmic Tree sect had only had 4 young ancestors, but here, there were dozens of them. Palace Mistress Yao barked, "Back down." The group of elites felt uneasy, but they could only retreat. The purple-haired girl and the others did not attack. No matter how desperate they would not do something so laughable. From that person's point of view, their attacks were like ants baring their fangs at a dragon. It was a joke. Lu Yin pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Palace Mistress Yao arrived in front of Lu Yin. She was not far away from the Sky Devourer parasol. Lu Yin's gaze was deep, filled with coldness and killing intent. Palace Mistress Yao sighed. "Master Lu, I'm impressed. I thought that we could sweep through the Tian Yuan universe, but it seems like we underestimated you. If we had known earlier, we would have reinforced the consciousness universe. We wouldn't have been so passive." Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. "My Tian Yuan universe might not be able to withstand your spiritualized universe and be destroyed, but I won't see you guys again." These words made the elites within the battleship even more uneasy. They were here to reap glory and resources, not to die. Palace Mistress Yao watched as the battleship approached the stone door. She was abnormally calm, and she spoke in a voice that only she and Lu Yin could hear. "Master Lu, there are some methods that I don't intend to reveal. The humans of the Tian Yuan universe have been fighting with the Eternals for so many years, and the humans themselves must have their own conflicts. It's the same in my spiritualized universe. Let's stop this battle. I promise that before the final outcome is decided, the ordinary people of the Tian Yuan universe will not be implicated. How about it?" Lu Yin was surprised. "You still have methods." Palace Mistress Yao's expression was solemn. When we fought, did you see me use the sequence arts? It's not because I'm afraid of your ability to repel the sequence arts. It's because my sequence arts threaten someone, so it's inconvenient for me to use them. There are 88 sequence arts, and the top 5 are called the absolute sequence. The one I cultivate is ranked 4th, absolute reversal. Master Lu, we can stop this battle. Lu Yin was surprised. Ranked 4th. This was indeed troublesome. You spiritualized universe people have a special characteristic. When you have the advantage, you want to crush everything. When you're at a disadvantage, you want to stop with a high and mighty attitude, as if it's for our own good. In the past, I would have hated such an attitude, but now I can understand. If you want me to stop, sure, but try it. Let's see if absolute reversal can reverse this battle. Palace Mistress Yao sighed, her beautiful face causing the stars to dim. Around her, sequence particles appeared and followed the Sky Devourer parasol's particles towards Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin wanted Palace Mistress Yao to try, that did not mean that he would accept it. The starry sky around his heart expanded, and the Sky Devourer parasol's particles and Palace Mistress Yao's particles were repelled. No matter how powerful this sequence art was, it was useless if it could not touch him. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze was cold as she stepped into the Sky Devourer parasol's particles. Jade water dripped from her palm, forming a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. Invincible Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin looked up, and the Jade Water Sword instantly neared, stabbing towards his forehead. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, his strength forcefully deflected the sword light. Boundless strength astral body blasted over, forcing Palace Mistress Yao to retreat step by step. The terrifying strength almost caused her to stop breathing, and she could not help but loosen her grip. The sword light circled around and slashed towards Lu Yin from behind. At the same time, she continuously dripped jade water, forming invincible jade water swords that rained down on Lu Yin. The same move had been used before, but Lu Yin's response was different. He used the Jade Sky Palace's characteristic of not wasting energy to transform the boundless strength astral body into countless finger attacks, using his Tao of Tianyi. The countless finger attacks collided with the rain-like invincible jade water swords, exploding on one side of the battleship and almost flipping it over. Lu Yin tapped out with a single word incarnation, Senior Yi's ultimate technique. This finger swept past the rain-like attacks and headed straight for Palace Mistress Yao's forehead. Her body was covered with particles, allowing Lu Yin's finger to land on her forehead. At the same time, Lu Yin also touched Palace Mistress Yao's particle. Lu Yin's heart sank. Something was wrong. This woman wanted to test his technique and allow him to hit her in exchange for touching her particle. Was she not afraid of death? Palace Mistress Yao's beautiful face shattered under this finger attack, and her forehead cracked open. It should have been a fatal injury, but Lu Yin saw a dense jade radiance continuously flicker, mending her forehead that was about to shatter. Lu Yin's expression changed. So that was how it was. This jade water's true purpose was not to use invincible jade water swords, but to heal. This was Palace Mistress Yao's spiritual weapon, and invincible jade water swords were just a facade used to numb the enemy. He had been misled by her and thought that he could kill her in one strike, but he had been tricked into touching her particle instead. Palace Mistress Yao's forehead recovered, and her eyes were filled with fear, joy, and excitement. Farewell, Master Lu. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yin suddenly felt as if the world was collapsing as a familiar force pressed down on him. Was this the overturning sky palm? He looked up, but there was nothing there. However, he had endured the might of the overturning sky palm. How could this be? Not only that, but his right shoulder had also cracked open, and a clear palm print could be seen. This was his own palm's strength. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao, no wonder it was called absolute reversal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3351. This sort of sequence law was actually grafting one's own injuries onto someone else's body. The injuries would definitely appear, but the location of the injuries could be changed. This was the ability that absolute reversal had bestowed upon Palace Mistress Yao. She truly deserved to be called number one under Sang Tian. If not for the fact that she had yet to step into bitter adversity, Lu Yin felt that even the president might not have been able to gain an advantage over her. She gave Lu Yin a similar feeling to Primal Genesis. Primal Genesis was definitely stronger than the president. He had fought with Mr. Mu for countless years, and if not for that bell, Lu Yin would not have been able to defeat Primal Genesis. However, the president's power could be broken, and he had relied on the sealed world sequence foundation. This woman could heavily injure him without relying on her sequence foundation, so she had to die. In front of Lu Yin, Palace Mistress Yao stabbed out with her sword. She was well aware of the severity of the damage that Lu Yin had suffered, and this was also the reason why she had chosen to fight with Lu Yin. She would not be injured, and Lu Yin would not be injured by her sequence laws. Unfortunately, there was still one thing that she had not done, but it was not too late now. Her sequence particles spread out from the surroundings, but they were repelled by Lu Yin's heart and could not get close. Lu Yin grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's sword, and the sequence particles shot out like the invincible jade sword towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin was swept by the particles, and Palace Mistress Yao's eyes went wide. Now was the moment, and a small boat appeared. Lu Yin moved to the side to avoid the particles, and at the same time, he grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's neck. She was shocked. You. Lu Yin exerted strength in his palm, and the force entered her body through her shoulder. There was a thump as the void trembled, and countless spatial cracks spread out around them, shaking the entire boat away. Palace Mistress Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The particles that had covered her body were repelled by Lu Yin's heart. In the dark starry sky, with the stone door as the background, Lu Yin grabbed Palace Master Yao's neck and lifted her up. He looked at her beautiful and pale face, and his face darkened. Wherever you touch, there will be an absolute reversal of the injury. This is your sequence, right? The prerequisite is that you have to touch that place. Previously, I didn't only injure you with the heaven flipping palm and the palm force on your right shoulder, but the wound on my right shoulder was very narrow. It was because your sequence particles didn't touch me in a large area. Just now, you wanted to touch my head with your sequence particles and let me experience the might of a finger that shattered my head. Do you really think you can do it? Your spiritualized universe does indeed have powerful sequence arts, but under the unified cultivation model, the traces of your attacks are too obvious. If both sides are equal in strength, our Tian Yuan universe can beat you to a pulp. Palace Mistress Yao grabbed Lu Yin's hand as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the back of Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin was just about to kill Palace Mistress Yao when his heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance where the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were still locked in battle with the progenitor. He grabbed Palace Master Yao with one hand and pushed the battleship with the other. He pushed the battleship towards the stone door. The hearts of the spiritualized universe elites on the battleship sank completely. It was over. Even Palace Master Yao had been captured. Who else could save them? When Lu Yin pushed the battleship through the stone door, the spiritualized experts who were fighting with the cultivators from the Tian Yuan universe were all shocked. They stared at Palace Mistress Yao, who had been grabbed by the neck by Lu Yin with one hand. Palace Mistress Yao was an absolute goddess in the spiritualized universe, and she was known as one of the Beyond Heaven's twin beauties. Her beauty was enough to topple the world, and countless people yearned for her. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, she was also an absolute expert who was unreachable and had unparalleled arrogance. Yet, someone like her had been grabbed by the neck and placed in a life-or-death situation. Palace Mistress Yao's face went pale, and she grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly in an attempt to break free. However, she was unable to do so. Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the laws. Even if Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his arm, it did not matter. He had not injured Palace Mistress Yao's left arm before, and the only thing that could injure him was his head. Unless Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his head, she would not be able to turn the tables. Kill me. Palace Mistress Yao could not bear this humiliation. She was the palace mistress of the Jade Water Palace, and she had been treated with great respect by Yu Sang Tian. She was someone who could look down on the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and a single word from her could end the lives of countless people. How could she be humiliated like this? Lu Yin pushed the battleship into the battlefield between the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe ancestors and sequence lower realm masters. Two spiritualized universe sequence lower realm masters immediately tried to save Palace Mistress Yao, but they were easily killed by Lu Yin. He did not even need to move as the soil spear pierced through them, staining the sky with blood. I want to see how many people are willing to die to save you. Your spiritualized universe does not care about the lives of the people of the Tian Yuan universe. You think that you can control us and restart the universe so that we will all die. Today, I can control your life and death. Tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Yin suddenly stared into Palace Mistress Yao's eyes. I can also control the life and death of your spiritualized universe. Restart the universe, or spiritualize the universe. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. This person was a madman. He actually wanted to restart the spiritualized universe? How dare he? How dare he? Did he not know the difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe? Once Lord Yu Sang Tian led the 7 Sang Tians here, the Tian Yuan universe would be finished. If they had not been delayed by the consciousness universe, they would not have only sent so few people. There was also Wu Shangji, who was an existence that even she had never seen before. How dare this person think this way? The soil spear pierced through the body of a progenitor. It was a very young-looking man, and even before he died, his eyes were filled with adoration for Palace Mistress Yao. Lu Yin had used Palace Mistress Yao as bait to bait those who wanted to save her. It was very cruel, and if this scene spread to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin would definitely be cursed by everyone there. But from the standpoint of the Tian Yuan universe, it only brought about excitement and encouragement. This was war. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Astral 10 had been massacred, and Lu Yin's bottom line had been broken. His perseverance had been laughable during the war, but since that was the case, he would leave this perseverance and bottom line for the Tian Yuan universe and those who were worthy of staying. There was no need to leave this bottom line for the spiritualized universe invaders. Otherwise, the dead souls of the Tian Yuan universe would cry. In the distance, the progenitor looked over. In just a few hundred years of cultivation, this child had reached unprecedented heights. However, his temperament still needed to be polished. Kindness was not desirable, and neither was evil. Zhu Zi, there were many times when the most difficult thing for a person was not to live or die, but to make a choice. One's future was up to one's self to choose. Preserve a bit of kindness and leave evil to your enemies. This was the path that most cultivators took. Lu Yin still needed time to polish himself. But from the looks of it, things were going well. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked into the distance. Palace Mistress Yao's miserable state made them realize that the situation was hopeless. The battleship had been captured by Lu Yin, and with the progenitor blocking the way, they could not save her. If they continued to fight blindly, more and more spiritualized experts would die. At this moment, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round-faced elder was filled with regret. He should not have provoked Lu Yin. He had overestimated Lu Yin's temperament. Just a few human lives had caused this child to go crazy. The more talented a cultivator was, the more human they were. This was because they had only cultivated for a short period of time. As for Sang Tian, they had cultivated for so long that they had become numb to it. This child was clearly a normal person. How badly had that bastard Meng Sang been injured? He had not even participated in such a huge battle, and his aid had even been snatched away. And where was that old man, primordial origin? Zhang Yan and the Eternals were nowhere to be seen. Had they all died? We can't do this. Bao Qi, scatter and wait for reinforcements, the round-faced elder transmitted. Bao Qi grinned and roared. The cauldron bell vibrated, and a silent power spread through the heavens, dyeing them black. That was the void realm appearing and spreading towards the progenitor. The progenitor glanced at the cauldron bell from time to time. These sequence bases were really troublesome. Although the sequence particles could not get close to him, with the sequence particle support, their destructive power was so great that even the progenitor was afraid. Wait, they wanted to run. The sealed realm emerged from the stone door, bringing along the 6 specks of inception dust as it flew towards them. The round-faced elder grabbed the sealed realm and tore through the void to leave. At the same time, Bao Qi roared, "Everyone, scatter and hide. Wait for reinforcements." With that, he tore through the void and left as well. The spiritualized universe's people were not stupid, and many of their experts had already fled. Now that Sang Tian had escaped, the remaining cultivators hurriedly left, but how could the Tian Yuan universe's experts tolerate this? Once they were caught in a battle, they would not be able to escape unless they put some distance between them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3352. At first, the Above the Sky sect had kept the warfront a secret, but as the war spread and Meng Sang's massacre of Astral 10, the news gradually leaked out. Now that the warfront had been won, Lu Yin did not want others to speculate, so he announced the war to the entire universe. Even though everyone was shocked by the invasion of the other universes, the news of the first victory excited everyone. No matter what the outcome of the war was, they would fight to the end. There would definitely be fear, but if they could not avoid it, they would have to fight to the death. Lu Yin tossed the spiritualized geniuses into the 5th pagoda and made them part of his inheritance. Anyone who entered the 5th pagoda could challenge them and familiarize themselves with the spiritualized universe's cultivation. These geniuses were only worth this much, and it was impossible to learn much about the spiritualized universe from them. Lu Yin did not plan on interrogating these people at all. He had a simpler method, which was to have them cultivate a unique power and then roll his die to fuse with them and read their memories. Just like with Furball and Qing Xian, the memories would not be fake, and it would be much more efficient than interrogating them. Palace Mistress Yao was different. She was unmoved by force or persuasion, and she was not afraid of death. She also did not cultivate any power. Compared to her, Primordial Fiend was much more obedient and would answer any questions. In his own words, the Tian Yuan universe would definitely be defeated, and he hoped to survive until then. As for the information about the spiritualized universe that he leaked, he did not care about how much trouble or loss it would bring to the spiritualized universe. Although the spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method, it was precisely because this method was too fixed that the resources were also fixed. It was even harder for the spiritualized universe to obtain resources than the cultivators of the Tian Yuan universe, and the competition for benefits was also more intense. Zhang Yan had given up on saving Primordial Fiend in order to obtain Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had seen through some of the spiritualized universe's secrets. Just as Wang Wen had said, this was because the cultivation culture of each universe was different. If one wanted to win the war, one had to consider not just strength, but also the cultivation culture. This often had miraculous effects, and Lu Yin called it a strategic attack. The Tian Yuan universe constantly sent out experts to hunt down the spiritualized cultivators that had escaped. Lu Yin was not worried that these cultivators would kill the innocent, as they had only escaped because they wanted to wait for reinforcements. During this time, they would try their best to hide and not be surrounded. What Lu Yin and the others needed to do now was to ferret these people out. It's very difficult. They are all experts. Searching aimlessly is harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin sat by the stone table and laughed. I've always felt that nothing can stump you. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. You think too highly of me. I'm not even an envoy, and I barely managed to break through to the enlightened realm. Right now, I'm facing at least a progenitor, so how can I do anything? You should look for Wei Rong. That guy is famous for his treachery. Although he isn't strong, no one in the above heaven sect dares to offend him. No one knows when that guy will plot against you. Lu Yin recalled the battle with the spiritualized universe and Wei Rong's arrangements, and he nodded in agreement. To be honest, he didn't know how Wei Rong had thought of this. The setup was very simple, extremely simple. The difficult part was why he had made such a setup at that time. What was the meaning behind it? For whom? What was the point of preparing? None of these questions could be answered, but Wei Rong had done it anyway. He had directed and acted out a play. Perhaps no one would ever see this play, but he had done it very seriously. Wei Rong's most treacherous part is his setup. It's not for the present, but for the future. Wang Wen looked at the surface of the lake. If a person wants to fish, they will only fish when they feel like it, whether it's out of interest or hunger. Wei Rong was nothing. He had no interest in fishing, nor was he hungry, but he still went to fish. No one could understand why he did it, until one day, a bored person came and made a promise that he could exchange the fish in the lake for treasures. No one knew that such a thing would happen, and no one could have imagined that such a thing would happen. Wei Rong eventually became the person with the most treasures, and he almost emptied that bored person's treasures because he had long since started fishing for a blank future. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared, but the chances are too slim. Who knows where they will be? Wei Rong is like a fish that can be fished. He cast a wide net, and he will always be able to catch one. All he has to do is spend his time doing something boring. At this point, he looked at Wang Wen. What about you? How will you seize the opportunity? Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I like to wait for opportunities to come to me. Those who are willing to take the bait. Lu Yin laughed. Then let Wei Rong catch the rats. The words, catch the rats, suddenly appeared in the Tian Yuan universe. This news had spread from the above heaven sect, and it quickly spread throughout the various parallel universes of the Tian Yuan universe. Countless people were excited, as the rats referred to the powerhouses from the spiritualized universe that had escaped. Even progenitors, those who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and even those who had reached the level of Sang Tian, had been called rats. Countless people in the Tian Yuan universe cheered for Master Lu's name. It was as if they could see the day when the Tian Yuan universe completely defeated the spiritualized universe. In the deep universe, the sky was filled with stars. Stone houses were arranged in an irregular manner in the desert. Although they seemed irregular, if one observed carefully, they would discover that these stone houses corresponded to the stars in the night sky. It was as if the stars had been moved down horizontally. With the night sky and the desert as two sides, the stars that could be seen from one side of the desert would also be seen from the other side. This was a planet that belonged to an ancient civilization, and it was located in an unknown spacetime. The people here believed in the stars, and regardless of whether it was the layout of the houses or the battle arrays, everything had to correspond to the stars. On the roof of one of the stone houses, a figure with golden and dark red lights swirling around him looked up. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the starry sky was distorted, and someone arrived. Several stone houses around lit up, and many people looked over. "Why don't you help?" the newcomer asked. It was Tianzi. He had escaped from the battlefield at the border of the Tianyuan universe and found this place. He looked at the one true God in front of him. The one true God was still looking at the night sky. "I am not from your spiritualized universe. But we are cooperating," Tianzi said. The one true God did not speak. Tianzi's face darkened. The war was defeated, and Sang Tian fled. Do you know what the sect above heaven said? They said they wanted to catch rats. What a joke. The people of our spiritualized universe are called rats. The one true God turned to look at Tianzi. Isn't that the case? Tianzi's eyes widened. Eternal, don't forget that restarting the Tianyuan universe is not only our spiritualized universe's business, but also yours. If you want to enter the eternal realm, you have to restart the Tianyuan universe. For this, how can our spiritualized universe help you? From the beginning, Sang Tian, Zhan Yan, black and white godless helped you deal with this place. As for the people of the universe, your eternal race can't deal with Lu Yin's sect above heaven. That is not our spiritualized universe's business. If you could help in the battle at the border, the result would be different. The one true God said calmly, "You said it yourself. If I could help." Only then did Tianzi notice the light flowing around the one true God's body. He frowned. "This is..." The one true God smiled. "A gift from Tai Hong. What do you think? Is this the reason for your failure? Tai Hong is not easy to deal with. She used her own life to set up this seal for me. It is not easy to break." Tianzi did not believe him. Tai Hong, that woman, is willing to sacrifice herself. The one true God said calmly, "You underestimate Tai Hong. Or rather, you overestimate her. Her persistence is deeper than you think." Tianzi was helpless. The one true God could not help. There was no one in this universe who could deal with the primogenitor. Half of the spiritualized universe's power is in the universe of consciousness. Even if they send reinforcements here, there will not be many masters. That Lu Yin cultivated for only 100 years to reach his current level. Who knows what level he will reach if he is given more time. There are also the 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. They may break through at any time. Not to mention, the biggest advantage of the Tianyuan universe compared to the spiritualized universe is time. There is a mirage here. Even if it is only a few decades, the changes brought to the Tianyuan universe will make the spiritualized universe helpless. At this time, Master Green Grass should help. Suddenly, he paused. He did not dare to say anything more. The one true God's gaze enveloped him. Tianzi felt a chill. There are some things that can be said and some that cannot. You understand. The one true God's voice rang in Tianzi's ears. Tianzi looked around. He Wuxian and the others were not around. He needed to send them away to talk to the one true God. If we can't break out of this situation, what's the point of everything in the past? Tianzi was unwilling to give up. The one true God's gaze turned cold. The spiritualized universe did not lose much. So far, only some progenitor realm and sequence rules have died. None of Sang Tian died. When your reinforcements arrive, I will remove Tai Hong's seal. No matter how strong the Tianyuan universe becomes, it will be useless. It will be best if that Yu Sang Tian can come. Tianzi was certain. Yu Sang Tian will definitely come. Oh. The one true God did not understand. Tianzi sneered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3353. It was this kind of arrogance, the arrogance that truly overlooked this part of the universe. Where did a corpse king get such arrogance from? Milord. Yen Gang and Prince Qing bowed in unison. The only true God looked at Tianzi. Do you know about the worm nest? Tianzi nodded. I've heard of it. It's a kind of civilization inheritance that has caused the sect of heaven to mobilize a large number of people. When they encounter a worm's nest, they must destroy it. But I don't know much about it. Explain the bug nest properly. The only true God ordered. Yen Gang looked at Tianzi and slowly explained the situation of the hive. The more Tianzi listened, the more shocked he was. How could there be such a civilization? There were endless bugs, and they were all very powerful. They could even destroy the inheritance of intelligent civilizations. Especially the last type of bug. Was it called the Green Immortal? His talent was top-notch, and he could change his form to adapt to the current environment of the universe. This feeling was very similar to the spirit molting of the spiritualized universe. Spirit molting was also an important factor in choosing one's form based on one's cultivation strength and future direction. Yen Gang finished speaking quickly. He did not know who Tianzi was, but this person gave him a feeling that he did not dare to look directly at him. He was an absolute expert, like a god. Tianzi sized up Prince Qing. This was Qing Xian. It was originally an insect, but it could actually become a corpse king. How do you feel? The only true God asked. Tianzi sighed. It's a very powerful civilization, but it's useless no matter how many of them there are. Numbers can't decide everything. The threat these worms bring is the same as their race. They're just worms. Lord Qing looked up at Tianzi with a calm expression. Tianzi and King Qing looked at each other and didn't care. No matter how talented Qing Xian is, there will be a limit. Every species has a limit, except for us humans. The one true God smiled. To spiritualized universes, the insectoid hive civilization is not a threat. Those insects cannot cross the entire universe, but to the Tianyuan universe, they are a huge threat. This is especially so for someone like Lu Yin who cares about the lives of ordinary people. The insectoid hive is a fatal threat to him, which is why the sect above heaven has placed a large portion of their efforts on the insectoid hive. Where did the hive civilization come from? This universe developed on its own. Tianzi was puzzled. The one true God said, perhaps. There are too many parallel universes. Since the heavenly sect established by humans can appear, the insectoid nest civilization can also appear. Tianzi did not feel too conflicted. You want to use the worm nest to delay the development of the above heaven sect until we send reinforcements? That's right. If we join forces with you now, at most, both sides will suffer losses. However, as long as we make good use of the insect nest, although the endless insects won't be able to destroy the humans, they can effectively stall them. It won't be easy for the humans to exterminate the insects. During this time, I've been spreading the insects around to distract the humans. Good idea, Tianzi praised. He also didn't want to fight to the death with the heaven above heaven sect. It would be best if this was the case. The one true God suddenly asked, when will reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrive? Tianzi's eyes flashed. I'm not sure. It depends on Yu Sang Tian's arrangement. The one true God retracted his gaze and stopped talking. Tianzi was still sizing up King Qing when he suddenly thought of something. Where is Yuanqi? Why didn't he show up? Only the forgetful ruins deity, Wang Xiaoyu, and Zhang Yan knew that Zhang Yan had been killed. Now, outside of the above heaven, only the one true God and the others knew what had happened to Origin Qi. He is planning something else, the Mirage Domain, the only true God said. Tianzi's eyes widened. Mirage Domain. Can he find it? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of course he can. Yuan-Chi is smarter than you think. Yusang Tian asked me to help me break into Taiga City, but he took the opportunity to look for the Mirage domain. He couldn't find it at first, neither could you or I. But Lu Yin entered the Mirage domain several times, and he finally found it. The only true God looked at the vast night sky dotted with stars. Once he enters the Mirage domain, no one knows what he will do. Where is he? Tianxi asked hurriedly. The only true God frowned and said nothing. Tianxi stared at the only true God. Where is Yuan-Chi? What do you want to do? Enter the Mirage domain. Why? You don't want to enter the Mirage domain. The only true God laughed. There is no time flow in the Mirage domain. This is meaningless to me. As for those forbidden places, I don't plan to go there. Tianxi squinted his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a path to immortality in the forbidden places. Aren't you interested? The only true God shook his head. The path to immortality is created by oneself. No one will put it in front of you. Besides, he looked at Tianxi. You are in the primordial realm. It is useless even if you go there. I owe you a favor. I will do anything you want me to do in the future. Help me find Yuan-Chi, no, help me enter the Mirage domain, Tianxi said solemnly. The only true God did not understand. Why do you have to enter the Mirage domain? Tianxi said in a low voice, I have my purpose. The only true God looked at Tianxi for a while. I can help you enter the Mirage domain, but there is a condition. Say it. Lend me the turbid treasure. Tianxi was shocked. What did you say? The only true God put his hands behind his back. You should know that I care about the turbid treasure very much. But don't worry. I just want to have a look. No. Tianxi refused directly. The only true God did not care. Then you can find Yuan-Chi yourself. Tianxi gritted his teeth. You have always wanted to get Jiang Feng's 3 artifacts because they are also turbid treasures. Turbid treasures are just external objects. Why do you care so much? The only true God did not speak. He closed his eyes, as if he was sensing heaven and earth. If the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe go to war, I will step into the bitter adversity if I have no choice. A powerhouse who can cross the bitter adversity is much more helpful to you than a turbid treasure. Besides, you are just borrowing it. The spiritualized universe will restart the Tianyuan universe. I will also step into the position of Mulberry Heaven. In the future, I can even help you fight for the position of Mulberry Heaven. This is my promise to you, Tianxi continued. The only true God still did not speak. Tianxi said helplessly, I can only look, but not touch. When I see Yuan-Chi, you have to return the turbid treasure to me. The only true God opened his eyes. Okay. Tianxi hesitated for a moment and took out a flame from his body. In the battle of the second disaster domain, Tianxi had used the flame to fight. But the flame had never appeared in the subsequent battles. This was his turbid treasure. The flame lit up the night sky. The whole planet was as bright as day. This abnormal phenomenon made everyone on the planet come out. They knelt on the ground and prayed to the stars. The only true God looked at the flame with bright eyes. What can it do? Give me one more chance to spiritual molt, Tianxi said in a low voice. The only true God's eyes widened. One more chance to spiritual molt. Tianxi took a deep breath. You should know what one more chance to spiritual molt will do to us people from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe used spiritual seeds to start spiritual cultivation and finally achieved spiritual molt. That was a qualitative change. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Some talented practitioners could obtain spiritualized talents or weapons during spiritual molt. Tianxi's turbid treasure was the 3-foot green sword, no distance. 3-foot distance was not considered distance. It was enough to convince people. However, it was a spiritualized weapon. Yuanqi's bell, the round-faced elder's golden pen, Baoqi's mimicry, Mingsang's nightmare, and Palace Master Yao's clear water were all spiritualized weapons or talents. They were the symbols of the spiritualized universe's powerhouses. Tianxi had reached the level second only to mulberry heaven. If he had one more spiritualized weapon or talent, his strength would surpass Palace Master Yao. The only true God praised him. No wonder you have the confidence to succeed mulberry heaven. Tianxi couldn't help but feel proud. Zhang Yan wanted to take mulberry heaven's position by relying on Yuanqi. Palace Master Yao thought she was the best under mulberry heaven. They didn't know I was the one who could succeed mulberry heaven. I was the strongest in the spiritualized universe. I could be. He paused again, as if there was an invisible force suppressing him. The only true God looked at the light flame in surprise. Forgetting ruins. The god of forgetting ruins walked out. My lord. Take him to Yuanqi. Yuanqi won't refuse to let him enter the mirage with Yuanqi with my favor. The only true God said. The god of forgetting ruins looked at Tianxi and bowed slowly. Yes, my lord. Tianxi was curious. Your favor. The only true God stared at the light flame. Don't worry. Yuanqi will take you into the mirage. Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He left with the god of forgetting ruins. After they left, the only true God looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Under the stars, the god of forgetting ruins took Tianxi in a direction. Tianxi was confused. Yuanqi is in this time and space. The god of forgetting ruins smiled. What do you think? If you don't go with him, how can you guarantee your safety? You can't use your strength. Tianxi thought of the golden light that enveloped the only true God, and the shadow of the great heavenly master appeared in his mind. He did not expect that Tai Hong would sacrifice himself. I heard that you are called rats. Interesting, the god of forgetting ruins suddenly said with a smile. Tianxi's face turned cold. The pressure of the primordial realm came and pressed on the god of forgetting ruins. What did you say? The god of forgetting ruins' face changed and became pale. He said in awe, I'm sorry. Tianxi's tone was cold. If this happens again, even the eternity can't protect you. The god of forgetting ruins hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then he led the way. Tianxi was cold and arrogant. The 7 heavenly gods could only be submissive in front of him. Soon, the two stopped in the starry sky. The god of forgetting ruins looked around. Tianxi frowned. Where is Yuanqi? It should be here. I found it. She pointed in a direction and took a step forward. She landed on a meteorite. Tianxi landed at the same time. The moment he touched the meteorite, his mind went blank, and he forgot everything. The god of forgetting ruins' face changed. He stared at Tianxi like an abyss. The real god's freedom technique. Lanterns appeared around Tianxi, and they sang sorrowful songs. Tianxi only forgot for a moment and recovered immediately. He stared at the god of forgetting ruins with murderous intent in his eyes. He stabbed out with his sword. How dare you? The god of forgetting ruins smiled with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and broke the lantern. Tianxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, black lines circled around him. They came from He Wuxian and entered Tianxi's mouth the moment he spat out blood. Tianxi was shocked. He slashed his sword upward and cut off the lines. At the same time, the god of forgetting ruins cut off another lantern. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3354. Tianxi waved his sword and tore through the void, trying to force the two back. Two seven sky gods worked together, sneak attacked, and used the freedom technique of the true god. Even he found it difficult to deal with them. Now, he could only run. Tianxi's body surged, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, he could not control his body. He opened his mouth, and a black line flew out of his mouth, bringing out an inconspicuous seed. The god of forgetfulness struck at Tianxi, using the art of forgetfulness. Tianxi was in the primordial realm, so the rules could not get close to him. However, the god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian did not use the sequence particles. Faced with the god of forgetfulness's strike, the sequence particles spread before Tianxi, and the art of forgetfulness disappeared. The god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian retreated together. See you later, rat. Tianxi was furious. He gripped his sword and chased after them. Behind him, several figures appeared. Tianxi and the god of forgetfulness looked over. Xia Shang, I'll leave this rat to you. The god of forgetfulness turned and left. The black line in He Wuxian's eyes streaked across the starry sky, splitting it into two. Tianxi cut the line with his sword. Behind him, the god of forgetfulness, who had just disappeared, reappeared with his art of forgetfulness. It struck the starry sky, and there was no one there. This was Tianxi's sequence rule, stacking. It could stack the enemy's attack. Once it was stacked, the enemy's attack would disappear immediately, and Tianxi would release it when he wanted. He could also stack his own power to increase his destructive power. The god of forgetfulness and He Wuxian fled, cutting off the last lantern before they left. No matter how unwilling Tianxi was, he could not chase after them. He wanted to escape, but the moment the lantern was cut off, he coughed up blood again. He could not block the freedom technique of the true god. It was also at this moment that Ancestor Qin and the others caught up with him. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword blade directly. Tianxi's sword blade pierced Ancestor Ku's palm. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword hilt tightly with his pierced palm. Behind Tianxi, Ancestor Qin struck a palm. Tianxi hurriedly blocked with the sequence particles, but the sequence particles were all used by the consecutive palms. They stacked at Tianxi's back and broke his body. Bang! Ku Zu bent his sword and broke it. He held the broken sword and slashed across. Tianxi stood where he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his neck. He swayed and fell to the ground. The whole process was clean and efficient. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku seemed to have worked together for countless years. They defeated Tianxi with brute force. Looking at Tianxi lying on the ground, Ancestor Qin turned and chased after the god of forgotten ruins. However, the god of forgotten ruins, the one true god, and the others had already left this spacetime and disappeared. My lord, Tianxi should be in the hands of the above heaven sect. He can't escape, the god of forgotten ruins said. At the same time, He Wuxian passed the inconspicuous seed from Tianxi's body to the one true god. The only true deity took it. This is his turbid treasure. He thinks he's smart, but he's not stupid. Although that flame is fake, its use is real. This seed can allow him to shed his spirit once more. Interesting. A turbid treasure born in accordance with the universe. Who has been to the beginning of the long river of time, to the beginning of the universe? As he muttered to himself, he recalled the phenomenon of Lu Yin's breakthrough, the huge tree, and the turbid treasures hanging on it. What exactly is Lu Yin's secret? Lu Yin's appearance had caused a huge change in the situation, but perhaps this change was what should have happened. The main hall of the above heaven sect was shrouded in a murderous aura. Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others were all there, staring at Tianxi with murderous eyes. When they learned that, they came after Tianxi was captured and brought to the above heaven sect. Tianxi was one of the people who plotted against the ancestor. Although the ancestor was conferred the title of Grass Master in the end, Tianxi and the other guardians were also the culprits. The other three were dead, and only Tianxi was captured. Tianxi lay on the ground, looking at the ground. The gazes around him made him feel as if he was pierced by countless sharp blades. How could this be? Why did the Eternal Tribe betray him? They couldn't have cooperated with the above heaven sect. They should be mortal enemies. Why? Damn it. If not for the Eternal Tribe, he wouldn't have been discovered. Lu Yin sat on the seat of honor and looked at Tianxi calmly. Rat, I caught one. Tianxi gritted his teeth, looked up, and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Plotting against the ancestor and oppressing humans. Tianxi, how do you want to die? Tianxi's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Beside him, Sapphire Zhiluo said, This day has finally come. Tianxi, can you imagine how much I hated you when I was sealed in Tian Feng's body and suffered the torture of being skinned alive and disfigured? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The other three died too easily. Wu Tian said in a low voice, We can take revenge for Master's murder. The guardians of the four guardians of the Tianyuan universe are actually enemies. What a joke. Hongyan Mavis sneered. Tianxi listened to their words and felt his body grow numb. Blood flowed from his neck and dyed the ground red. He spoke with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, I'm from the spiritualized universe. We're enemies. Lu Yin looked at him. You're enemies with us. What about the Eternal Tribe? Tianxi's eyes were filled with hatred. The Eternal Tribe had betrayed him. The Eternal Tribe cooperated with you. You even sent Sang Tian to help him, but he betrayed you in the end. I'm curious about the reason, Lu Yin asked. The others were curious as well. Logically, the Eternal Tribe shouldn't have betrayed Tianxi, but it was obvious that Tianxi had been injured by the god of Forgotten Ruins and He Wuxian. That was why Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku had found the opportunity to capture him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to stop a primordial realm expert from escaping. Lu Yin couldn't even stop Tianxi at the border battlefield. Master Lu, I don't want to die. I attacked the Tianyuan universe because of our position. I'm not a traitor, and I didn't kill the innocent people of your universe. Tianxi gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. I can help you deal with the Eternal Tribe. They don't have many people left. Oh, there's also a hive that gave birth to Qing Xian. He's called Qing Wang, a corpse king. Lu Yin was surprised. Corpse King Qing Xian. Wu Tian and the others were surprised. A corpse king had appeared. Tianxi said, Yes, a corpse king. The Eternal Tribe is teaching him the battle techniques of the Eternal Tribe. He's being controlled by someone called Yan Gang. They're the only ones left. I can help you deal with them. Yan Gang. Lu Yin frowned. What a familiar name. Yan Gang. Is that the name of the person who can control the hive? What's his cultivation level? Great Elder Shan Gu came and asked. As long as a hive appeared, he would be concerned. Tianxi said, He's just an ordinary person to us. We can kill him with a look. We don't care. Great Elder Shan Gu frowned. This is troublesome. Tianxi didn't understand. Why would the weak be troublesome? Great Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin. The true master of the hive has never been a human. It's the immortal master. The hive's master is Qing Xian. As long as Qing Xian is born, the master of the hive is no longer important. Zhang Xiaoxue gave birth to Qing Xian. Whether she was willing or not, Brocade Azura appeared. In the end, we found her. Brocade Azura appeared because of Qing Xian. I suspect that Qing Xian deliberately used Sang Xiaoxue as bait. Yan Gang is no exception. Qing Xian, who he gave birth to, couldn't be controlled by him. There's only one reason why she could be controlled. That Qing Xian was pretending. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Qing Xian was born to face the Eternals. She knew that she was no match for them, but she didn't want to be controlled or killed by the Eternals. Therefore, she purposely admitted that she was controlled by Yan Gang. She used Yan Gang to numb the Eternals so that she could find a chance to escape. The worst-case scenario is that she didn't plan to escape. She just followed the one true God and learned the battle techniques of the Eternals. Because she was a corpse king, she was most suitable for the power of the Eternals. She was naturally trusted by the one true God. Yan Gang was just a cover. Jialan Jiluo was puzzled. It's just a bug. Is it really that smart? What betraying Sang Xiaoxue and using Yan Gang as a cover? Is that true? Great Elder Shan Gu was very serious. Never underestimate Qing Xian. Any Qing Xian can bring an irreversible disaster to the human race. Tianxi didn't quite believe it. But thinking about Yan Gang's strength, how could King Qing be controlled by that trash? It was believable. The celestial sect's fear of the hive was greater than he had imagined. Could that hive really bring about a disaster? Tianxi was not stupid to be able to cultivate to his current level. He was also not blindly arrogant. However, Yan Gang's description of the hive was just a special characteristic of the hive. What Great Elder Shan Gu told Lu Yin was a fact that had happened before. The two were completely different. In Tianxi's opinion, no matter what, could Qing Xian cultivate to Sang Tian's level. If she did not reach that level, she would never be a threat to the human race. And in Great Elder Shan Gu's opinion, Qing Xian had limitless possibilities. This was because they had indeed reached a certain level in the third stronghold. Tianxi did not care because he did not care about the spiritualized universe. No matter what happened to this universe, it would eventually be rebooted. Right now, he just wanted to live. They had paid a huge price to restart the Tian Yuan universe. They would not be satisfied if they died just like that. Sometimes, it was not because they were afraid of death, but because they were unwilling to die. It was already known that the one true God had a hive, but what surprised everyone was that Qing Xian had actually appeared in the form of a corpse king. If Great Elder Shan Gu's guess was true, then it meant that Qing Xian was extremely intelligent. It could be considered to have verified Great Elder Shan Gu's words. Lu Yin was still immersed in Yan Gang's name. He felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yan Gang, Yan Gang, Yan Gang. At his cultivation level, if this name sounded familiar, then he must have come into contact with it before. The surroundings quieted down, as everyone could tell what Lu Yin was thinking. Tianxi did not speak either. Lu Yin closed his eyes and recalled the past. Suddenly, his eyes opened. It's him. He remembered now. Yan Gang was a subordinate of Yan Feng, the young master of the heavenly Yan tribe on Fire's Melt planet. He had participated in Earth's apocalypse and had a conflict with Lu Yin. He was one of Lu Yin's first enemies on the path of cultivation. However, after Lu Yin had dealt with Yan Feng and destroyed Fire's Melt planet, this name had faded from his mind. Not only Yan Gang, but even Yan Feng and his father, Yan Wujiu, had gradually forgotten about him. Yan Gang was an enemy from 100 years ago. Who would have thought that he would appear again today? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3355. Could it be so coincidental? Draw the person you saw, Lu Yin said to Tianxi. Tianxi silently drew Yan Gang's appearance. Everyone looked at Yan Gang's appearance. He was a very ordinary person. In Tianxi's words, he was worse than an ant. An ant needed to be stepped on to kill, but this person did not even need to be stepped on. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It is indeed him. Master, do you know this person? Zhelan Zhiluo asked. Lu Yin nodded. This person was one of my first enemies. He was a strong opponent when I first stepped into the world of cultivation. But after so many years, my enemies have either been dealt with or forgotten. I did not expect this person to appear again. No wonder he was hiding in a worm nest. It seems like he wants to take revenge on me. Wu Tian pondered, is it karma? Lu Yin was surprised, karma. Wu Tian said, karma is more mysterious than time and space. It is difficult to understand. Legend has it that there is karma in the mirage. People often say that karma is karma. Karma must have changed some intelligent civilizations and passed down generation after generation. But until now, no one has been able to clarify it. The closest is you, Master, using time as karma to fill the past and the future. Also, there is Master Qing Chao's karma chain. In the past, Lu Yin had used the ancestor's sword from the future to travel through time to deal with Wei Nu. Later, to make up for this karma, he had repaired the ancestor's sword and sent it to Yi Xian Academy. At that time, the karma was very clear. It was the karma that he had planted. And Master Qing Chao's karma chain was just a guess. Did karma really exist in the world? Lu Yin thought of Saruzan's wood innate gift. It was called karma. The amount of sin one had in one's heart would be reflected by this gift. It was very magical and was very similar to karma. The guilt that one had planted because of karma would eventually be repaid. At that time, Saruzan's words also reminded him of what he had heard. Perhaps this universe is an existence that can be quantified. Whether it is combat power, behavior, mood, past footprints, kindness, sins, etc., they can all be quantified. Any person, any living thing, plant, animal, or dead thing can be quantified, or in other words, designed. Whatever you have experienced, it will be recorded for you at an unseen height. Was this karma? Karma was the mark of this quantified and designed world. Those who saw this mark could interpret karma. Saruzan could see that mark. Could he see karma? Lu Yin looked at Yan Gang's appearance. This person had karma with Lu Yin, and if not for Lu Yin, Yan Gang would not have acted in such a manner. Yan Gang would have continued to follow Yan Feng on Fire's Melt planet. Perhaps he would have remained in Frostwave Weave for the rest of his life, but Fire's Melt planet would still exist, and Yan Feng might even have married Jenny Anna. Because of him, the Fire's Melt planet was gone, Yan Feng was dead, and he had to wander the universe. There was no right or wrong. There was no absolute right or wrong in the world of cultivation. It was Yi Shiwen who had caused him to become like this. It was also because of Yi Shiwen that the insectoid nest had appeared. He had coincidentally obtained the insectoid nest. Because he hated Yi Shiwen, he had hidden the insectoid nest, resulting in the current situation. The appearance of the Azure King was his revenge. Although he was just a tool and could be killed at any time, his revenge had been completed. When this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. At that moment, would the karma between the two of them disappear? Karma and time were mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Yin could not see through them, and neither could the primogenitors. Then, could an eternal life realm expert see through them? Was that why Master Grass had the karma chain on his wrist? Was it because he could see through karma? Touch karma. If touching karma could only be done by reaching the eternal life realm, then once one grasped the karma of the forbidden land in the mirage domain, did that mean that they had reached the eternal life realm? Was that the path to the eternal life realm? If that path really was the path to the eternal life realm, then Wei Nu was not lying. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He seemed to have grasped something, but at the same time, he did not. Why did the eternal life realm attack you? Lu Yuan asked again. Tianxi looked at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin looked back. Because of the turbid treasure. Turbid treasure. Lu Yuan did not expect this. It was only then that everyone recalled that Tianxi should have a turbid treasure, and this was something that Zhelan Zhiluo had told them. During the second Calamity Region battle, Tianxi had announced that his turbid treasure to the outside world was his sword, the 3-foot azure edge, limitless. Zhelan Zhiluo had also told Lu Yin and the others the same thing, but everyone had been fooled. What is your turbid treasure? Zhelan Zhiluo could not help but ask. She had been fooled once and was very concerned. Tianxi was helpless. Spirit seed. What spirit seed? The spirit seed of my spiritualized universe. Tianxi spoke frankly with a bitter look on his face. I'm a cultivator from the spiritualized universe. When I start practicing, I have a chance to shed my spiritual skin. You should be clear about this. This spiritual seed will give me another chance to shed my spiritual skin. Everyone was shocked. So that was it. It was very easy for a powerhouse to obtain a spiritualized weapon or innate gift after spirit molting. These weapons or innate gifts were very powerful, and having another chance to spirit molt meant having another spiritualized weapon or innate gift. That would be different. Innate gifts were synonymous with powerhouses in any universe. When Lu Yin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had already known that those with innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally, regardless of their strength. This was the dream of the younger generation, and they could grasp authority in advance and stand at the peak of the universe. Anyone who joined the 10 Arbiters' Council would be respected by everyone. Tianxi had not aroused any suspicion when he had used a spiritualized weapon to impersonate a turbid treasure. This showed just how powerful a spiritualized weapon was. This meant that the turbid treasure was a spiritualized weapon or innate gift that gave him another chance to advance his strength. To a spiritualized universe cultivator, this was the most suitable turbid treasure. The Eternal attacked you because he wanted to steal your spirit seed. But he's not a spiritualized universe cultivator, so it's useless even if he obtained the spirit seed, Hong Yan Mavis said. Wu Tian shook his head. The Eternal doesn't care about the spirit seed, but rather the turbid treasure itself. Turbid treasures are strange existences, so perhaps the Eternal wants to obtain something from them. Lu Yin said, he's always wanted to steal Uncle Zhang's 3 divine artifacts, and he's very persistent about the turbid treasure. Tianxi gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I thought I had fooled him and used a fake turbid treasure to trick him into bringing me to see the primordial. I never expected the Eternal to see through it and even attack me. The primordial. Everyone looked at him strangely. Tianxi did not suspect anything. The primordial is with the Eternal. No, they shouldn't be together. Otherwise, the primordial would not have allowed the Eternal to attack me. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said that the primordial and I are both spiritualized, and he has no reason to attack me. He then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, I must kill the Eternal. Give me a chance and let me help you deal with the Eternal. I will tell the spiritualized universe what the Eternal did and let them deal with him. Lu Yin did not care. If the one true God dared to do this, then he was not afraid of the spiritualized universe finding out. In his eyes, was becoming enemies with the spiritualized universe not as important as obtaining the turbid treasure? Then would Uncle Jiang be in danger? Tianxi did not know that the primordial was imprisoned in the above heaven sect, and Lu Yin and the rest did not say anything. Of course, they did not immediately execute him either. Even if they did, they would not treat it so lightly. After all, Tianxi had once persecuted the primordial realm powerhouse. The significance of his death was different from the others. Tianxi was imprisoned separately from the primordial. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Yao, who was imprisoned within the aura of death. Among the younger cultivators from the spiritualized universe, there were quite a few who had cultivated Lu Yun's power. Lu Yin sat at the back of the above heaven sect. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He did not need to interrogate the spiritualized elites, he only needed to merge with them. He pointed. After rolling the die 4 times, he did not get 6 pips. 2 times, he rolled 4 pips, which gave Lu Yin 2 years in the time-stop space. During these 2 years, the landscape painting had shrunk by more than half. The Heaven Devourer parasol and the 8 tribes had also shrunk slightly. The particles in Lu Yin's heart were filled with so close, yet worlds apart, the 8 hands of Seal the Gate, and the Devourer parasol. The landscape painting had been used by progenitor Chen more than once in multiple battles, so the amount of particles in the painting had been greatly reduced. Although it was still boundless, it was not as exaggerated. The 8 tribes were different from the Heaven Devourer parasol. As long as they were completely broken down into particles, the number of particles in Lu Yin's body would be incomparably exaggerated. No, the number of light wheels would definitely surpass that of a Grand Empyrean. This was equivalent to the particles of more than 100 powerhouses. It would be even more exaggerated if he could break down the sealed realm. The landscape painting's particles had come from 77 people, the 8 tribes from 51, and the Heaven Devourer parasol from 62. As for the sealed realm, it had come from 359 people, which was twice as many as the previous 3 combined. Unfortunately, the sealed realm had been taken away by the round-faced elder. Lu Yin desired to break down even more of the sequence foundations. This might be his path, but his path was different from everyone else's. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. This time, it went smoothly, and he rolled enhance on his second try. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3356. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin tapped his die and rolled it. He rolled enhance several times and finally disintegrated the landscape map. At this point, there was no longer any landscape map in the universe. He watched the die slowly spin, 3, continue, 2, continue, 6. Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space once more, but there was still nothing there. Lu Yin looked at the 5th pagoda. There had to be a problem somewhere, as it was impossible for nothing to happen 5 times. He entered the 5th pagoda and found the spiritualized universe's elite geniuses, who were currently very busy. Ever since the war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe had been announced, the Tianyuan universe had experienced a new wave of cultivation. Countless people had rushed into the 5th pagoda in hopes of unraveling the spiritualized universe. Those from the spiritualized universe could not stay idle at all, and many people lined up to fight the spiritualized universe's elites. In fact, if not for their cultivation being restricted to the Melder, Lemiter, or Explorer realm, not many cultivators from the Tianyuan universe who had entered the 5th pagoda would be their match. Those elites had all been recognized by the spiritualized universe, and those who had followed them into the Tianyuan universe were the absolute elites. "Watch my blade," a girl shouted as she slashed at Lu Yin with a blade that was even larger than herself. Lu Yin was speechless. He flicked his finger and knocked the blade away from the girl's hand, stabbing it into the ground. The girl took a few steps back and excitedly said, "You're really powerful." "Again. Why did you hit me?" Lu Yin asked. The girl snorted and waved her fist. "Everyone has the right to punish external enemies." "I'm not," Lu Yin answered. The girl blinked. "You're not from the spiritualized universe?" Lu Yin shook his head. In the distance, a man rushed over and stood in front of the girl. He apologized, "Sorry, brother. My little sister was confused and thought that you were an enemy from the spiritualized universe. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Luin waved a hand. The man hurriedly pulled the girl away. The girl struggled to break free. Brother, my blade. My blade. Shut up. I think you've become bold enough to provoke just anyone. I thought that person was an enemy from the spiritualized universe. Even if he's an enemy from the spiritualized universe, you and I can't deal with him. Did you see his face? I don't think so. I'll go back and take a look. Return. We can't even see his face clearly. If he's from the spiritualized universe, he must be extremely powerful. We'll leave him to those monsters. If he's not, then he's a top genius from the Tian Yuan universe. He's not someone we can afford to offend. Oh, but my saber is still there. You are not allowed to use a knife in the future. Then what should we use? Needle. Ah. Go home and learn embroidery. I don't want to, bro. Luin looked at the two in the distance. They were an interesting pair of siblings. If he entered the fifth pagoda like this, it would attract a lot of attention. In that case, when his body vanished, a male punched out from afar. What speed, he actually dodged the attack. Did he want to launch his sneak attack? He turned around and kicked the ground, but it was still not there. He leaped up and attacked the ground fiercely. However, the person was still not there. This made the man dumbfounded. Where was the person who had spiritualized the universe? Where did it go? Outside the fifth pagoda, Luin appeared while carrying a spiritualized man from the universe. The man had been knocked unconscious, and Luin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Then, Luin's expression changed. He now understood why he could not find the spiritualized cultivators who cultivated the power of the flowing clouds. It was because the power of the flowing clouds that they cultivated had undergone a transformation. Spiritualized cultivators had a chance to undergo a spiritual molt, and a spiritual molt came from a spirit seed. In other words, a spiritualized cultivator was no longer just a person, they had fused with a spirit seed and become a completely new life form. Any power that they cultivated would be transformed once it entered their body, becoming a power that was suitable for their current body's cultivation. If progenitors could change the heavens and the earth, then spiritualized cultivators who underwent a spiritual molt would change their own bodies. They would become the heavens and the earth, and they would use this method to change their own world and adapt to the power that they could cultivate. This was both a change in power and a change in themselves. Thus, their cultivation speed was very fast, and they could also come into contact with the sequence laws in advance before reaching the progenitor realm and determine whether or not they could cultivate it. This was what primordial origin had said, there was no need to waste any resources. The path was right there, and it was obvious who could walk it and who could not. Luin tossed the person into the fifth pagoda with a gloomy expression. His dai's possession had failed. Possession allowed him to fuse with any person or creature in the primordial space. It was not restricted by cultivation power, as the primordial space was filled with astral sources. If he wanted to fuse with another spacetime life form, he would have to use that life form's cultivation power to roll the die. Even if a spiritualized cultivator cultivated the power of the flowing clouds, Luin would not be able to fuse with them when rolling the die. The flowing cloud's power would change the moment it entered their bodies, and it would no longer be the original flowing cloud's power. His dai's possession had no effect on them. This result disrupted Luin's plans. He had originally wanted to use possession to understand the spiritualized universe, and he had also wanted to use possession to deal with enemies like the four cardinal scales, but he had failed. Every spiritualized cultivator was different, as their spirit molds would change according to their own cultivation strength and will. Unless Luin walked the same path as that spiritualized cultivator, he would not be able to merge with any spiritualized cultivator's body. Luin pondered for a long time outside the fifth pagoda, staring at the die in a daze. Possession was considered a failure in the spiritualized universe, and many of his plans had to be changed. There was an area in the above sky sect that was filled with death energy, and it came from the sixth mainland. Liu Yin had purposely stored the death energy in the above sky sect to suppress the captured experts. It had previously been kept in the Eternal Kingdom, but ever since the battle in the Eternal Kingdom and the death energy had been used up, the experts were no longer imprisoned there. It was more convenient to lock them up in the above sky sect. Liu Yin walked through the death energy and stood there. He waved his hand, and the surrounding death energy dispersed to reveal three people: Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao, and Tianxi. The three of them were imprisoned in the death energy, but because of the isolation, they could not sense each other's presence. Primogenitor had been imprisoned in the death energy for the longest time, and he was filled with apprehension. This power could even suppress him, and it was filled with killing intent. This was a power born for slaughter. Liu Yin was very confident in the death energy, as it was the power of the death god. Not to mention the strength of the death energy left behind by the death god, the death energy itself was very powerful against experts. In addition, there were chains that could bind even sequence laws powerhouses. Nothing could go wrong. The three of you, take a look at each other. You all know each other, right? Liu Yin said as he looked around. He saw Primogenitor, Palace Mistress Yao, and Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress and Tianxi. Primogenitor was not surprised to see Tianxi, as even he had been captured, so it was not strange for Tianxi to be captured as well. However, Palace Mistress Yao had actually appeared. Someone from our universe is here. Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. Primogenitor sang Tian. You've been captured. Tianxi was stunned. Primogenitor had actually been captured. Eternal, that bastard, had used Primogenitor as bait to make him lower his guard. In reality, Primogenitor had already been captured by the above sky sect. Our universe is at war with the Tianyuan universe? Primogenitor asked Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao said, yes, but unfortunately, we lost. She then looked at Tianxi. You were captured. Tianxi gritted his teeth, speechless. Liu Yin smiled. The three of you have finished catching up. It's my turn now. The three looked at Liu Yin, not understanding what he was trying to do. Master Liu, I know what you're trying to do. Don't waste your time. I won't say or do anything, Palace Mistress Yao said directly. She had been captured by Liu Yin to lure the spiritualized universe's people to their deaths. She was filled with hatred and humiliation towards Liu Yin. Primogenitor's expression changed. He would tell Liu Yin anything he asked, but he did not know what to say in front of Palace Mistress Yao. Tianxi also felt the same, but this feeling was directed towards Primogenitor and Palace Mistress Yao. He did not know what their attitudes were, but in order to survive, he would definitely cooperate. He wanted to take revenge on Eternal. Liu Yin smiled. Don't be anxious. I know that to your spiritualized universe, invading my Tianyuan universe is not a big deal. Or rather, it's not difficult at all. It's more like a game. Many outsiders have come to our universe. Have you heard of the Lost Clan? They come from a universe called the Third Stronghold. There's an omnipotent existence in their universe. He should be in the eternal realm. That existence calls the war to determine the fate of the universe a game. It's all a game. Today, I'll play a game with you. Liu Yin's gaze swept across the three, and his gaze gradually turned cold. A game to determine life and death. He tapped his finger, and 3 incense sticks appeared in front of the three. Everyone has 1 incense stick. During this time, you must think of a way to survive in front of me. No matter what you say, do, or give me, I'll move on to the next person after the incense sticks burn out. After that, I'll use your answers. He then looked up. I'll kill one. The three stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Lu Yin laughed. The other two definitely can't hear what you're saying. Only I can. After 3 incense sticks, one of you must die. Then, the game begins. With that, the deathly aura engulfed them, leaving only Palace Mistress Yao untouched. Lu Yin walked in front of her and lit the incense stick. It slowly burned, and the green smoke rose vertically into the deathly aura. Lu Yin just looked at Palace Mistress Yao and did not speak. He remained silent. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin. This trick is useless. The 3 of us are too valuable to you. Otherwise, we would not have survived. Leave. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not speak. He calmly faced Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao closed her eyes as well. The surroundings were strangely quiet, and only the smoke rose slowly. The incense stick's time was very short, and more than half of it had burned out. Palace Mistress Yao opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin. She also saw that there was still 1/3 of the incense stick left. She did not care and closed her eyes again. Soon, more time passed. Only 1/10 of the incense stick remained, which was very short. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3357. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, as if he was resting. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes flashed. I told you, it's useless. Lu Yin did not respond. She narrowed her eyes. We started out as ordinary people, and we've experienced too much. We're already used to life and death. Master Lu, how many times have you been through? Instead of playing this game, why don't you think of ways to increase the strength of the Tian Yuan universe? Our spiritualized universe is stronger than you think. Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, and he did not say a word. Whoever you want to die will die. Even if one of the 3 of us dies, you'll be the one to kill him. The other 2 don't even know what that person said. That's why you didn't let them hear it. There's no value in saying it out loud. We're not that stupid, and neither are the other 2. You won't get anything. The incense was about to end, and there were only a few bits of red left. Palace Mistress Yao stared at the incense, and her eyes flickered. She then looked at Lu Yin and said, I'm Yusang Tian's whetstone. Yusang Tian's cultivation method is called the Heart of Monolith. The stronger one is, the stronger this method is. When cultivated to the limit, one can change the universe and others. He's using my absolute reversal method to whet his blade and complete his Heart of Monolith. Only I know how strong Yusang Tian is. In the entire spiritualized universe, aside from the illusory supreme, I'm the only one who understands him. His turbid treasures, spiritualized weapons, his foundation, his innate gifts, and so on. I know everything about him. Before she could finish speaking, the deathly aura engulfed her as the incense burned out. Palace Mistress Yao looked at the pitch-black deathly aura, and her expression turned ugly. She could not help but speak. She could not guarantee that she would not die, but being alive was far better than being dead. Very few people knew about her relationship with Yusang Tian. As long as Yusang Tian existed, she would be at the top of the spiritualized universe. After restarting the Tian Yuan universe, she would be a powerhouse who could attempt to step into the eternal realm. Why should she die? She was one of the Beyond Sky's 2 absolutes, an existence that countless people in the spiritualized universe looked up to. It would not be worth it if she died here. How hateful. This person had taken advantage of her weakness. No, he had taken advantage of her humanity. She swore that she would kill this person, definitely. Lu Yin appeared in front of Tianxi and lit an incense stick without saying a word. Looking at the rising smoke, Tianxi hurriedly said, "Master Lu, I have nothing to hide. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Lu Yin closed his eyes. Ask? How to ask? The human heart was unfathomable. If he asked, Tianxi would be able to see through him. To Tianxi, staying alive was the most important thing. If he wanted to live, he could not hide anything. Lu Yin did not ask, nor did he say anything. He had only given Tianxi one chance, and Tianxi did not dare to gamble on it. Back in above heaven, when he had faced Lu Yin and the 3 realms and 6 Daos, he had done his best to hide something. But now, it was impossible. This was Lu Yin's confidence, unless he revealed a secret that would kill him. For example, slave, or heaven. Karma, heaven's seal, and heaven's grace all had the word heaven before they died. And on their bodies, there was definitely the word slave. From the looks of it, only an eternal realm grass grandmaster could enslave them, but Lu Yin still felt that something was missing. "Master Lu, I'll tell you everything, but I don't know what you want to know. Give me some time, and I'll organize everything I know about the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe." This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll give it to you. If you kill me, I'll be worthless. My life is my greatest value to you. Trust me, I won't disappoint you. Lu Yin's eyes remained closed as he allowed Tianxi to speak. He was actually the same as Palace Mistress Yao, but his choices were different. She did not say anything until the incense stick burned to the last moment, while Tianxi continued to spout nonsense. He was also worthless to Lu Yin. When half of the incense stick had burned, Tianxi saw that Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, and his face was pale. "Master Lu, since you've already dealt with our spiritualized universe and encountered that battle, it means that you know about us." "Through whom? The Genesis? Or a being from the consciousness universe? I don't know how much you know about the relationship between our 3 universes. Do you know the springboard?" Lu Yin's eyes were still closed, and he did not respond. Tianxi was aggrieved. This feeling of wanting to save his life but not knowing if he could do so made him want to vomit blood. No matter how much he hated Lu Yin, at this moment, he had to think of a way to say something valuable. "There's a springboard between our spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and the Tianyuan universe. We came up with the name springboard. Our 3 universes are about the same distance from each other, but there's an incomprehensible celestial body in the middle. Once you get on that celestial body, you can rush in any direction as long as you can withstand the pressure of the impact. That's how the first wave of people from our spiritualized universe came here. We used the springboard to get to the consciousness universe, and we can also use it to get to the Tianyuan universe. That previous battle was just a test. If the Tianyuan universe was not strong enough, our first wave of people would be able to deal with you. But if we couldn't, then a second wave of people would arrive at any time. Then, a third, a fourth, and so on would join forces with the first wave. Our mission is to build a similar springboard behind the stone door. After so many years, we can already attempt to build it. Once it's completed, we can jump from the Tianyuan universe to the springboard between the 3 universes. It'll take us at most 10 years, which is considered very short. You should know that it took me a long time to get from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. It took me more than 10,000 years, and I hadn't even learned how to use the springboard back then. Lu Yin looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He had not expected such a thing to happen. From the very beginning, the ancestor had told them that the consciousness universe was blocked by the spiritualized universe. If they wanted to get from the consciousness universe to the Tianyuan universe, they had to go through the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was located between the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. At that time, Luin had just learned about the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe after the Battle of Immemorial City. From that moment on, he had a fixed understanding of the three universes. He did not believe everything that the ancestor had said, but he had never doubted this point. Now, he knew that this was the biggest lie. The three universes were roughly the same distance from each other, and they formed a triangle. There was a springboard in the middle of this triangle, and whoever seized the springboard would have the initiative. The ancestor might not have known about the springboard's existence, but she had said that to force the Tianyuan universe to go to war with the spiritualized universe. If she had known about the springboard's existence and had deliberately concealed its existence, then her thoughts would have been complicated. At that moment, Luin overturned everything that the ancestor had said, and he began to understand the three universes in a new light. Tianxi continued to speak, but he did not know if Luin cared about what he was saying because Luin did not react. However, Luin did not interrupt him, so Tianxi could only continue. What Tianxi said next was nothing more than some more situations and things that had happened in the Tianyuan universe. It did not shock Luin as much as it had before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luin was still immersed in the matter of the springboard. Most of the incense had burned, and only a little was left. Beads of sweat dripped down Tianxi's forehead, but he did not see any reaction from Luin. He racked his brains to think of some secrets, but what secrets could he reveal? What value could he bring to Luin? One was the primordial origin, Sang Tian, and the other was Palace Mistress Yao, who was close to Yu Sang Tian. It would be too difficult for Tianxi to fight for his life against these two. Unless, the incense was about to burn out. Luin opened his eyes, and his gaze was indifferent and emotionless. From Tianxi's point of view, Luin looked like he was looking at a dead man. Master Lu, what did they say? Was it the primordial origin or Palace Mistress Yao? Don't believe them. They're lying to you. I'll do my best to help you. I'll help you deal with the Eternals, and I can even help you deal with the spiritualized universe. I'll do anything. Tianxi was anxious. Luin slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Tianxi's head under his horrified gaze. Master Lu, there's one more person. There's one more person that you haven't mentioned. You said that you wanted to wait for all three of them to finish. He thought that Luin was going to kill him. Luin stared at Tianxi's forehead. There should be a word there. Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and his face went pale. Luin looked at the incense. It's almost over. Tianxi gulped. It's Master Qing Chao. Who else? The protectors of the four directions. I only know of them. I don't know if there's anyone else. Who does that blood-red sword belong to? Luin asked. Tianxi's voice trembled. Master. Master Qing Chao. The incense burned out, and darkness swallowed Tianxi. Tianxi watched Luin disappear, and his heart skipped a beat. There was only one incense left. After that, one of the three would die. That damned game, that damned Luin. What would those two have said? He did not doubt that Luin would kill one of them, because that was the only way the remaining two would cooperate with Luin. This was a show of strength. Taking the lives of Primordial Realm and even Bitter Adversity Realm powerhouses was a show of strength. After lighting the incense, Luin appeared in front of the Primordial Origin and closed his eyes, just like before. The Primordial Origin was calm. Master Lu, can I ask what those two said? Luin did not respond. The green smoke blurred Lu Yin's face. Yuan Qi shook his head. No matter what they say, it's not as important as this old man's secret. However, this secret will not only be exchanged for this old man's life, but I also hope that Master Lu can promise not to kill me when the Tianyuan universe is finally defeated, when there's no way to resist. This old man will remember your kindness and do my best to protect the people you want to protect. Lu Yin still did not respond. The incense slowly burned. The primordial origin frowned. Our deal is definitely worth it. Before this, I would answer whatever you asked without any secrets. However, the secret of this deal is something that I've hidden for many years, a secret that no one else knows about. This secret is worth so much that it's enough for you to save my life. Lu Yin still did not respond. The primordial origin lowered his voice. Master Lu, I'm the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian. A dead Sang Tian has no value to you. If you wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. The other two can't hear anything the three of us say. Who lives and who dies is up to you, Master Lu. My value is definitely greater than the other two. Lu Yin was calm, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3358. Yuanqi did not say anything else, as he had already said what he needed to say. This secret could not be revealed under these circumstances, or else it would be too worthless. This secret was his trump card, one that would ensure his survival. The incense continued to burn, and soon, it was nearing its end. Yuanqi's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. This person would not really kill him, right? Impossible. Yuanqi was a Sang Tian, a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. If this person had any brains, he would have kept Yuanqi alive in case he needed to fight the spiritualized universe in the future. The incense was nearing its end. Lu Yin's breathing was slow, but there was no change. He closed his eyes and waited for the final moment. Yuanqi's face twitched. Master Lu, do you agree to my deal? This secret is enough for your Tian Yuan universe to survive. He then stared at Lu Yin's face, but Lu Yin remained expressionless. Seeing that the incense was about to burn out, Yuanqi gritted his teeth. No matter how big the secret was, it was worthless if Lu Yin did not believe it. Yuanqi did not want to die with this secret. He had been in the Tian Yuan universe for so many years, so why should he die? I was exiled. Yuanqi's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked, but he remained expressionless. Yuanqi did not look at Lu Yin and instead sank into his memories. I was one of the 7 great Sang Tians of the spiritualized universe, and I stood at the peak. Even if the spiritualized universe wanted to help the Eternals, it would not allow me to come to the Tian Yuan universe and fight in Primeval City all year round. This was not of my own volition, and I had no choice. Yu Sang Tian was the true ruler of the spiritualized universe. Even if there was an illusory supreme pole, many people believed that it was fabricated by Yu Sang Tian. The true ruler of the spiritualized universe was Yu Sang Tian, and his goal was to stabilize the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, without a supreme pole, Yu Sang Tian might not have been able to suppress the 7 great Sang Tians. With these doubts in mind, I secretly followed Yu Sang Tian to the depths of Beyond Heaven's palace. His eyes were filled with fear. I did not see the supreme pole, but I saw Yu Sang Tian and the spiritualized universe's greatest secret. He looked at Lu Yin. A spiritualized universe has long since conquered a universe, and it can be restarted. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he could not hold himself back. Yuanqi laughed. Master Lu, this secret is very valuable, right? Lu Yin stared at Yuanqi. Impossible. Yuanqi smiled bitterly. I also thought that it was impossible, but it happened. I didn't see that universe, and the heavens beyond Supreme Heaven Palace couldn't reach that universe. However, I heard Yu Sang Tian's voice. A person would go crazy if they kept their secret for too long. Yu Sang Tian needed a place where he could talk, even if it was empty. Of course, there's also the possibility that he's talking to the Empyrean extremity, but the possibility of that is not high. Otherwise, the Empyrean extremity would have discovered me. Louis narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. I heard you sang Tian's words. That universe is called the small spiritual universe. The reason it hasn't been rebooted is that it hasn't been developed for a long time. There aren't that many parallel universes, so it can't be rebooted. If that universe had developed as long as the Tian Yuan universe, it would have been rebooted long ago, and Yu Sang Tian would have stepped into the eternal realm. Yuan Qi looked at Lu Yin. Even so, with the existence of that universe, the spiritualized universe has always been a thing of the past. What they're waiting for is not to defeat the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe, but the small spiritual universe. They're waiting for time. The years of war in Immemorial City made me understand that the reason why the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe are at war is because the spiritualized universe itself can't bear too many contradictions. A unified cultivation model means that there's a lack of competition and killing. There's a lack of people who died while exploring the unknown path. The spiritualized universe can't bear the existence of those people, so it can only send them out to fight. The spiritualized universe needs a place to vent its conflicts. It needs a common enemy to perfect the path of cultivation. Everyone also needs a place where they can fight. They need a goal. That's why the consciousness universe has persisted for so long. Yu Sang Tian doesn't really want to restart the consciousness universe. Restarting the consciousness universe will only allow us Sang Tian to step into the eternal life realm. He needs to step into the eternal life realm himself. This is his selfishness. That's why he wants to step into the eternal realm. If not for that, the consciousness universe might have been defeated long ago. As for your Tian Yuan universe, it was originally the same. He disintegrated the sect above heaven and got rid of Tai Chu, who was most likely to break through to the eternal realm. If he wanted to restart the Tian Yuan universe, he could do so at any time. Even the Eternals were just pawns for Yu Sang Tian to fulfill his own selfish desires. He didn't need to restart the two universes. He only needed a fixed place to fight. However, with your appearance, the sect above heaven rose again and even defeated the Eternals. Everything changed. Yuan Qi laughed. I think that when Yu Sang Tian learned of your rise and how quickly you defeated the Eternals, he already sent people over. However, it was still too late. For some reason, the first wave of people was a step too late, allowing you to deal with the fundamental threat of the Eternals first and gather the entire Tian Yuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. This is something that Yu Sang Tian didn't expect, but I guess it doesn't matter to him. The spiritual universe ensures that he will definitely step into the eternal realm. No matter how much the Tian Yuan universe struggles, it can't escape fate. Your fate can only be decided by Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin understood. Is this why you're doing everything you can to survive? Yuan Qi sighed deeply. It's not worth dying at the hands of a civilization that's destined to have no future. Since you know Yu Sang Tian's secret, why would he let you live? Lu Yin didn't understand. If he were Yu Sang Tian, he wouldn't have let Yuan Qi live. Yuan Qi was afraid. Of course he wouldn't let me live, but I'm Yu Sang Tian. Even if there's a gap between us, it won't be easy for him to kill me. The only one who can truly kill me is Wu Shangji. Although Yu Sang Tian is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill me without alerting the other Sang Tians. He's also afraid that I'll reveal everything, so he exiled me as part of a deal. This secret can be exposed, but Yu Sang Tian needs time. I've been in the Tian Yuan universe for too long, and the time he's waiting for might have already arrived. He doesn't care about me anymore. Neither of them noticed that the incense stick had long since burned out. Yuan Qi's secret was too big, so big that Lu Yin needed time to think about it. Tianxi's words had overturned the impression that his ancestor had given him, and Yuanqi's words had overturned the impression that this war had affected 3 universes. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Lu Yin had long found it strange. The spiritualized universe wanted to restart the Tian Yuan universe or the consciousness universe so that many people who had survived the bitter adversity could step into the eternal realm. Was it really possible? This was too idealistic. Lu Yin admitted that he hoped to bring his loved ones, friends, and even those who respected him to a certain height. The possibility of that happening was not high, and there was no need for that. Speaking of the eternal realm. Since the development of the Tian Yuan universe, had there ever been an eternal realm expert? Master Qing Chao was from the spiritualized universe, the third barrier had an immortal master, and Mr. Mu's universe had one. Other than that, there seemed to be no one else. Where did the spiritualized universe get the confidence to let everyone who had survived the bitter adversity step into the eternal realm? Even if it was not the eternal realm, it was still a fantasy to let many sequence lower realm experts step into the primordial realm together after the universe was rebooted. However, those from the spiritualized universe firmly believed in it. All of this was due to Yu Sang Tian. He had never thought of really realizing this. What he cared about was the little spiritual universe. Rebooting the little spiritual universe and stepping into the eternal realm was his goal. The war of the 3 universes was just a foil. In other words, it was to choose who could accompany him on his journey. Yu Sang Tian must be very concerned about the defeat of the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe. He will not allow anyone from the Tian Yuan universe to step into the eternal realm. Tai Chu is now free. Coupled with Master Lu, who has cultivated to such a realm in 100 years, Yu Sang Tian might personally attack the Tian Yuan universe, Yuan Qi said. Lu Yin slowly said, "This is a good thing. It means that the little spiritual universe is not mature yet." Yuan Qi nodded. Indeed. To increase the number of parallel universes in the little spiritual universe, one must constantly increase the number of progenitors and expand the ancestral worlds one after another. This will take time. In fact, many experts from the Beyond Heaven Supreme Palace came from the little spiritual universe. They cultivated there, but they did not know. Only Yu Sang Tian knows. Lu Yin's gaze was solemn. Increasing the number of progenitors would increase the number of parallel universes. Yu Sang Tian knew this, so how could the primogenitor not know? That was why the primordial space had the origin calamity. However, it did not mean certain death, and there was a chance of survival. This was the primogenitor's benevolence. If the primogenitor had not allowed the increase of progenitors, the origin calamity would have spread to the parallel universes. The Tian Yuan universe might not have faced such a crisis, but that would have been too unfair to the later generations. The primogenitor would rather suppress the sequence's string and lose his freedom than do such a thing. This was the primogenitor of the Tian Yuan universe. Does the ultimate pinnacle really exist? Lu Yin asked. Yuan Qi shook his head. I don't know. It has existed for many years, but it is only a legend. What is the strength of the legend? Yuan Qi paused. Infinitely close to the eternal realm. Another way of saying it is the perfect calamity realm. Not the eternal realm. I really don't know. I've never seen it before. Only Yu Sang Tian has. Then, what about Grandmaster Grass? I don't know if he is the ultimate pinnacle, but if he is the eternal realm, then it is very likely. Was Grandmaster Grass the ultimate pinnacle of the spiritualized universe? No one gave Lu Yin an answer. The only thing he was certain of was that if he was not the ultimate pinnacle, then he was definitely in existence even higher than the ultimate pinnacle. This was because Grandmaster Grass was in the eternal realm. There was also another possibility. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Grandmaster Grass was not a spiritualized universe, but he controlled it. Perhaps the ultimate pinnacle was his puppet. There were all sorts of possibilities. It was either Yu Sang Tian, Grandmaster Grass, or the Eternal Realm. Only these three people could give him an answer. As for Tianxi, he claimed to be Grandmaster Grass's slave, and that the blood-red sword also belonged to Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin did not believe that. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3359. A Grass Grandmaster was a very strange existence. He was the source of everything and was omnipotent, but he always gave off a mysterious vibe. Do you know about the springboard? Lu Yin asked. Yuan Qi replied, of course. It's located between the three universes. Through it, one can quickly reach the consciousness universe and your Tian Yuan universe. If that's the case, then why did the spiritualized universe only send you and Zhan Yan to help the Eternals? Even if Yu Sang Tian has selfish motives, he can't be so obvious. Otherwise, anyone would be able to tell. Yuan Qi thought about it. There are two reasons. First, stepping on the springboard will allow one to quickly reach the three universes. This is a fact, and it will take about 10 or 20 years. It won't take more than 50 years. However, the distance from the original universe to the springboard is very long. Master Lu, you should have heard of the square-inch distance. It's very common for humans to do so, and that distance is like an ordinary person walking to a star in outer space. It's so far that many people will die on the way. Lu Yin recalled what Tianxi had said about spiritualized universes being able to build a springboard. That meant that this reason could be ignored. At the very least, from now on, the spiritualized universes would be able to control this springboard, and they would definitely build it in the spiritualized universe itself. The second reason is... Yuan Qi thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, may I ask what your greatest experience on the path of cultivation is? Lu Yin frowned. Just say it. Yuan Qi said, caution, caution, and danger at every step, right? Lu Yin did not refute this. He had relied on various opportunities, turbid treasures, innate gifts, and so on to survive, but he had died multiple times. It had not been easy to survive. Yuan Qi took a deep breath. This is not only the rule of the cultivation world, but also the rule of the universe. Caution, caution, and not expose yourself. The springboard just so happens to expose yourself. Since there is a springboard in the universe, there will be a second and a third. The fundamental law of the universe is that there is no limit. However, the distance from one universe to another is equivalent to the limit. If there is a limit, then there must be a way to break it. The springboard is this method. If there is a springboard in the three universes, then what about other regions? What about the distant, invisible regions? There had to be. Was there a civilization that could monitor the springboard or find it? This is what everyone in the spiritualized universe silently agreed upon when the springboard was discovered. There must be extremely powerful civilizations in the universe. Perhaps our spiritualized universe is already the strongest, or perhaps this is just the beginning. Under the premise that everything is unknown, the springboard is like a torch. Anyone who gets close to the torch might be discovered by other civilizations. Who knows how many eyes are watching this torch from the dark? Even our spiritualized universe doesn't dare to approach it. Back then, Yu Sang Sky and the 7 major mulberry fields established a strict iron law. Every time we use a springboard, we have to be extremely careful. We have to report it to the Supreme Pole and look for the most suitable opportunity. Using the springboard, if you don't find others, then others will find you. Being at a loss and in the unknown is the most terrifying thing. In the surroundings, the aura of death was like a dark starry sky, gradually drowning out everything. Master Lu, I don't want to die at the hands of the Tian Yuan universe, much less at the hands of the consciousness universe. There must be sentient beings around you. Be wary of them. The sentient beings of the consciousness universe are definitely not as beautiful as they seem. Yuan Qi's voice gradually disappeared. Lu Yin left the underground and returned to the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect. He sat there for half a day. The secrets of these three were huge, and it refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of them. The three universes, the springboard, the spiritual universe, and Yusang sky. Everything was unveiled for Lu Yin, and he gradually understood the current situation. Perhaps these three were still lying, but there was nothing more difficult than the current situation. Yusang Tian, who could step into the eternal realm at any time, meant that the Tian Yuan universe could be destroyed at any time. No, not just the Tian Yuan universe, but Lu Yin and Tai Chu. They were the two people who could step into the eternal realm easily, and they had already been targeted by Yusang Tian. Path Master, it's ready. Lu Bujing's voice rang out. Lu Yin stood up. Begin. Screens of light appeared in the primordial space and various parallel spacetimes. Many people were familiar with this scene, as it meant that something was about to happen in the Above the Sky sect. Countless people looked at the screens, waiting for that person to appear. It was Master Lu, the person who led everyone to a better future. He was the person who was revered by countless people. At the bottom of the stairway, figures climbed up one after another. There were the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, 6 lords, 8 paths, and so on. Their powerful auras soared into the sky, and countless people felt their blood boil. Every time they saw this scene, it would inspire countless people to cultivate. At the same time, within the 5th pagoda, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the screen, including the elites from the spiritualized universe. They did not know what was on the screen, but they recognized the people standing on the stairway. These people were the ones who had been fighting against the spiritualized universe's experts. Something big is about to happen. It seems like Master Lu is going to declare war against the spiritualized universe. Someone was excited, and the spiritualized universe's elites looked over. Last time, it was a military decree. Master Lu was so domineering that he declared war against the Eternals. Now that the Eternals are a thing of the past, there's nothing that can stop Master Lu. These external enemies will eventually be destroyed. The man next to him was disdainful, and he even raised his fist provocatively at the spiritualized universe's cultivators. The girl who was slashing at Lu Yin with a broadsword was excited. Brother, I don't want to be embroidered. I want to go to the Above the Sky sect. I want to appear on the screen. All right. Quiet down. Look, Master Lu is coming out. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lu Yin climbed up the stairway and looked at the stars in the distance. His spirit was unparalleled as he looked down on the world. The moment Lu Yin appeared, countless people in the primordial space cheered. Pairs of excited eyes stared at the screen from various parallel spaces. Within the 5th pagoda, the Tian Yuan universe's cultivators were excited. However, the spiritualized universe's elites had ugly expressions. They had personally seen this person slaughter the spiritualized universe's powerhouses, capture Palace Mistress Yao, defeat Tianxi, and capture them. This person was clearly so young, but he was so powerful that it made them despair. They had come here to crush him and obtain glory, but now, things had turned out this way. It was all because of this person. Although they still believed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than the Tian Yuan universe and that the Tian Yuan universe would be defeated sooner or later, this person was like a tall mountain. No matter how talented they were, they did not have the confidence to surpass him. This person was too difficult to surpass. Lu Yin stood on the stairway with his back against the primogenitor's statue. Beside his feet was Furball and Qing Xian. He had the strength beast on his shoulders and Shuang at his waist. He gave off an invincible aura. In the entire Tian Yuan universe, there were not many who could fight against Lu Yin. Ever since he had lost his memories and been thrown to the fifth mainland, he had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was today. Only he knew how many hardships and dangers he had faced. Now, he had reached the highest position. Now, he could protect everyone he cared about. All of this was worth it. He looked at the stairway, even though he had lost some familiar figures. If he could choose again, would he choose to do so? After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin said, "You should have heard of the spiritualized universe." The entire universe fell silent, and only Lu Yin's voice echoed. This universe is very strong and powerful. We lost some seniors during the war at the border, and they will remain in that war forever. In the following wars, more people will die. War will become the norm. Countless people looked at the screen and clenched their fists. Actually, I'm quite annoyed. Lu Yin rubbed his head, feeling rather vexed. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. The Eternals are gone, and then there's a bug nest. Now, there's a spiritualized universe. I don't know what kind of nonsense will appear next, but it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a meal. After one meal, there will be another. It's annoying, but it won't be boring, right? The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it erupted in cheers. The expected encouragement did not appear, but Lu Yin's words were even more inspiring than that. War was the norm, but it was just like eating. It was annoying, but it was not boring. This was Lu Yin's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war, and it would also be the entire Tian Yuan universe's interpretation of the spiritualized universe's war. People who are courting death are appearing one after another. We have nothing to fear. Master Lu will always be invincible. Master Lu, we can't wait for the next meal. Let's finish this one first. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. Within the fifth pagoda, the spiritualized geniuses were stunned. They looked at the people around them as if they were idiots. What was wrong with them? That guy's childish words had actually inspired this group of people to such an extent. Were these people being controlled? Only the people of the Tian Yuan universe could understand the safety of being protected by Lu Yin. If Lu Yin said that they would win, they would win. If Lu Yin said that the spiritualized universe was courting death, then the spiritualized universe was courting death. No one doubted Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin himself represented invincibility, and he had created too many impossibilities. All of this was due to Lu Yin's confidence in defeating the Eternals, as well as the strength that he cultivated. He had illuminated the hearts of countless people with his strength time and time again. He had turned the tables time and time again, protecting everyone. Everyone's confidence in him was unimaginable. Outside of the Tian Yuan universe, no one else could understand this. Above the heavens, Lu Yuan sighed. This was Lu Yin's current height. He did not need to say much. A few words from him could mobilize the entire universe's fighting spirit. He was the banner of the Tian Yuan universe. Although the primogenitor had protected this universe, his influence might not be comparable to Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's influence on the Tian Yuan universe was too deep. Oh, right, Lu Yin said again. The universe instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at the screen with shining eyes, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Although you are courting death, this is still war. I hope that everyone will not be careless. War is coming. We need to sacrifice our flag. With that, he waved his hand, and the void split open. The deathly aura dragged a figure down to the plaza below the sky staircase in front of the cauldron. Tianxi looked around in confusion. Was this the above the heavens? Around him, countless people were looking at him with heated and excited gazes. Tianxi's scalp went numb. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3360. Tianxi suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yin standing at the top of the long sky staircase. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face turned ashen. Master Lu, I've told you everything. Please spare my life. Gazes from the sky staircase fell on Tianxi. They were from the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords. These people were powerful, and their gazes pressured Tianxi greatly. In the face of death, Tianxi completely lost his primordial realm demeanor, and his mind was in a mess. Tianxi, you once said that the spiritualized universe could come at any time, right? Lu Yin's voice was loud and resonated in Tianxi's ears. Tianxi hurriedly said, yes, that's why you need me to help you deal with them. The spiritualized universe is very powerful, and they won't give up on the Tian Yuan universe. Only I can help you. I can help you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Really? They can come at any time. Tianxi's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Tianxi had said that the spiritualized universe could use the springboard to come to the Tian Yuan universe at any time. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves could meet up with the round-faced elder, Bao Qi, and the others to wage war against the Tian Yuan universe. However, Yuanqi had said that the spiritualized universe was afraid of the springboard. It was a torch that lit up the path and illuminated themselves. If one could use the springboard to find others, others could also find them. Thus, the spiritualized universe would not approach the springboard without permission. This contradicted what Tianxi had said. Lu Yin was more willing to believe Yuanqi because this was not the only thing that Tianxi had concealed. This was a lie that Tianxi had made up to threaten Lu Yin in order to increase his chances of survival. What had truly made Lu Yin want to kill him was the question he had asked. Tianxi had said that the blood-red sword belonged to Master Grass. When he had plotted against the primogenitor, Tianxi had also said that Master Grass had done it. However, Tianan had refused to say anything back then. This had nothing to do with whether or not Master Grass had been exposed because that word definitely existed. Tianxi had said it, but the word had not responded. This result made Lu Yin's heart sink, and he had an even more terrifying guess. He did not plan to tell anyone about this guess. As for Tianxi, he could not get more from this person. Tianxi's only value was a sacrifice. Tianxi felt a bone-piercing chill. His face turned pale. Master Lu, don't underestimate the spiritualized universe. Really, don't. I will help you. I can help you. You can't kill me. I can't die. Lu Yin's tone was icy. You can't die, but the people of the Tian Yuan universe can die. Tianxi looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Master Lu, the war between the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe was not decided by me. I was also forced to participate. It has nothing to do with me. In a war, everyone is innocent, but no one is innocent. To the Tian Yuan universe, you plotted against progenitor Tai Chu, suppressed the human race's living space, and tried to stop the Tian Yuan universe's civilization. But to the people of your spiritualized universe, I killed one spiritualized powerhouse after another. How am I innocent? With that, Lu Yin looked at the entire sky. In a battle for survival, you die or I die. There is no room for retreat. I, Lu Yin, hereby swear that I will lead everyone in the Tian Yuan universe to face any strong enemy. I will not retreat or surrender. Unless I die, you will always see me standing in front of you. The entire Tian Yuan universe was in an uproar at this moment. Countless people screamed and shouted, Master Lu. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship, igniting the entire Tianyuan universe. It was as if parallel spacetime itself was trembling. Lu Yin faced the countless people's shouts and looked down. His gaze met Tianxi's. Tianxi's pupils shrank. No, no, soil spears whizzed out, turning into streams of black light that continuously pierced through Tianxi's body. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Tianxi clutched his neck, but he could not stop the blood from flowing from other parts of his body. His body was numb, and his vision was blurry. All of his senses disappeared in an instant, and only his mind remained clear. He stared at Lu Yin with a venomous gaze. You will die a horrible death. All of you, the Tianyuan universe, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianxi collapsed to the ground. He was a guardian of the four cardinal regions, a primordial realm expert who had ambushed a progenitor, a peak powerhouse who had always looked down on the Tianyuan universe, and yet he had died just like that. Tianxi's death was more tragic than the other three. Tianfa had died in the Mirage domain, and no one had seen it. Tianfeng had died in the war in the realm of disaster, and he had died in battle. Tianan had died at the borders of the Tianyuan universe, and not many had seen it either. Only Tianxi had been dragged to the above heaven sect by Lu Yin and killed in front of the entire Tianyuan universe. To the guardians of the four cardinal regions, this was the greatest humiliation. Lu Yin wanted to sacrifice the flag, and he wanted to sacrifice Tianxi's blood to the flag. Zhao Wu had killed Mo Shang, and the flag had been sacrificed to kill Tianxi. Lu Yin looked into the depths of the cosmos, wondering how many similar situations would occur in the future. The cosmos was boundless, and the spiritualized universe was confident that it could suppress both the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. If it did not dare to completely expose itself, then what about the Tianyuan universe? The human race's golden age was only a short period of history. Could any civilization truly exist forever? That would be the true pinnacle of glory. Humans were still too insignificant, and they could not see the universe clearly. After Tianxi's death, the screens disappeared one after another. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe looked away, and their respect for Lu Yin grew even greater. In just a short century, Lu Yin had constantly changed human history. This was the century of greatest change in human history. Beneath the above heaven sect, the screens in front of Primordial and Empress Yao vanished as well. They looked at each other and saw indescribable expressions in each other's eyes. They seemed to be frightened, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. A primordial realm expert had been killed just like that. Tianxi had been the most willing to help Lu Yin out of the three of them, but even so, he had still been killed. This not only meant that the secret they had divulged was more valuable than Tianxi himself, but it also meant that Lu Yin had kept his word. This was the most terrifying thing. In the game, Primordial and Empress Yao had waited until the incense was about to burn out before divulging the secret. They were now filled with lingering fear. If they had not divulged the secret, they might have been the ones to die. This person was definitely not bluffing. He was just too savage. In the above heaven sect, everyone looked at Tianxi's corpse with mixed feelings. Even a primordial realm expert could be killed in such a manner. What was the point of cultivation? What was the difference between the wars they participated in and the wars that ordinary people participated in? As long as there were benefits, there would be war. Death would come as scheduled. Immortality, was it really immortality? Sometimes, it was better to have fun while it lasted. If there comes a day when the immortality realm is no longer the goal of cultivators, cultivation will be meaningless, and life will be meaningless as well. So, everyone, the meaning of life is not in the level of cultivation, nor is it in the strength of battle prowess. It is my goal. Lu Yin's voice rang out. I hope that there will come a day when I can lead the human race safely through the universe. I don't have to worry about being killed from any direction, and I don't have to worry about exposing myself. The pursuit of immortality is just a weapon for this meaning. With that, Lu Yin walked down the staircase step by step, passing by everyone. Whether it was the 3 suns, 6 lords, or the even more ancient 3 realms and 6 Daos, none of them had ever reached the immortality realm. They had never considered things so deeply before. It was not that they did not want to consider things, but that the thread in their hands had not been pulled to its end. Now that Lu Yin had pulled this thread to its end, everyone began to think. Before this, only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others had truly considered such matters. Lu Yin walked over to Tianxi's corpse, and as expected, the flames burned the corpse into nothingness. If anyone touched Tianxi's corpse at this time, they would definitely be suppressed by the Tian character, and the slave character appeared on Tianxi's forehead. Tianxi was still hiding a secret, and it was related to this. Unfortunately, it was impossible to obtain this secret from Tianxi. Everyone dispersed, leaving Lu Yin standing at the bottom of the staircase, deep in thought. He felt a cold touch, which came from the sapling. It quietly leaned against Lu Yin's leg, and its branches cutely wrapped around Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin smiled and rubbed the sapling. "It's fine." The sapling was happy. If Lu Yin was happy, it would be happy as well. It jumped up and down, and its leaves glowed with a joyful emerald green. Wang Wen walked over and sighed. A primordial realm cultivator. Who would have thought that I would one day see a primordial realm cultivator get killed? Do you still remember the first time we met? Back then, we were still in Iron Blood Weave, and the strongest enemy we encountered was only an enlighter. After that, envoys joined the fray, followed by half-progenitors, and finally progenitors. Now, even a primordial realm cultivator can be killed like this. Lu Yin looked at the ground where Tianxi's corpse had been reduced to ashes. Perhaps in the future, even eternal realm cultivators will be killed here. Wang Wen sighed. I thought that my dreams were exaggerated enough. Chess master, you really dared to dream. But I like it. Ha! Lu Yin frowned. Killing Tianxi won't change the outcome of the war. The spiritualized universe won't give up. Now, we just have to wait for their second wave to arrive. He then looked at Wang Wen. Actually, I've been thinking about something. How will the spiritualized universe determine whether or not they'll send a second wave to our Tian Yuan universe? Wang Wen's expression was solemn. I'm also thinking about this. Me too. Wei Rong arrived. Lu Yin had the sapling return to the cauldron and clasped his hands behind his back. The 3 universes are separated by a great distance. Without a springboard, it would take a terrifying amount of time to travel from the spiritualized universe to our Tian Yuan universe. Since even bitter adversity realm cultivators can't easily cross such a distance, it's even more impossible for them to communicate with each other. The only way to shorten the distance between the 3 universes is to use a springboard, Wang Wen said. Wei Rong said, but even the spiritualized universe wouldn't dare to use a springboard so easily. The first wave of people that arrived on the battleships have already been tested. The materials used are very unique, and they are ridiculously sturdy. However, they are also very flexible. These 2 contradictory characteristics can only withstand a springboard. It's impossible to use a springboard to communicate with each other. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's one possibility. The same material vibrations, Wang Wen continued. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3361. Wei Rong asked, those from the spiritualized universe want to create a springboard in our Tian Yuan universe? Wang Wen nodded. That's the only possibility. The spiritualized universe gave them a period of time. If they don't create a springboard during this time, they will continue to send reinforcements. There might also be a connection between the springboards, similar to vibrations. Wei Rong thought about it. That's the only possibility. He looked at Lu Yin. Path Master, we need to confirm this. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared within the deathly aura. In front of him was Palace Mistress Yao. She was stunned when she saw Lu Yin arrive. An opportunity for reinforcements, Lu Yin said. Her eyes flashed, and she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back at her with a cold gaze. After a while, she whispered, "Create a springboard." Who can do it? Sang Tian. 3 Sang Tians can do it. Yes. You can't do it. Lu Yin stared at her and then added, "If I find out that you're lying, you'll be the next to die." She shook her head. I can't do it. In our spiritualized universe, Sang Tian's status is different from others. Even I, the strongest person under Sang Tian, am no exception. There are some things that only Sang Tian knows. Lu Yin stared deeply at her and then left. He believed that she was not lying. Tianxi's death had been a huge blow to them. It was not that they cared about Tianxi, but rather that they knew that they might really die. The feeling of walking the line between life and death made her not dare to lie. Even Sang Tian was no exception. Since she was willing to reveal a secret, then there would be no more secrets left. How much do you know about Meng Sang? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi had both fled, so it was unlikely that they would appear. In comparison, the heavily injured Meng Sang might be easier to find. However, this was only in a relative sense. Palace Mistress Yao told him everything she knew about Meng Sang, and Lu Yin frowned. There was not much valuable information, but that was normal. How could anyone understand Sang Tian so well? The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation system, but that did not mean that there were no conflicts. In fact, because of the open nature of resources, their conflicts were even more intense. After finding Palace Mistress Yao, Lu Yin went to Primordial Fiend. How do I find Meng Sang? Yuan Qi was surprised. Are you looking for Meng Sang? If it's possible, I'd also like to find that president or Bao Qi, Lu Yin said. Primordial Origin thought for a moment. Then it's easier to find Meng Sang. Just enter his dream and you'll be able to find him. Meng Sang's cultivation method is very unique. He has his own world, which is a dreamscape. As long as you create a big enough commotion in the dreamscape, you'll be able to find him. Was it big enough? Lu Yin left and returned to the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Several days later, the heavenly sect issued an order, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, as long as they came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization and received orders from the heavenly sect, they all had to go into hibernation. This order reminded everyone of the previous order not to let them sleep. Although it was strange, Lu Yin's orders were absolute. Everyone still tried to find a way to fall asleep within the time limit. Putting everyone who came into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization into hibernation would create a huge commotion. Due to the unique movement patterns of each planet, their work and rest times were also different. The people who entered deep sleep would always stagger. On average, the people who entered deep sleep would be those who entered deep sleep at a certain time. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. Rebooting a universe could allow one to reach the eternal realm. This was their current understanding, including the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. This universe had existed for countless years, and humans had only been born for a short period of time. Then, what about before? The civilizations that had appeared before must have reached a dazzling level. Did they think that rebooting a civilization could allow one to reach the eternal realm? Did they also pursue the eternal realm? If so, it could explain why there were no traces of past civilizations in the current universe. But what about the eternal realm? Since they were immortal, why hadn't they been seen? Was Master Qing Chao the first human to reach the eternal realm? Not necessarily. Then, since the birth of the universe, how many civilizations had there been over such a long period of time? How many of those civilizations had pursued the eternal realm? How many eternal realm experts had been born? Eternal life, there should be some. Even if there were very few of them, why hadn't they been seen yet? Could it be that rebooting a universe might not allow one to reach the eternal realm? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, just like how he had once thought about karma and the passage of time. This universe had too many secrets waiting to be discovered. Since the origin was exiled, it means that he came here not long after your universe's celestial sect was destroyed. At that time, the Tian Yuan universe hadn't reached the point where it could be rebooted because of your ancestors. However, with the destruction of your celestial sect, parallel universes appeared under the Eternal's indulgence. This allowed the Tian Yuan universe to be rebooted. And since your so-called little spiritual universe is under the control of Yu Sang Tian, its development speed must be faster than your Tian Yuan universe. How could it not have reached the point where it could be rebooted? You said that the little spiritual universe isn't that big, so it should have been there a long time ago, Meng Sang said. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't answer, Meng Sang sneered. As for whether it was ready or not, Yu Sang Tian has long reached a level second only to the eternal realm. So many years have passed. In fact, if it wasn't for his constant slumber, his time would have been up. How could he not be ready? Do you know how many powerhouses there are in the Beyond Heaven Palace? I'm also curious about how many there are now, a voice said. Meng Sang looked over and was surprised. The origin. Lu Yin was calm. He couldn't make Meng Sang believe him, so he could only rely on the origin to come to this dreamland and participate in the conversation. The task he gave the origin was to convince Meng Sang, or he would die. This made the origin extremely angry, but he couldn't resist. Lu Yin didn't care if Tianxi was killed. He knew that the origin's death wouldn't affect him. Long time no see, Meng Sang. The origin sighed. Meng Sang stared at the origin and then at Lu Yin. Were you really captured by him? The origin was helpless, and his voice was bitter. Yidao Bell is broken. I'm no match for him. Meng Sang stared at the origin. So you're helping him against us? Yuan Qi shook his head. I'm not helping him. I'm just unhappy with Yu Sang Tian. He was exiled because he discovered the secret of the little spirit universe. If not for Yu Sang Tian's special identity, he would have died long ago. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense, Meng Sang said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Aren't you going to take revenge for those people? You want me to believe you because you want to join forces with me. Is this your bottom line as the master of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin moved his finger. I must kill you. This hatred can never be resolved. Killing you is my business. It doesn't stop me from using you. Use? Meng Sang sneered. You're saying you want to use me in front of me. Lu Yin sneered. You have no choice but to be used. You came here and took the position of Sang Tian. You have plans to pursue the eternal realm, so you must be used by me. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Similarly, if you get the chance, you'll kill me. Meng Sang's eyes were cold. Lu Yin was right. If he got the chance, he would kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin was one of the few creatures that could threaten him in this dreamland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3362. Yuan Qi said, "Enough, Meng Sang. I know you won't believe me so easily. Actually, one of the reasons why Yu Sang Tian exiled me and didn't kill me was because no one would believe me, just like now." Then, his lips curled up into a sinister smile. "But it's not impossible to prove it." Lu Yin glanced at Yuan Qi. He had given the old man a death order to convince Meng Sang, but Lu Yin knew how difficult it would be to convince Meng Sang. Even Lu Yin himself couldn't think of a way to convince Meng Sang, but could this old man really do? "My path to immortality has been cut off. Even if it's true, what difference does it make to me?" Meng Sang was indifferent. She had paid the price of dropping a realm and falling from the primordial realm. Yuan Qi shook his head. "Rebooting the universe is a possibility. If you really don't have immortality, why are you telling us so much? As long as there's a 1 in a billion chance, we're willing to grasp it." Meng Sang was silent for a moment before looking at Yuan Qi. "What method?" Yuan Qi said in a low voice, "If Little Ling universe wants to be rebooted, it needs to constantly increase the number of powerhouses, parallel spacetime, and sequence strings. Yu Sang Tian can't easily kill those powerhouses because there are too many of them. That's why I'm very curious about how many powerhouses Beyond Heaven's Supreme Palace has. Some of them are from Little Ling universe. They don't know. They only think that my spiritualized universe is a parallel spacetime. The other universes are very different from their own, so they can recognize them at a glance." Meng Sang refuted. "Aside from the life forms that surrendered from the consciousness universe, I haven't seen any powerhouses that don't belong to spiritualized universes." "That's the problem," Yuan Qi said loudly. Yuan Qi said loudly, "Yu Sang Tian must have used some method to cover it up. Go and find a few spiritualized universe supreme beings. Among them, there should be people from Little Spirit universe whose forces have been covered up. You won't lose out. You can easily find them and use your own method to identify them. I didn't think about this before, but now, I can identify them." Meng Sang, if Yu Sang Tian really is hiding a universe, why did he ask you to attack Tian Yuan universe? Why didn't he restart Little Ling universe? Also, why did he attack Tian Yuan universe only after so many years? Why didn't he attack in between? Have you ever thought about this? Meng Sang's eyes flashed and she remained silent. "Because he never wanted you to step into the eternal life realm. You will always be under him, so he is Yu Sang Tian, and you, no, we are all Yu Sang Tian. He will always be above us," Yuan Qi said loudly. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. The old man's words were reasonable, and even Lu Yin couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Yu Sang Tian. Meng Sang wavered. He would not lose anything if he used the origin method. He only needed to find a few extreme masters from the spiritualized universe and figure out a way to distinguish them. If they really did not belong to the spiritualized universe and did not belong to the consciousness universe, there was only one explanation: the little spiritual universe. At this point, he was already more than half convinced of Yuan Qi's words. However, Yuan Qi had been captured by Lu Yin, and it would be foolish to trust an enemy's words, even if they were true. He looked at Lu Yin. "What's your goal?" "You believe me?" Lu Yin asked. "Your goal?" "By time. Tell the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe not to come for the time being." Meng Sang was surprised. "Palace Master Yao has betrayed us. You know about the springboard?" Meng Sang did not know that Tianxi had been captured. He was recuperating. Of course, those spiritualized universe masters must have known. After all, the scene of them killing Tianxi had shaken the entire Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "How I know is none of your business. In short, if you confirm that Yu Sang Tian has hidden the little spiritual universe, the most important thing you should do is to return to the spiritualized universe and fight for the benefits of the little spiritual universe instead of staying in the Tianyuan universe to fight with us. Yu Sang Tian sent you here because he did not want you to interfere with the rebooting of the little spiritual universe. It's still possible. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The rebooting of the little spiritual universe is almost ready. He sent Yu Sang Tian away to prepare for the rebooting of the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm. Meng Sang and Yuan Qi also thought of this, and their expressions changed. Who did not want to step into the eternal life realm? Now that they had discovered Yu Sang Tian's secret, they were qualified to interfere. If they allowed Yu Sang Tian to restart the little spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm alone, they would not accept it. After reaching Sang Tian's position, who did not want to go further? In the history of the spiritualized universe, there was not only one Yu Sang Tian. They also wanted to be Yu Sang Tian and not be suppressed by one person forever. Once Yu Sang Tian stepped into the eternal life realm, they would never be able to make a comeback. Although it was still difficult for them to make a comeback with Yu Sang Tian's current strength, it was not completely different. There was a big difference between the eternal life realm and the non-eternal life realm. Thinking of this, Meng Sang knew that he had no other choice. Once he confirmed that Yuan Qi's words were true, he had to do as Lu Yin said and buy time for the Tianyuan universe. He had to build a springboard in the Tianyuan universe to delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. He could also use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe. He stared deeply at Lu Yin. He had been used, and he had been openly used. Moreover, this person's desire to kill him was extremely strong. Although building a springboard could delay the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, once he used it to return to the spiritualized universe, he would either have a falling out with Yu Sang Tian and be dealt with by Yu Sang Tian, or Yu Sang Tian would bring him along to restart the little spiritual universe. The little spiritual universe would definitely be restarted, and the spiritualized universe would definitely have more eternal life realm experts. The only difference was whether there would be 1, 2, or even more. Letting him return to the spiritualized universe would not benefit the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's goal was to delay the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, so he would definitely not let him return safely. In other words, the day the springboard was built would be the day Lu Yin would make a move on him. At that time, it would depend on whose methods were stronger. Either he would use the springboard to return to the spiritualized universe, or the springboard would be built and the spiritualized universe would think that the war had gone smoothly, while the Tianyuan universe would be safe for the time being. The premise for all of this was that Yu Sang Tian's secret was true. I have a condition, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin looked at him. Speak. I want to return to the spiritualized universe safely, Meng Sang said bluntly. He was probing Lu Yin. From the Tianyuan universe's point of view, it was impossible for him to agree to this condition. Otherwise, even if he delayed the arrival of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, he would not be able to change the Tianyuan universe's fate. Between an eternal life realm expert like Yu Sang Tian and several eternal life realm experts, Lu Yin knew which one to choose. I won't agree to whether or not I can return to the spiritualized universe. If you have the ability, then go back yourself, Lu Yin said. This answer made Meng Sang even more certain that Yu Sang Tian's secret was true. This made him want to return even more. Since Yu Sang Tian had been sent away, there was only one chance to restart the universe. If he missed this chance, he would not be able to wait until the next one. Lu Yin continued, I don't need to agree to any of your conditions. You can go and investigate whether or not Yu Sang Tian's secret is true. I've said from the start that I'm just using you. The bitter adversity realm does not mean that one will definitely be able to enter the eternal life realm. Among the 7 great Sang-Tians, who can guarantee that they will be able to enter the eternal life realm when the universe is restarted? Yuan-Chi, are you confident? Meng Sang looked at Yuan-Chi and asked loudly. Yuan-Chi frowned. The eternal life realm was a realm that should be possible to enter, but it was illusory. No one can be sure of entering the eternal life realm. If I return to the spiritualized universe, I will most likely be dealt with by you Sang-Tian. Since that is the case, I can choose not to return and not help you build a springboard. I can give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm through the restarting of the spiritual universe. This is also my choice, Meng Sang said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's up to you. With that, he left the dreamscape. Meng Sang watched Lu Yin's figure disappear, and her eyes grew colder. This game depended on who could give up more. Lu Yin could give up on delaying the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, but the price would be that the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe would go to war. More sacrifices would be made, and Lu Yin would have to give up the chance to enter the eternal life realm. Sometimes, giving up was a harder choice than fighting. Yuan-Chi also disappeared. He did not dare to stay in the dreamscape for fear that Lu Yin would be wary of him. Above the sky Sek's back mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the deep starry sky. Meng Sang would not give up on entering the eternal life realm. This was his only chance as long as he could prove the existence of the spiritual universe. As he thought about it, Lu Yin made the border of the Tian Yuan universe open up a path for Meng Sang to go outside the stone door. On the other side, Meng Sang quickly found a few progenitor cultivators from the spiritualized universe. There were many progenitor cultivators who had escaped from the battlefield, and only the spiritualized universe could find them. Meng Sang tried various methods and finally sensed an aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, or the Tian Yuan universe on one of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3363. Not long after, a figure appeared and headed towards the stone door. Wu Tian and the rest looked over and stared at that person. That person was nervous and did not want to come, but Meng Sang's orders made it impossible for him to disobey. He could only grit his teeth and head towards the stone door. Once the people from the Tian Yuan universe attacked, this person would definitely die. At this moment, not only were the people from the Tian Yuan universe watching, but Meng Sang was also watching from afar. She was using this person to test Lu Yin and see what he would do. Lu Yin quickly received the news, but he did not care. Meng Sang could test him however she wanted. That person arrived safely outside the stone door and relaxed. As long as he passed through the stone door, he could escape, although he might not be able to do so. Beyond the stone door was the direction to the spiritualized universe. It was boundless, but it was still better than being killed here. Soon after, another figure headed towards the stone door. It was another spiritualized cultivator. Then came a second, third, and fourth person. Meng Sang was one of the hidden people. If Lu Yin really did act, he might or might not be able to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang had a good grasp of the situation, and those who headed towards the stone door were all ordinary progenitors, so the Tian Yuan universe would not be too wary of them. After the fifth person, no one headed towards the stone door, because the fifth person was Meng Sang. He had arrived outside the stone door as he wished, and even if the Tian Yuan universe wanted to kill him, he would have enough time to escape. It was time to build a springboard. The springboard was a kind of cosmic astrology. When the spiritualized universe was first discovered, it was not seen at all. It could be described as magical. It was a kind of astrology that borrowed force to fight force. It used the power of the universe itself to throw everything close to the springboard far away. This power was beyond human imagination. Even the eternal life realm might not have this kind of power. If not for this power, it would not have been possible to cross 2 universes so easily in just 10 years. When the springboard had been discovered, the spiritualized universe had studied it for a long time before determining its use. At that time, the entire spiritualized universe had been in an uproar, as everyone felt that they could use the springboard to easily reach the consciousness universe and speed up the process of conquering it. However, there were always people with great wisdom who saw the danger. This was because the springboard was not a 1 in a billion chance celestial phenomenon. Instead, it was a celestial phenomenon that could appear between universes. Since it could appear, it meant that it could be discovered. If a civilization determined the purpose of the springboard before the humans and monitored it, the civilization that used it would be in trouble. The civilizations that could monitor the springboard would definitely surpass the civilizations that had just discovered it. If they dared to monitor it, it meant that they had the confidence to control everything. This was pessimistic for the civilizations that had just discovered the springboard. It had only been a few years since the spiritualized universe went from being excited to being pessimistic. The entire spiritualized universe accepted this pessimistic thought very quickly. It could be said that once this thought spread, it was accepted by the entire spiritualized universe at an astonishing speed. It was as if it was branded into their bones. The human fear of the unknown quickly gained the upper hand. Even Yu Sang Tian was silent. From then on, the springboard became a taboo. No matter what the situation was, it was best not to use it. Even if it took countless years to conquer the universe of consciousness, the spiritualized universe would not use the springboard. During this period of time, many people had wasted their lives on the journey to the universe of consciousness, and many people had died because they did not receive any reinforcements. They might have been resentful before they died, but they would not have wanted to use a springboard until they were on the brink of death. This was a fear that stemmed from their very souls. Over the countless years, although the spiritualized universe rarely used the springboard, they had still used it more than once. Most of the time, they had used it to study the springboard's astrology. Since they had guessed that there were other civilizations that could monitor the springboard, they wanted to become that civilization as well. After so many years, the spiritualized universe's greatest achievement was to completely suppress the universe of consciousness. It was only a matter of time before they conquered and rebooted the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe's research on the springboard was more or less complete, and they had even attempted to create a small springboard. At this point, the time needed to create a small springboard had been reduced to around 3 years. Even with Sang Tian's strength, he still needed 3 years to create an astrology. One could imagine how powerful this astrology would be. Furthermore, this was not the true springboard. This springboard would only allow the user to jump 1/10 of the distance to the true springboard. In other words, the spiritualized universe could use the true springboard to reach the Tian Yuan universe in 10 years. If the Tian Yuan universe created a small springboard, the distance they had jumped and the time it took to create it would take at least 40 years to reach the Tian Yuan universe. This was already a very good result. If there were any accidents along the way, this time would be extended indefinitely. Since Meng Sang had created the springboard, Lu Yin was relieved. Now, it all depended on luck. If the spiritualized universe's reinforcement set off before the springboard was completed, then no one would be able to stop them. Now, there was something that Lu Yin had wanted to do for a long time. After leaving the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin went to Immemorial City and found Mr. Mu to learn about tracing the past. You want to learn tracing the past? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin nodded and bowed deeply. Please grant my wish, Master. I know that I can only learn one of Master's ultimate techniques, but tracing the past is very important to me. If possible, I would like to learn it. The small boat could cross the river of time, but it could only constantly flash images of time without any coordinates. It was like a boat sailing in the sea, unable to find its direction. If Lu Yin learned tracing the past, he would be able to use time that was not integrated into the river of time as coordinates. He would be able to find many years of the past by himself, and he could even use parallel time as coordinates for his future self-defined. This was equivalent to sending a message to his future self. Without tracing the past, he would have to rely on Senior Mu Zhu and the others, which would be too inconvenient. Mr. Mu nodded. With your cultivation of the power of time, you can indeed learn tracing the past. Actually, the reason why I set the rule that you could only learn one was because these two ultimate techniques were too difficult to learn at the same time. I was only able to do it by coincidence. Your path is similar to Tai Chu's, and Tai Chu could not cut off the river of time, no matter how strong he was. However, you are special and have learned too many powers. Now, it seems that the more you learn, the better. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu sighed. I should be the one thanking you. Your path is different from Tai Chu's and mine, but it encompasses all of us. In the future, we will be able to see the true path of great success from you. This is also the lifelong wish of cultivators like us. Tracing the past can cut off the river of time after great success. If this power is used well, it will benefit people. If not, the universe will be in chaos. Many things in this universe are rooted in fixing the river of time and occupying the mirage domain. You must remember this. Lu Yin said, Master, this is not your fault. Occupying the mirage domain and cutting off the river of time is just a catalyst for all sorts of conflicts and conspiracies. If not for this, who knows when the spiritualized universe would have acted? Perhaps the Tian Yuan universe would have already been rebooted. We have the ability to fight against the spiritualized universe because of the fixed mirage domain. This caused the Tian Yuan universe to have different space-time flows. Everything has a cause and effect. Mr. Mu was shocked. There was cause and effect. Cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, there was no trace of the sole true God and the others. Progenitor Qin was still chasing after the Forgotten Ruins God, but he was still chasing after various bugs. The round-faced elder from the spiritualized universe and Baoqi did not appear. They had all hidden themselves. Tianxi had clearly escaped from the border of the Tian Yuan universe, but he had been killed by Lu Yin in the heavenly sect. This matter made them cautious. Meng Sang was still creating a springboard outside the stone door. Lu Yin had watched her from afar several times and vaguely saw the mysterious celestial phenomenon. He did not know how long it would take to complete it. As for tracing the past, it was not difficult to learn. Lu Yin's cultivation of the power of time had already surpassed that of ordinary people, so learning tracing the past was twice as easy. He often traversed the river of time and used tracing the past to find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. He let the small boat of light devour them and increase the boat's toughness. A considerable portion of the times that had not been absorbed by the river of time appeared in various battlefields, such as the Disaster Zone, Immemorial City, and the border of the Tian Yuan universe. Some of these times were used by Lu Yin, while others were used by others. Lu Yin also saw the time where Progenitor Qin had been severely injured. It was left behind when Progenitor Qin had forcefully withstood the power of the Forgotten Ruins God's palm and skipped time. Lu Yin let the small boat of light devour the time to eliminate the hidden danger for Progenitor Qin. No one would be able to find such a time to injure Progenitor Qin. Of course, no one should be able to find it in the first place, except for those who cultivated tracing the past. Only tracing the past could accurately find times that had not been absorbed by the river of time. Lu Yin saw his own image again, and this made him feel depressed. Was it Master Grass? Was he spying on him? Someone had been monitoring him for a long time. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen it when he entered the Mirage domain to fish. At that time, he had felt a chill down his spine. Now, he saw it again. Other than a powerhouse like Master Grass, he could not think of anyone else who could monitor him in such a way. No matter how he planned the war with the spiritualized universe, he would have to face one person in the end, and that was Master Grass. Lu Yin only hoped that Master Grass would be wary of the karmic chain. This was their only chance of survival. Even though this chance was very slim. Those who had encountered the Eternal Realm had all been defeated. The Lost Clan's third stronghold had the Regent and other top powerhouses, but they had all been defeated by the Immortal Master. Mr. Mu's spacetime had been defeated by an omnipotent existence. Now, they were facing the Eternal Realm. This pressure was unimaginable for ordinary people. Lu Yin needed more and more fishing to calm his mind. He looked into the distance and had a chance to choose again. Fate, what did he see? Under the starry sky, countless meteorite fragments were connected together to form a ring. Atop the ring, Yen Gang looked at the flickering flames in front of him with a burning gaze. Good treasure, good treasure. My lord, this is a good treasure. Not far away, Tingo shouted as it stared at the flickering flames. It did not seem to care. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. It's just an enlighter. What's so good about it? Yen Gang was excited. It's hard to avoid the flames that you see. This is called Firefly's bewitchment. It's born from the heart and can burn living things. As long as you see it, you will definitely be burned. Although it's only an enlighter, it has the advantage of being unable to avoid it, and there are many of them. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. It doesn't sound that different from the other bugs. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3364. Yen Gang wanted to refute the god of forgetfulness's words, but after thinking about it, it was true. The other worms had the unavoidable Qianli and had the characteristic of endless numbers. Firefly had no advantage. The main reason was that during this period, the hive had been breeding new worms, but they were all mediocre. Yen Gang was excited when he saw something decent. King Qing glanced at the god of forgetfulness. No one knows that Firefly came from the hive. The god of forgetfulness raised his eyebrows and looked at King Qing. At the same time, Black Wuxian and Wang Xiaoyu looked at King Qing. That was the biggest characteristic of Firefly. No one knew that it came from the hive. As long as it didn't attack first, it would be a great threat to intelligent creatures when its numbers spread all over the universe. The one true God's voice was heard. Keep it and breed it. Let Firefly fill the parallel universes under the heavenly sect. Yen Gang said respectfully, Yes, my lord. The one true God looked into the distance. They're finally here. Two figures appeared in the distance. They were the round-faced elder and Bao Qi. After the battle at the border of the Tian Yuan universe, they had been hiding and didn't dare to expose themselves. They saw Tianxi being killed in the heavenly sect with their own eyes. They didn't dare to find anyone for fear of being killed. They were Sang Tian, but they felt wronged. After 2 years, they finally found the one true God. Sang Tian was extremely powerful. When the round-faced elder and Bao Qi arrived, the heavenly hound kept barking and the god of forgetfulness became serious. Black Wuxian's eyes turned cold. He was no stranger to these two. The defeat of the consciousness universe was related to them. He came from the consciousness universe and surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but he was sent to the Tian Yuan universe by the spiritualized universe. He had mixed feelings about the spiritualized universe. Eternal, we finally meet. The round-faced elder was not far away from the one true God. He spoke slowly. On the side. Bao Qi glanced at the god of forgetfulness and the others. He paused on Black Wushan and then looked at the one true God. The one true God was still covered in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. It hadn't dimmed after so many years. I can't help you, the one true God said. The round-faced elder stared at the one true God. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm set by the great heavenly master hasn't been removed. They had been in the Tian Yuan universe for a few years. The only true God's tone was calm. She is a bitter disaster realm elite. She is second only to absolute beginning. In the spiritualized universe, she is equivalent to Sang Tian. A Sang Tian level elite that sacrificed her life to set up the seal is not that easy to remove. But you are eternal. The round-faced elder's voice was stern. The one true God did not care. I'm not at the eternal life realm yet. The round-faced elder looked at the only true God, and the only true God looked back at him. They looked at each other and remained silent for a moment. Bao Qi asked, "Where is the origin?" The only true God replied, "I don't know." "Where is Zhan Yen?" "I don't know about Yuan Qi or Zhan Yen. They are people from your spiritualized universe. They disappeared after the battle in Primordial City. Perhaps they died in the hands of the Above Heaven sect, or perhaps they went into hiding, just like Meng Sang." The round-faced elder was surprised. "You know about Meng Sang?" The only true God said, "Although the Eternals have been defeated, I still know a little about the Tian Yuan universe from time to time." The round-faced elder stared at the one true God. Why was Tianxi captured by the Above Heaven sect? He should have come looking for you. He did. He asked me why I didn't help you, the only true God answered. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked at the only true God. The only true God turned his head and looked into the distance. They are here again. Let's avoid them first. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked in the same direction. Who is it? The god of forgotten ruins felt a headache coming. A guy who is chasing after us. Tianxi was captured by him. The round-faced elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Why don't you deal with him? The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Senior, you can deal with him. No one will stop you. The round-faced elder looked at the god of forgotten ruins with a deep gaze. What happened? He Wushan said in a low voice, his name is Xiaoshang. He can track us down. He is an expert from the Tian Yuan universe. There is more than one expert with him. Sir's strength is limited, so he can't do anything. Those people are not simple. Let's avoid them. Liu Yin's methods are sinister. These people are chasing us so openly. Who knows how many experts are waiting in the dark? They can come at any time. Don't forget that this is the Tian Yuan universe. For now, it is Liu Yin's world. The round-faced elder did not refute. He immediately changed direction with the one true God. If it was only Progenitor Chen alone, he could take action. After all, there were so many experts here. Even if the above sky sect surrounded them, it would not be easy to win. However, the one true God's strength was limited, and there was more than Progenitor Chen. He did not want to take the risk. Those who could cultivate to the position of Sang Tian were not boorish. Bao Qi had completely changed. If it was before he stepped into bitter disaster, he would have dared to do anything. Now, he was unwilling to do anything. Bitter disaster could change a person. Every person in the bitter disaster realm was a madman. Not long after, Progenitor Chen, Ku Zhu, and the others stepped into the meteorite debris belt. There is nothing. There are no worms. Strange. Recently, there have been fewer worms left behind. I feel that something is wrong. Be careful. According to the Lost Clan, the worm nest has begun to cultivate strange worms. No one knows what characteristics and abilities these worms have. Even Qing Xian is a corpse king. Nothing is impossible. There is a strange aura. It is very powerful. It should be from the spiritualized universe. It should be Sang Tian from the spiritualized universe. Aside from Sang Tian, no one else is qualified to find the one true God and the others. Although it will be troublesome for them to reunite, they are not as scattered as before. Continue the chase. In another spacetime, the one true God repeated what he had said to Tianxi. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi could not refute him. Although many spiritualized cultivators had died in the battle at the border of the Tian Yuan universe, they had all been progenitors. The only real loss was Palace Mistress Yao. As for Tianxi, he had been captured later. Other than that, there were only the geniuses who had come with them. However, as long as the spiritualized universe's cultivation method existed, it did not matter if some geniuses died. Time could make up for it. At most, it would take a few decades. With the one true God's strength suppressed, he could not help them. In the current Tian Yuan universe, the sect above heaven was the most powerful sect. Lu Yin had been tracking them all this time. Now that they had reunited with the one true God, they had the confidence to face the sect above heaven. "Do you know where Meng Sang is?" the round-faced elder asked. The one true God was indifferent. "If you don't know, how would I know?" The round-faced elder frowned. It was strange. It had been 2 years, but there was still no news of Meng Sang. Was she still recovering from her injuries? Or had she been captured by the sect above heaven? Meng Sang had not told the round-faced elder and the others about creating a springboard outside the stone door. Creating a springboard was equivalent to stopping the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements. However, in their current situation, they could not win unless they revealed Yu Sang Tian's secret. Meng Sang did not plan to tell them that Yu Sang Tian wanted to dominate the small spirit universe and reach the eternal realm alone. He also wanted to reach the eternal realm alone and suppress the other Sang Tians. He had his own methods to try to restart the small spirit universe at the same time as Yu Sang Tian. There was no need to bring more people, especially after he had fallen to the primordial realm. He was at a disadvantage compared to the other Sang Tians. In the following period, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi decided to follow the one true God and the others. Even when the Forgotten Ruins God mocked them several times, he could not make them leave. The Eternals were the mortal enemies of the sect above heaven. If possible, the sect above heaven would be more willing to eliminate the one true God now. After all, the one true God's strength was limited. If they did not kill him now, he would be difficult to deal with in the future. It was safest to follow the one true God now. He would never be found by the sect above heaven. They were right, but the sect above heaven did not find them. Someone else did. Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared, the one true God was surprised. Wei. At this moment, to no surprise, the person who had appeared before them was Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei smiled at the one true God. "Long time no see, Eternals. How did you find me?" The one true God was confused. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. They had actually been found. Mr. Wei smiled faintly and did not explain. Instead, he said, "The Mirage Domain is about to appear." A light flashed through the one true God's eyes. The round-faced elder suddenly took a step forward and said excitedly, "What did you say?" "The Mirage Domain is about to appear." Mr. Wei looked at the round-faced elder. "You must be Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. What does the Mirage Domain represent to the spiritualized universe?" The round-faced elder stared at Mr. Wei. "Countless possibilities." Mr. Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. "Yes, countless possibilities. The biggest difference between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe is that under the interference of the mirage domain, the Tianyuan universe has many parallel universes with different time flows. Lu Yin has the method to enter the mirage domain. Although he can only enter once, as long as no one else can enter, that one time will be permanent for him. Time stagnates. He can gather all the resources of the Tianyuan universe in an instant and use them to deal with your spiritualized universe. I know this. Where is the mirage domain? How do you know? The round-faced elder asked. Mr. Wei smiled faintly. I will tell you the time and location of the mirage domain. Not only you, I will also tell Lu Yin and the rest. I hope you can deal with them in the mirage domain. Lu Yin is too stubborn. The round-faced elder asked, where is it? Mr. Wei slowly told them the time and location of the mirage domain. The round-faced elder noted it down and stared at Mr. Wei. You cannot tell the sect above heaven. I don't want any accidents to happen. Mr. Wei was amused and looked at him. You want to monopolize the mirage domain and break the separation of the river of time so that it can flow to other universes. Since you know, please stay. Also, tell me how you know the time and location of the mirage domain. The round-faced elder attacked Mr. Wei without holding back. Regardless of Mr. Wei's identity, he belonged to the Tianyuan universe. As Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe, he had an attitude of looking down on the Tianyuan universe. If not for the sect above heaven surrounding him, he would not have hidden. Now that he attacked Mr. Wei, he did not need to worry about this. Mr. Wei was clearly not with Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3365. Mr. Wei watched the round-faced elder's fingers turn golden, but his expression did not change. A pair of scissors and a paper cut appeared in his hands. Without a mirage domain, you will never be able to reach a certain height in the domain of time. If Lu Yin can see through this, then he might be able to defeat the spiritualized universe. He then cut the paper cut in two. This person is called Nong Yi. The moment the paper cut was cut, the round-faced elder seemed to hear the roar of a river and the churn of a lake. An indescribable and invisible power descended in an incomprehensible manner. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mr. Wei in shock. Was this the power of time? Although the spiritualized universe didn't have a mirage domain and thus couldn't go very far on the path of time, as Sang Tian, he wasn't completely helpless against time. Lu Yin's parallel time couldn't do anything to him, as he could see through time and even parallel time. However, Mr. Wei's methods left him at a loss. What kind of power was this? It came from time and the passage of time. The Forgotten Ruins God, Wang Xiaoyu, Blacklist God, and the others looked at Mr. Wei in fear. They could not understand that paper cut either. You want to change the karma of time, but because the river of time cannot be reversed, you can only form waves, the only true God said. The round-faced elder was shocked. Such a thing could be done. Mr. Wei's lips curled up as he looked at the round-faced elder. He then took out another paper cut. Everyone who has interacted with you is a wave that can be reversed in the river of time. If this wave can be reversed, then it can change the past. But if it cannot be reversed, then the power of the river of time will be enough to severely injure you. Nong Yi was the first progenitor of the Tianyuan universe that you killed. Lu Yin cares about his death a lot. She then waved another paper cut. This person is called Xiaochen. She then looked at Bao Qi. He helped you step into bitter adversity. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at the paper cut. If this paper cut was cut, then his fate would be the same as the president's. The round-faced elder looked at Mr. Wei with murderous intent. Mr. Wei's methods must have come from the mirage domain and were related to the river of time. He had to obtain such methods. Although he had been severely injured, it did not mean that he would lose to Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's attack just now could only be considered a sneak attack. This person was also undergoing bitter adversity. The Tian Yuan universe actually had such an expert. Mr. Wei glanced at the president and Bao Qi. I understand your desire for the mirage. Telling Lu Yin is also giving you a chance to kill him in the mirage. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. After that, her figure gradually disappeared. The president wanted to make a move, but the one true God said, you can't stop her. She can see the future. If the past could be blocked, she wouldn't have appeared. You can do such a thing. The president's eyes were blazing. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. It's time to meet little Lu Yin. This person isn't on the same side as the Above Heaven sect. Even if she tells Lu Yin might not believe her. Even if the mirage domain really appears, Lu Yin won't bring too many people with him. After all, he has to guard against the spiritualized universe and us. Everyone, the mirage domain is the best opportunity to kill Lu Yin. What is the origin of that person? Bao Qi asked. The only true God said indifferently, I don't know. The Above Heaven sect existed in the past. If Tianxi was still alive, he might know. How did she find this place? The president's round face was frosty. The only true God did not speak. He suddenly stared at Black Wuxian with murderous intent in his eyes. It's you. Black Wuxian's expression changed. Black lines rotated in his pupils. I have never interacted with Wei Nu. The president narrowed his eyes. Life forms in the consciousness universe can't be trusted. Black Wuxian said in a low voice, that's why we were brought to the Tian Yuan universe. Here, we have never betrayed the Eternals. The one true God looked at the president. Wei Nu didn't find us. She found Tai Hong. That grand celestial. Bao Qi was surprised. The Forgotten Ruins God exclaimed, I remember now. Wei Nu and Tai Hong are old acquaintances. With her ability in the Tao of Time, she might have done something to Tai Hong and found the 6 paths of reincarnation. The president frowned. You have allowed such a person to roam freely until now. No wonder the Eternals were defeated even with our support. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. Be careful. Even if the Eternals were defeated, your spiritualized universe might be defeated as well. The president glanced at the Forgotten Ruins God. Will the mirage domain really appear? Will it be Lu Yin's scheme? The one true God shook his head. No, Wei Nu has her own plans. I can't see through her. But she won't work with Lu Yin. The path to immortality is too narrow. The president moved his finger. Too narrow. He looked at the starry sky of the Tian Yuan universe. This universe would definitely be rebooted in the end. How many people would be able to take that path? When would Yu Sang Tian arrive? In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin also received news that the Mirage domain was about to open. Why would Wei Nu suddenly open the Mirage domain? Lu Yin didn't understand, but he didn't doubt that Wei Nu had the ability to open the Mirage domain. She was the ferryman of the river of time. He only hoped that she wouldn't be ambushed by fate when she entered the Mirage domain. Now was not the time to start anew. He would receive the news when the Mirage domain opened. What about the others? For example, the Eternals and the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin didn't believe that Wei Nu would open the Mirage domain for him alone. The ultimate goal of the ferryman of the river of time was to cross the bitter adversity. Everyone who crossed the bitter adversity was crazy, especially if they didn't belong to the Tian Yuan universe. The evidence was that Wei Nu didn't tell Lu Yin where and when the Mirage domain would appear. She only told him that it would appear. It was obvious that she didn't want him to bring people to kill other people who entered the Mirage domain. Lu Yin walked out of the Above Heaven sect and headed to Immemorial City to meet Mr. Mu. Wei Nu wants to open the Mirage domain. I don't know what she's thinking, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was curious. Master, when the Mirage domain was fixed, the river of time was cut off. Does Wei Nu have the ability to break it? Definitely. Mr. Mu looked solemn. Wei Nu is the ferryman of the river of time. No matter how powerful my technique is, it can't surpass the river of time itself. As long as she is the ferryman of the river of time, she can completely control it. Fate said that you have a chance to choose again. It's all based on Wei Nu. No one else can do it, including me. Lu Yin didn't understand. If that's the case, why did she allow the Mirage domain to be fixed? Is it because she wants to break free from the river of time? Or is it because she wants to break free from the river of time related to the fixed Mirage domain? Mr. Mu shook his head. I'm not a ferryman, so I don't know what's going on. I can't see through Wei Nu's plans. If you want to find her, you can only do it in the Mirage domain. The path to the eternal realm is filled with enemies. Everyone is thinking of ways to step into the eternal realm. Don't trust anyone easily. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Lu Yin was prepared for the worst-case scenario on this trip to the Mirage domain. He would encounter the one true God and the rest, as well as experts from the spiritualized universe. In that case, he would have to pay attention to who he brought to the Mirage domain. He had to deal with the enemies in the Mirage domain and even surround and kill them. At the same time, he had to guard against the outside world. Although the time in the Mirage domain was fixed, Wei Nu was a variable. She could let people enter the Mirage domain at any time and change the time in the Mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't want to see the destroyed Above Heaven sect after coming out. Half a month later, Lu Yin entered the endless battlefield. The Mirage domain would open in a parallel universe of the endless battlefield. He had already received specific information. At the same time, in the opposite direction, the one true God and the rest stepped into the region where the Mirage domain would appear. They were very cautious. The moment they appeared, they checked the entire parallel universe to prevent being surrounded and killed by the Above Heaven sect. However, they worried too much. Lu Yin couldn't get the news in advance, so there was no encirclement. There was a parallel universe called Huha in the endless battlefield. It was just an ordinary parallel universe. Before Lu Yin came into contact with the Six Directions sect, the most powerful expert that appeared here was only a half-martial ancestor. No one would have thought that the Mirage domain would appear here. Lu Yin, the one true God, and the rest arrived at Huha spacetime almost at the same time. They were all top-notch experts. The moment they appeared, they noticed each other. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Kill. On the opposite side, the president's expression changed. He first thought that he had been fooled. However, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared between the two sides. The long river of time was faintly discernible. That was the Mirage domain. The Mirage domain really appeared. Faced with the temptation of the Mirage domain, even if Lu Yin and the rest were there, the president and Bao Qi had to rush in. Their desire for the Mirage domain was too strong. The one true God's gaze passed through the parallel universe and landed on Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin also saw the one true God. Eternal, you snatched Tianxi's turbid spirit seed and threw him to me. I will remember this favor. After that, the soil covered the starry sky and pressed down on the one true God and the rest. Beside Lu Yin, Li Shou and Su Wang rushed out. Chu Yi and Lu Yuan also attacked. On the other side, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku followed the god of forgetfulness and the rest. They seemed to be surrounded from all directions. When the president heard Lu Yin's words, he subconsciously wanted to look at the one true God. However, he forcibly restrained himself and shouted, "Junior, it's meaningless to sow discord now. You obstructed my plan to spiritualize the universe. I will kill you." Bao Qi took out the cauldron bell. A silent explosion of power swept through the entire starry sky, causing Huha spacetime to tremble. The endless soil turned into spears and fell like raindrops, piercing towards the one true God and the rest. The god of forgetfulness and Wang Xiaoyu were afraid, but the president and Bao Qi didn't care. In front of them, Chu Yi and Lu Yuan had arrived. In the distance, Ancestor Qin was far away. He used Lu Yin's soil to strike. Ancestor Ku rushed towards the one true God. He had dared to rush into the disaster zone alone. Now, he wouldn't let the one true God go. The battle between the two top-notch experts of the universe tore Huha spacetime apart. Fortunately, there was no one left in this spacetime after the Eternals were defeated. Everyone had migrated out. Otherwise, no one would have survived this battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3366. Wherever the chief's golden pen pointed, the sealed world enveloped Chu Yi. Chu Yi used the path of Tianyi to avoid the sealed world and the golden pen, and the sky-propping pillar smashed down. Bao Qi opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars to boil. On the other side, the divine seal catalog above Lu Yuan's head slammed into the general platform. Bang! With a loud bang, the general platform rumbled, and Lu Yuan coughed up blood. He was not only facing an expert who had crossed the bitter adversity, but also an expert who had grasped the cauldron bell. Lu Yuan and Chu Yi could not stop Sang Tian. Fortunately, Li Shou and Su Wang supported them from the side, especially when a huge hand enveloped them. Even the chief and Bao Qi feared it. The ancestor of giants had taken action. Lu Yin had not asked him to take action in the border war of the Tian Yuan universe because he was waiting for this moment. He could not expose all the powers of the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin targeted the one true God. Of all the people present, he was most afraid of him. Golden light flowed around the one true God's body as he was enveloped by the true God heaven transformation technique. Soil covered the stars, and Lu Yin pressed down with one hand, overturning sky palm. The intent realm battle technique suppressed the stars. Not only the one true God, but all the enemies, including the chief, were enveloped by this palm. The chief was shocked. An intent realm battle technique. Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. Palace Mistress Yao had been heavily injured by Lu Yin's intent realm battle technique, and now Lu Yin was using another one. Just how many intent realm battle techniques did he know? Under the overturning sky palm, the Forgotten Ruins god, Wang Xiaoyu, and He Wuxian all spat out blood. The chief and Bao Qi resisted with their sequence foundations. If not for that, their own sequence particles would have been dispersed by the stars around Lu Yin's heart. Moreover, they were fighting against primordial realm powerhouses, so the laws did not allow them to get close. Tengu wailed as it was sent flying by the palm. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku took the opportunity to attack the one true God. Black lines pierced through the void, coming from He Wuxian. The Forgotten Ruins god pushed the meditative ruins towards Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku took a step forward, his withered body slamming into the meditative ruins. At this moment, lanterns appeared one after another. They came from the Forgotten Ruins deity's true god freedom technique. One of the lanterns had the word withered written on it. The Forgotten Ruins deity waved his hand and the lantern was torn apart. The withered ancestor's body was recovering rapidly. The Forgotten Ruins god's palm. Boom! The starry sky was distorted as the god of forgetfulness retreated step by step. Ancestor Chen passed by Ancestor Ku and used the meditative ruins to attack the only true god. The sole true god glanced up as a sword appeared in his hand. With a slash of his sword, it was as though nothing had happened. However, Ancestor Chen suddenly appeared far away in the distance. That was the power of time, and that sword was none other than the primogenitor sword. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell to constantly emit a silent might that covered the cosmos. The cauldron bell and the sealed world sequence particles filled the cosmos. The strength beast and the illusionary beast slammed into the cauldron bell. Along the way, they were blocked by the sequence particles. Immediately after, the soundless force overturned them. The world spun, and they almost fainted. Lu Yin raised his hand and brandished his palm force. Consecutive palm strikes caused the sequence particles that covered the area to swirl around him like a stream of water, following his palm strike towards the one true God. Not only did this strike possess the might of the sequence particles that he had borrowed from consecutive palm strikes, but it also contained the might of his own strength that had reached the limits of a living being's strength. Under this palm, everything fell silent. Even time seemed to have frozen. Only true God stared at Lu Yin's palm and then held his sword horizontally in front of him. His two fingers were parallel to each other as he waved them towards Lu Yin, causing multiple sword shadows to pierce towards Lu Yin. Sword shadows everywhere under Lu Yin's palm strike, the sword shadows shattered one after another. Correspondingly, only true God's body retreated a little with each shattered sword shadow. No matter how close Lu Yin got, it was difficult for him to get close to only true God. These sword shadows were not a killing technique, but rather time itself. The sword shadows transformed into time, and each sword shadow represented a sliver of time from only true God. When the sword shadow's time was broken, the only true God could choose to attack or retreat during that time. Lu Yin watched as only true God easily dodged his attacks. Around him, a small boat of light appeared and turned into a rainbow as it chased after only true God. Every sword shadow that was shattered would not be absorbed by the river of time. If only true God could escape, then Lu Yin could chase after him. Tracing back to the past. Lu Yin stepped on the small boat of light and used the time that was not integrated into the river of time as a coordinate as he approached only true God. His body seemed illusory, appearing and disappearing at times. It was a mysterious and unfathomable sight that stunned even the president and Bao Qi. This was the use of time's mighty power, and they were too unfamiliar with it. Time's mighty power was the most mysterious and powerful force in the universe. They urgently needed to grasp time's mighty power. With Sang Tian's abilities, as long as they obtained the Mirage domain and came into contact with the river of time, they would be able to grasp countless uses of time's mighty power. They would not be inferior to these people. Now was not the time for a battle. The president looked at Bao Qi. Let's go to the Mirage domain. Bao Qi slapped the cauldron bell with both hands, and a soundless power spread out as ripples. Even first-level primordial realm experts feared these ripples. The ancestor of the giants punched out, and the moment he struck the ripples, his arm fractured and his body's particles dispersed. His bones cracked as he staggered backwards. Is this the foundation of the sequences? Primordial realm laws could not force back the particles of the foundation of the sequences unless they were close enough. This power was a representation of the spiritualized universe suppressing the Tian Yuan universe. Bao Qi relied on the cauldron bell to constantly increase the power he could unleash. If it were not for the fact that the primogenitor was invincible, there would not have been many people in the Tian Yuan universe who could have withstood such a battle prowess. Using the cauldron bell's soundless power, Bao Qi and the president charged towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the ancestor of the giants all headed towards the Mirage domain. Lu Yin constantly approached the one true God. The one true God's swords constantly increased in number, which also increased Lu Yin's coordinates. Sometimes, having more coordinates was not necessarily better. Just like directions, one had to continue regardless of whether it was right or wrong. If there were too many directions, one would not be able to continue. The one true God praised, "Every time I see you, you've improved greatly. Path Master Lu, I can guarantee that once Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation world vanishes, I'll be the first to kill you." Lu Yin stared at the one true God. "I still can't see through you. If possible, I'll kill you as soon as possible." Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku charged towards the one true God. The Forgotten Ruins God, He Wuxian, and the others did not stop them. The one true God waved his hand casually, and countless swords shot out in all directions. Sword of 10,000 paths, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The one true God had used this move in the Battle of Immemorial City. At that moment, Lu Yin was still rather powerless. There was still a huge difference between him and the one true God, just like how the primogenitor had suppressed the president and Bao Qi alone. This was the battle power that truly stood at the top of a universe. It was something that the current Lu Yin could not reach. Although he was known as the master of the Tian Yuan universe, it did not mean that he had the power of the master of the Tian Yuan universe. At his peak, the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, had the power of a master of the universe. Closer. Countless swords swept out in all directions. Unlike the Battle of Immemorial City, there was no killing intent this time. It was still the time of the swords. "Path Master Lu, instead of chasing me, why don't you find trouble with the spiritualized universe? They're about to enter the Mirage domain." Lu Yin turned around. The president, Bao Qi, had just entered the Mirage domain. The one true God was getting further and further away. "Master, I'll leave it to you," Lu Yin shouted and turned towards the Mirage domain. In another direction, Mr. Mu walked out and headed towards the one true God. The one true God saw Mr. Mu and said slowly, "You should know that you can't keep me here. Tai Hong's power is not my match at all. Restraining me for this long is already his limit." A wooden flute appeared in Mr. Mu's hand. Without saying a word, the flute began to play. The one true God frowned. He raised the ancestor's sword and flicked it. The sword hummed softly, and the swords flew towards Mr. Mu, but they were all shattered by the flute. The same thing happened again. The shattered swords gave the one true God time to lead Forgotten Ruins God, Black Wuxian, and the others towards the Mirage domain. Although Mr. Mu was powerful and surpassed Lu Yin in terms of absolute power, he could not suppress the one true God in terms of the power of time. His tracing the past had cut off the river of time, so he could only watch as the one true God approached the Mirage domain using time fragments. At the front, the president and Bao Qi looked back and saw the one true God and the others rushing over. They looked at each other and sped towards the Mirage domain. Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others followed closely behind. Lu Yin was approaching at a speed that was parallel to time. In another direction, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku were chasing after him. Since Mr. Mu could not stop the one true God from entering the Mirage domain, he had to do it himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3367. With his palm facing down, Lu Yuan casually threw out the Xidigarba needle. It pierced through the cross-section of the silent force and stabbed towards Bao Qi. Bao Qi grinned. With the help of the cauldron bell, the silent power skyrocketed again. It was as if there were endless sequence particles spreading. An even bigger cauldron bell appeared above his head, making a loud noise. Lu Yin, Progenitor Qin, and Ancestor Ku all entered at the same time. He saw the huge cauldron bell at first glance. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku struck out together. Even though they had not broken through to the primordial realm, their battle prowess was already extraordinary. They were the peak experts of an era. On the other hand, he could fight against any strong enemy with his consecutive palms. The other relied on things to move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, and was almost immortal. The two of them would not be easier to deal with than primordial realm experts. Lu Yin turned around. The only true God, come. The starry sky in his heart spread out and covered the mirage domain, continuously dispersing the sealed realm and the cauldron bell's sequence particles. At the same time, Lu Yin's body withered and was covered by a blackish-purple substance. He wielded the earth spear as blackish-white gas spiraled around him. His strength constellation swept out in all directions. The mirage domain became more and more blurry. The one true God brought the god of forgotten ruins, Wang Xiaoyu, and Black Wushan closer. Behind them was Mr. Mu. Lu Yin raised his spear and pointed it at the only true God. The one true God met Lu Yin's gaze and instantly entered the mirage domain. At the same time, the god of forgotten ruins pointed out a finger, and the lantern behind him shattered. This represented Lu Yin's true God freedom technique from the god of forgotten ruins. Lu Yin felt as if an invisible force was trying to shatter his body. This feeling was similar to Papercut, but also different. Papercut used the long river of time to cover against the current, forming great waves. As for the true God's freedom technique, it used one's past thoughts to sever one's emotions, thoughts, desires, and wishes. When the god of oblivion severed the lantern, the person represented by the lantern would be conflicted because of his thoughts, desires, and desires. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Black God's eyes spun as the line shot towards Lu Yin. The one true God knocked on the sword once again. Sword shadows flew out, boundless time. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, gripped his spear tightly, and stabbed out. The spear pierced towards the only true God, shattering the sword's shadows along the way. Lu Yin himself took a step backwards and raised his palm to strike out. His palm was like a vortex that sucked in everything around him. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. He was not injured. How could this be? The true God's freedom law was ineffective. In front of only true God's eyes, the spear continued to stab at him, and the sword's shadows were completely unobstructed. Beside him, the forgotten ruins god condensed meditative ruins to block the attacks, but he was also pierced through by the spear. This attack contained the power of Lu Yin's biological limit, as well as the mortal realm's soil. The only true God suddenly retreated. He faced the long spear and retreated from the mirage domain. Mr. Mu arrived just in time. The wooden flute turned and pointed at the void. The heavenly hound suddenly appeared and stood between the only true deity and Mr. Mu. After being hit by Mu Xiao, it howled in pain as its body was almost pierced through and smashed towards the only true deity. Wang Xiaoyu caught the heavenly hound, and the remaining force injured Wang Xiaoyu. The one true God glanced at Mr. Mu before heading off in another direction. The god of forgotten ruins grabbed Wang Xiaoyu and dragged the heavenly hound away, waving goodbye to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected the sole true God to suddenly retreat. Did he not care about the mirage anymore? Blacklist God also wanted to retreat, but Lu Yin subconsciously stopped himself. Blacklist God was a gift left for the only true God, and it would be a waste to kill him in the mirage domain. At this moment, the mirage suddenly disappeared from Huha spacetime. He Wushan looked at the sky of the mirage domain. He could no longer see the starry sky of Huha spacetime. His heart sank as he was trapped in the mirage domain. Lu Yin looked at Blacklist God. Blacklist God also looked at Lu Yin. They both stopped fighting. Blacklist God only wanted to escape, and Lu Yin hoped that he would as well, but they could not make it too obvious. Blacklist God himself did not know that he had been schemed against, and if they made it too obvious, he would become suspicious. Back then, deity Shaoyin had been schemed against by the Grand Empyreans. In order to prevent deity Shaoyin from being suspected, Luyin had forced a war and asked senior brother Woodcutter and the others to cooperate and force deity Shaoyin to go to the Black Mother Tree. However, an accident had still occurred, and deity Shaoyin had discovered them midway. If not for Huewu, the scheme might not have succeeded. At this moment, if Blackless God discovered that he had been schemed against, it would be useless against the only true God. Blackless God wanted to escape, but he guessed that it would not be that easy. Luyin hoped that Blackless God would escape as he did not want to be discovered. They both stopped fighting and looked at each other. The scene was strange. "Don't even think about escaping," the ancestor of the giants roared as he grabbed at Blackless God. Luyin was speechless. What was he supposed to do? Blackless God's expression turned ugly. It would not be easy to escape. Blackless God's eyes turned, and black lines appeared from the void, forming a bizarre prison that trapped Luyin and burned with black flames. At the same time, the black lines extended into the mirage domain, following the ancestor of the giant's arm. This was an innate gift, not a sequence law. The ancestor of the giant snorted and clenched his fist, using his strength to disperse the black lines. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly froze. It was the sealed realm again. In the distance, the president used the sealed realm to restrain the ancestor of the giants. The direction of the golden pen was constantly approaching Chu-Yi. Bao Qi frantically shook his cauldron bell, causing the mirage domain to boil. The mirage domain was not impossible to leave, as one could just tear through the void. However, they were unwilling to leave. This was the mirage domain, a place that the spiritualized universe had searched for countless years. It was a place where they could pry into the power of time. If they did not come into contact with the river of time, they would never reach a certain height. Spiritualized universes were too rare in this path. It could only be said that the primogenitors had gone too far, forcing the spiritualized universe's desire for the mirage domain and the river of time to reach the limit. Luyin grabbed the bizarre prison and tore it open. "Senior, I'll leave Blackless God to you." He then headed towards Bao Qi. If he also attacked Blackless God would definitely die. Although the ancestor of the giants was a primordial realm powerhouse and could suppress Blackless God, Luyin did not forget that Blackless God was a life form of the consciousness universe. Blackless God's consciousness belonged to the celestial realm, which corresponded to the primordial realm. If he really went all out, the ancestor of the giants might not be able to do anything to him. The ancestor of the giants' battle prowess was too monotonous, and he had no advantage over Blackless God. Luyin charged towards Bao Qi, but he was met with a silent power. Bao Qi cultivated the sequence law of sound, obtained the spiritualized innate gift of mimicry, and obtained the sequence foundation cauldron bell. The combination of the three had created Sang Tian. He was the only person who could achieve Sang Tian without crossing the bitter adversity. He was invincible on the border battlefield of the Tian Yuan universe. If the crazy headmaster had not used the path of red dust to force him into the bitter adversity realm, the border war would not have ended up like that. After entering the bitter adversity, Bao Qi's personality changed drastically. He was no longer Zhang Yang and had become introverted. Although his strength did not increase by much, this sudden change in personality made others uneasy. Fortunately, it was temporarily beneficial to the Tian Yuan universe, which was equivalent to crippling Sang Tian. However, that was under normal circumstances. Now that he was surrounded, no matter how his personality changed, he would not seek death. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell to unleash terrifying strength. The silent power dyed the mirage domain black like ink, forcefully repelling the fog. The cauldron bell turned Bao Qi's voice into an unparalleled killing weapon that spread out in all directions. Luyin raised his hand and stabbed out with a spear of earth, but it was all shattered by the silent power. He threw out a punch, but even the strength of a living being was unable to penetrate the silent power that dyed the void black. Bao Qi opened his mouth, and coldness and savagery filled the depths of his eyes. The bitter adversity was constantly suppressing his nature, but he was releasing it in this battle. If he completely released his nature, he might fall from the primordial realm and be unable to set foot in the bitter adversity for the rest of his life. He would not be able to achieve eternal life, just like Meng Sang. However, the primordial realm Bao Qi was still Sang Tian and possessed terrifying strength. Using the cauldron bell, Bao Qi enveloped the surroundings with a silent power. Nothing could penetrate it, making him undefeatable. The main president was also protected by a silent power. He had rejoiced many times that Bao Qi had come to the heaven origin universe. The power of sound seemed ordinary, but once it was fully unleashed, it was terrifying. This was also why the spiritualized universe had to create the cauldron bell. No one had been able to use the cauldron bell for countless years, but it was still one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences. Lu Yin looked at the main president and Bao Qi, who were protected by the silent power. He aimed at them and waved his hand. Kanyang. 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 Sunset. Afterglow. Burn your martial arts. It's an intent battle technique. Be careful, the main president warned as his golden brush hovered in the air. Lu Yin stared at the brush, completely infatuated. This was his bitter adversity. Kanyang could burn martial arts, which was to burn everything that came with cultivation. However, bitter adversity was the exact opposite. Everything that people experienced at the beginning of cultivation was bitter adversity. The main president used bitter adversity to resist Kanyang. Not only did he ignore Kanyang, but he even caused Kanyang's afterglow to reappear and devour Lu Yin. Lu Yin vomited blood and looked at the president in surprise. The head guild master smiled with a round face. Junior, how long has this old man cultivated? You want to erase this old man's path with just a concept battle skill. You underestimate the bitter disaster realm too much. Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had indeed underestimated these old men. Kanyang had always been successful against Palace Mistress Yao, but he had been defeated by the president. This was how strong a bitter adversity realm powerhouse was. Lu Yin thought that he was invincible in the heaven origin universe, and only a few people could surpass him. However, he had forgotten that the president, Bao Qi, was also in the bitter adversity realm and could surpass him. Bao Qi faced Lu Yin and opened his mouth, sending a silent blade of darkness towards him. Lu Yuan blocked in front of Lu Yin and shattered the blade. Are you all right, little seven? Lu Yin shook his head. I underestimated them. Lu Yuan laughed. That's a good thing. That old man only caused you to suffer a backlash. It's not that serious. It's just a reminder. After all, the bitter adversity realm is not that easy to reach. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan's back. Ancestor, you can also ignore my Kanyang. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes. Lu Yin exhaled. Intents are extremely effective in the primordial realm. It made me forget the difference between me and the bitter adversity realm. However, Kanyang can still be strengthened. Haha, of course. Intents are more important than one's realm. The stronger your intent, the deeper your understanding of the battle technique, the more powerful it will be, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin looked at the president and Bao Qi. They didn't want to give up on the mirage, but they didn't want to either. What was Wei Nu thinking? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3368. Help the Tian Yuan universe kill the people from the spiritualized universe? If that was the case, it was time for her to make a move. If that wasn't the case, then what was her goal? Lu Yin was constantly on guard against Wei Nu. She definitely had her own motives. The river of time rolled by. Chuyi and the others besieged the president and Bao Qi. Under the protection of the Sequence Foundation, they would not be defeated so easily. There were too many sequence particles. Coupled with the Sequence Foundation, one could be killed if they weren't careful. As for He Wuxian, he clashed with the ancestor of the giants. The ancestor of the giants felt aggrieved. He was a mighty primordial realm expert, yet he was unable to take down He Wuxian. Almost all of the 7 sky gods had gone to the battle of the ancient city, but the colossal ancestor did not pay too much attention to them. They were very powerful, but they had not reached the primordial realm yet. Who would have thought that this Black Wuxian was so slippery that even he couldn't take him down, and it wasn't good for him to lose face and ask for help from others. He Wuxian had been looking for an opportunity to leave. His consciousness was his final trump card. He would definitely be able to leave. The Mirage Domain had never experienced such a great battle. By the river of time, the stone tablet erected by the ancestors had long been shattered. Lu Yin looked at the president and Bao Qi, who were being protected by the soundless force, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Bao Qi's power was endless, and there was no end to it. Waiting any longer would be futile. Since that was the case, he would solve one first. Lu Yin opened his mouth and said something to Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others. Everyone stared blankly and looked at each other. So it was like this. The main guild leader aimed the sealed world at his surroundings, and combined with the silent force, his defense was impenetrable. Bao Qi, how much longer can you hold on? My voice is a combination of talent and the sequence method. Combined with the Sequence Foundation, if I were alone, the pressure would be too great and I wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But with your sealed world and golden pen, they won't be able to take advantage of us in a battle of attrition, Bao Qi said. The president was reassured. It's impossible for us to leave the Mirage Domain. As long as we hold on, they will have to leave when reinforcements arrive. Bao Qi was puzzled. Will they leave if time stops in the Mirage Domain? The president sneered. As long as a creature enters, the time in the Mirage Domain will change with that creature. They don't dare to take the risk. If they lose, the Tian Yuan universe will be gone. In the Mirage Domain, no one knows how much time has passed in the outside world. No one knows when the next person who enters the Mirage Domain will come from. They won't be able to hold on for long. The Mirage Domain will belong to us in the end. He then looked at Lu Yin. Junior, let me see how long you can stay here. Lu Yin looked at the president and smiled, longer than you. The president was shocked and instinctively felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, outside the soundless force, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, Ancestor Qin, and Ancestor Ku simultaneously split into 2 shadows and attacked the soundless force. The head of the headquarters was shocked. Impossible. The sealed world allowed one to reverse heaven and man with one's impression. If one were to damage the impression, they would be able to damage the original body as well. It seemed powerful, and it was indeed powerful. Chu Yi and the others were wary of it, but there was a huge drawback to it. Impressions were very vague and were not controlled by the person himself. When a person looked at another person, if they saw both the front and the side of the person at the same time, the impression would be different. Only with the accumulation of time would the different impression disappear. The sealed world was the same. The impression sequence originated from the cultivator. If Chu Yi and the others split into 2 at the same time, one from the front and one from the side, the impression would be different for the sealed world. Although the sealed world did not have a limit to the number of impressions and could reverse heaven and man at the same time, allowing the president to injure them, there would always be a front and back. If the president attacked the front, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the side. If the president attacked from the side, Chu Yi and the others would attack from the front. This was the drawback of the sealed world. Actually, it was not considered a drawback. If Chu Yi and the others were not strong enough, the president could easily injure or even kill all of their impressions. The reason why it was a drawback was that both sides were basically equal in strength. Seeing Chu Yi and the others rapidly splitting into more and more faces, the president's heart sank and he hurriedly attacked. However, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others were all in the primordial realm. Even Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku could not be easily injured. How could the president deal with it alone? Everyone's attacks landed on the soundless force. Bao Qi's pressure suddenly increased. He could only increase the power of the cauldron bell, which rapidly increased his consumption. What's going on? Bao Qi growled. The president gritted his teeth. Someone betrayed the spiritualized universe. The drawback of the sealed world has been discovered. Who? The president gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's confidence was the reason why he was certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Actually, this drawback could be discovered, and there was no need for someone to reveal it. However, Lu Yin's smile just now made the president certain that someone had betrayed the spiritualized universe. Who? Who would betray the spiritualized universe? Palace Mistress Yao. Impossible. She did not know about the drawback of the sealed world. Tianxi. Impossible. He did not know about it either. Aside from them, who else could it be? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Origin. The president looked at Lu Yin. Origin is in your hands. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Guess. The president gritted his teeth. Its origin. He betrayed the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi was surprised. Why origin? Because origin once controlled the sealed world. He knows about the drawbacks of the sealed world. Moreover, we have been in the Tianyuan universe for so long, but origin has not appeared. Even the Eternals do not know where he is. He was captured by the above heaven sect and betrayed the spiritualized universe. After that, he looked at Lu Yin. What about Zhang Yan? Where is the Jiangshan state painting? Why? Are you not going to use the impression rotation? Lu Yin asked. The president's face sank. You even know about the impression rotation? That traitor must have told you. He whispered to Bao Qi, if you can't do it, then leave. The pressure from noiseless force suddenly increased, and Lu Yin took action. He used the reverse step and multiple figures appeared, preventing the president from attacking them all at once. Lu Yin waved his hand, and earth spears pierced towards the noiseless force like raindrops. A terrifying force enveloped the mortal ancestors' world and forced Bao Qi to retreat. Bao Qi's face fell, and his lips curled up even more. He pressed his hands on the cauldron bell while the president drew out an endless amount of sequence particles from the sealed world. The next moment, two majestic sequence particles appeared like dragons soaring into the sky. They covered the sky and turned into a canopy. Lu Yin and the others' expressions changed. They had never seen such majestic sequence particles before. They had already covered the entire mirage domain like a sky made of sequence particles. These were the sequence particles contained within the sequence foundations. The sealed world had been condensed by 359 cultivators of the sequence principles since ancient times, while the cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 cultivators of the sequence principles. The two sequence foundations added up to more than 400 sequence principle experts. What a frightening number this was. How many sequence principle experts had appeared in the Battle of Immemorial City since ancient times? There were far fewer. The first time Lu Yin saw such majestic sequence particles was at the Grand Celestial Tea Party, but the sequence particles there were too small compared to the sequence particles that appeared now. The number of light wheels was the most Lu Yin had ever seen. The sealed world and the cauldron bell completely erupted with sequence particles, covering the entire mirage domain and pressing towards Lu Yin and the others. At this moment, anyone would be shocked by the majestic sequence particles. As Bao Qi roared, the cauldron bell vibrated, and the sequence particles pressed down like a canopy. Darkness replaced the day, and everyone resisted with their own sequence principles. Only two figures crossed the canopy-like sequence particles and rushed towards the president and Bao Qi. They were Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin. The two of them skipped time and crossed the majestic sequence particles, which made the president and Bao Qi's expressions change drastically. The two of them struck out at the same time. The sequence particles around them turned into a vortex and were pulled in. Under the two vortexes, they struck out at the same time. Bao Qi pushed the cauldron bell towards the two of them. Clang! There was a loud sound, and Bao Qi spat out blood as he was sent flying. Even the cauldron bell was sent flying. From the side, the president's sealed world enveloped the area and pointed his golden brush at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's forehead was boiling hot, and around him, a small boat of flowing light shuttled back and forth. It reversed for a second, and his body moved away from his original position. He struck out with a finger, using the Tao of Tianyi. The finger struck the president, and his body shattered. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was impression rotation. Impression reversal was the sealed realm's ability. Impression reversal could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of others, or it could be the impression that the owner of the sealed realm had of himself. Impression reversal was similar to external avatars, and there was no limit to the distance. It was one of the best sneak attacks, and it was also one of the techniques that Origin had specifically reminded Lu Yin of. If used well, this move could reverse the situation. Fortunately, Lu Yin had always been on guard. In the distance, even the ancestor of giants was afraid of such a majestic attack. He punched out at the sequence particles that were pressing down on him. Blackless God took the opportunity to escape, but the ancestor of giants grabbed him. Blackless God turned around, but the ancestor of giants did not see him do anything. The ancestor of giants only felt that Blackless God was clearly very close, but also very far away. This was Blackless God's power that had once prevented Lu Yin and the others from finding Immemorial City, Endless Path. Endless Path did not represent Blackless God's strength in the Tian Yuan universe, but rather his ability as a life form in the consciousness universe. It corresponded to the bitter calamity realm, especially the power of consciousness. In the entire Tian Yuan universe, even the ruins, who had once possessed the strongest consciousness, could not reach such a level. In the end, Blackless God still managed to escape. He did not miss the mirage domain at all. The ancestor of giants was furious. He was unwilling to let Blackless God escape, and he had lost face. He did not know how to explain this to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about the ancestor of giants. A white pointy-faced mask appeared behind the president, and it was called the Grim Reaper's Divine Reflection. It stabbed at Ancestor Qin with a spear. Compared to Lu Yin, Ancestor Qin was much easier to defeat. However, he had underestimated Ancestor Qin. As a peak expert of an era, even if Ancestor Qin had not broken through to the primordial realm, he only lacked the laws to not get close to him. When Lu Yin used the void in his heart to help Ancestor Qin's laws to not get close to him, the difference between Ancestor Qin and the bitter calamity realm was not that great. The spear stabbed over, and Ancestor Qin almost brushed past the tip of the spear. He stepped backwards, disrupting time. The divine reflection was formed from sequence particles, and it suddenly became blurry. The president's eyes widened. It was the power of time again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3369. When it came to the power of time, the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. Progenitor Qin had mastered reverse time, which allowed him to parallel time, skip time, and even reverse time. This was especially true when it came to reversing time. Even he himself did not know how chaotic time would be. His palm struck the spiral, and flames began to rise from his hand. This was the sequence law that progenitor Chin had comprehended several times: flames of war. The flames of war were inextinguishable and endless. The flames flickered. Due to the main guild leader's rule of not getting close to the main guild leader, it was unable to get close to the main guild leader. However, it managed to push back Kamisu's spear. Chaotic time and flames of war were able to forcefully resist the bitter disaster realm master's sequence method. Lu Yin wasn't worried about progenitor Chin at all. No matter what, he could still skip through time. Since ancient times, the one who was most similar to Lu Yin was progenitor Chin. Progenitor Chin had also cultivated various powers, but he had not merged all of his Daos into one. Instead, he had formed 9 clones and cultivated each power to great success. This was another path that had its limits, but Lu Yin's path had no limits. Lu Yin charged towards Bao Qi and raised his palm to suppress him. His strength reached its limit and transformed into a celestial phenomenon visible to the naked eye. It held within the sky palace in his heart, causing Bao Qi to be unable to breathe. Bao Qi waved his hand, and the cauldron bell flew towards him. Along the way, it was knocked away by the general appointment platform. Lu Yin and progenitor Chin had forced Bao Qi back with their palms, breaking Ding Zhong's sequence technique. This allowed Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others to join in as well. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Bao Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin's palm, and half of his bones had been shattered. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. Lu Yin reached out to grab Bao Qi. This was Sang Tian, and he was more valuable alive than dead. Bao Qi's eyes widened, and the savagery in his eyes completely erupted. He roared at the sky, and his soundless power transformed into darkness that blasted towards Lu Yin. Ripples rippled outwards and collided with the cauldron bell, causing a loud bang. Kuang ancestor Qin and Lu Yin, who were the closest, paused for a moment. Lu Yuan's general appointment platform was blasted away by the sound. Chu Yi and ancestor Ku were both restrained for a moment. The chief looked at Bao Qi. He had fallen. He had fallen from the bitter calamity realm to the primordial realm. He had still fallen at this critical moment. He would never be able to break through again. The eternal life realm was not fated with him. He felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. The spiritualized universe was clearly much stronger than the Tian Yuan universe. They were the ones who invaded the Tian Yuan universe and wanted to restart the universe. Why did things turn out this way? Everything that had happened since he had arrived in the Tian Yuan universe flashed through the chief chairman's head. Everything made him feel powerless. The war in the Tian Yuan universe was not as easy as he had imagined. This was the enemy's home ground. Even though he had entered the Mirage domain, he had fallen into another trap. Tianxi had been betrayed by the Eternals to the Above Heaven sect. Tianxi had found out the moment he entered the Mirage domain. Maiden had said that she would give them a chance to deal with Lu Yin, but it was clear that they were the ones being attacked. The Eternals had no intention of helping them. He experienced complete helplessness. Everyone here was an enemy. Bao Qi, let's go, the president growled. The sealed world once again erupted with vast amounts of sequence particles, blotting out the sky. Every explosion of sequence particles would damage the sequence foundation, especially in such a battle. The sealed world was clearly smaller than when he first arrived. But there was no other way. If the sequence particles did not erupt, they had no hope of escaping. Bao Qi grinned. He seemed to be a completely different person. He opened his mouth, and multicolored light appeared, shooting straight at Lu Yin. In the first battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used the multicolored light to shatter Void Master's turtle shell and suppress Do Xing. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A celestial lord. This light had the destructive power of a primordial realm expert, but it was much weaker than the power he had with the cauldron bell. Lu Yin casually dispersed the light. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the mirage domain suddenly changed. The fog that had been dispersed by the battle swept over from all directions as if it was controlled by someone. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Be careful. It's Maiden. Apart from them, the only one present who could attack was Maiden. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the chief chairman and Bao Qi tore through the void to leave. Lu Yin's palms shook. The stars around his heart shook. Serious art. Under serious art, it was impossible for them to escape. The torn void could not be stabilized. Around them, the fog of time flowed like mercury, surrounding them and connecting with the river of time. Everyone suddenly looked in one direction. There, a small boat appeared from the fog in the depths of the river of time and slowly approached them. Looking at the boat, Lu Yin thought of a word, ferryman. Was there a boat in the river of time? No one had seen it before, and no one had thought about it. But as Maiden's identity was exposed, Lu Yin knew that there was a ferryman in the river of time. With a ferryman, there would be a boat. The boat flowed down the river of time, connecting with the fog of time and slowly drifting over their heads. In the distance, the river of time poured down on them along with the fog of time. Lu Yin and the others paled. Seize the boat. Lu Yuan shouted. The river of time could not be touched directly. Otherwise, it would be more painful than death. Back then, Fengbo would rather escape to the forbidden area than jump into the river of time. It seemed like a river, but it was actually time. Once one fell in, the pain of hovering between life and death was enough to make anyone collapse. As far as they knew, no one had experienced such pain before, but they all knew that it was instinctive. Lu Yin also knew that Big Sis had fallen into the river of time and lost her cultivation. She had gone from being the ancestor of the netherworld to Big Sis. She was unwilling to talk about what she had experienced, as the pain was too deep. Seeing the river of time pour down, everyone rushed towards the boat. Only the ancestor of giants, who was further away, was not included. Lu Yin was the first to board the boat, and not far away, the president followed suit. The two made their move on the boat. Bao Qi, Progenitor Qin, Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others all boarded the boat. The boat was easy to board, so easy that it seemed unreal. It was clearly a ferryman's boat. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as scenes of himself flashed before his eyes. What was that? A small boat of light appeared around him. Follow me. Chu Yi and the others were stunned, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing. But when they saw Lu Yin board his own small boat, they hurriedly followed. The president and Bao Qi's hearts sank. Lu Yin had actually given up on killing them and boarded his own power of time. Something was wrong. The two looked at the boat under their feet. We can't stay. To be able to cultivate from an ordinary person to the Sang Tian realm, the two had experienced too many life and death situations. Lu Yin's actions were so abnormal that they felt a chill in their hearts. But there was no place for them to stay. The fog of time covered them, and tearing the void was even more impossible. The only direction was the forbidden area. The legend of the Mirage domain had been passed in the spiritualized universe for many years. The spiritualized universe knew that there was a forbidden area in the Mirage domain and that it was not easy to set foot there. But so many years had passed, and Bao Qi, who later became the Sang Tian, did not know the dangers of the forbidden area. The president hesitated, but Bao Qi rushed forward. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After getting off the boat, they headed towards the forbidden area that was not covered by the fog of time. Compared to the boat that was covered by the river of time or the boat that even Lu Yin did not dare to leave behind, the forbidden area obviously had a better chance of survival. The president only hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. On the small boat of light, Lu Yin and the others watched Bao Qi and the president rush towards the forbidden area. They did not stop them and just watched. Suddenly, the fog of time receded like mercury, and the small boat that was sailing in the river of time disappeared in a blur. The river of time itself was separated from the fog of time. All of this happened in an instant. The scene just now was like an illusion, so unreal. Bao Qi had already rushed to the entrance of the forbidden area, and the president followed closely behind. The two looked back and saw that the mirage domain had returned to normal, so they subconsciously stopped. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the small boat of light rushed towards them. He did not know what Maiden wanted to do, but the most important thing right now was to deal with the president and Bao Qi. Because of the river of time and the small boat, Lu Yin and the others were far away from Bao Qi and the president. The president looked at Lu Yin and the others unwillingly. He would return to the mirage domain. Just as he was about to tear the void. No one noticed that a very familiar shadow had appeared in the forbidden area. It was not a human, but a star toad. Lu Yin and the others stood in the boat of light and looked at the forbidden area. The star toad rushed out of the forbidden area and kicked Bao Qi, who was standing at the entrance, go away. Bao Qi turned around and saw the star toad's flippers. The kick landed on his face. Bang! Bao Qi flew out in front of the president. The president looked at the forbidden area and was stunned. A toad. Great-grandma, don't follow me dash, the star toad shouted with a tearful voice. It held a pitchfork and stabbed at the president. The president pointed his golden pen at the pitchfork, and the pitchfork turned golden and spread towards the star toad. The toad was shocked, and its eyes regained clarity. It looked at the president in front of it and saw the boat of light approaching. It also saw Lu Yin. Not good, it's this ruthless person. The star toad did not understand the situation at all. It let go of the pitchfork and threw the copper coin at the president. They were both in the bitter adversity realm, but the president was much stronger than the star toad. His golden pen easily knocked down the copper coin. The star toad's eyes widened. When did such a powerful expert appear? Toad, catch him or I'll skin you alive, Lu Yin's voice sounded. The star toad's eyes widened. They were not on the same side. Only an idiot would catch him. The president pressured the star toad, and it did not hesitate to escape in another direction. At this time, the boat of light had already reached the entrance of the forbidden area. Lu Yin stepped backwards and hit Bao Qi with a palm. Bao Qi spat out blood on the cauldron bell and slapped it with both palms. The bell shook, and the soundless force permeated the surroundings. The desolate ancestor's withered body rushed into the soundless force, and his body recovered visibly. At the same time, he kept approaching Bao Qi. Golden light scattered as the God's sealing catalog pressed down on the president. Chu Yi hugged the Optimus Prime and smashed it down. The president gritted his teeth. There was no escape. Bao Qi was kicked towards Lu Yin by the star toad. They were far from the forbidden area, and it was impossible for him to take Bao Qi away. Hateful toad. The president turned around and headed towards the forbidden area. Chu Yi and Lu Yuan quickly stopped. The forbidden area of the mirage domain was extremely dangerous. Their master had warned them many times, and they could only watch as the president fled into the forbidden area. Bao Qi was suppressed by progenitor Chen and the desolate ancestor. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3370. Bao Qi couldn't figure out how two cultivators of sequence laws were able to jump ranks and fight against him. Lu Yin watched the president go deep into the forbidden zone and sighed. When he looked back, Bao Qi had already fallen to the ground, and the cauldron bell had fallen to the side. Bao Qi was captured in this battle. In the distance, the star toad had already disappeared. If it weren't for the star toad, the president and Bao Qi would have escaped. With the distance between them, they could tear the void and leave without going deep into the forbidden zone. The star toad had suddenly appeared and kicked Bao Qi away, disrupting the president's plan and delaying Lu Yin's arrival. Speaking of which, he had to thank the star toad, although the toad had also escaped. Lu Yin came to Bao Qi and looked down at him. Bao Qi coughed up blood. Most of his bones were shattered, and the corners of his mouth were torn. He looked very miserable. This is our first official meeting. Bao Qi, Sang Tian, right? Lu Yin said slowly. Bao Qi looked at Lu Yin and grinned. I admire you. Lu, Path Master Lu, right? Kill me. A living Sang Tian is far more valuable than a dead one, Lu Yin said. Bao Qi sneered. I'm different from others. You won't get any information from me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Originally, Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi wanted to live because they had a future, but Bao Qi didn't care about life and death. The primordial realm was his future. He had fallen from the bitter adversity realm to the primordial realm and couldn't go any further. He was different from Meng Sang. Meng Sang was unwilling and wanted to fight, but he didn't even want to fight. Perhaps it was because Meng Sang knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe and wanted to fight for the possibility of restarting. Although your cultivation won't increase, don't you want to live? After all, you've reached Sang Tian's position, Lu Yin said slowly. Bao Qi looked up at the sky of the mirage. If I live, I'll still be Sang Tian, even if I'm still in the primordial realm. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at him. Bao Qi turned and looked at the shrunken cauldron bell in the distance. The premise is that it still belongs to me. The giant ancestor stood beside the cauldron bell. He raised his hand and landed on the ground, blocking Bao Qi's sight. Bao Qi smiled bitterly. Do you know how many people in Sky Upon Sky are eyeing Sang Tian's position? There are far too many. There are far too many experts in the outer heavens. Although they haven't reached the bitter calamity realm and are trash in my eyes, there are some people who want to take a shortcut like me. I used the cauldron bell in the primordial realm to sit firmly on the throne of the mulberry heavens, but there are some people who also want to use the foundation of the sequence to reach the mulberry heavens. After losing the cauldron bell, I'll be reduced to a stepping stone for those people on the path of ascension. This is under the premise that I can return to the spiritualized universe alive. He then looked at Lu Yin. Will you let me go? Lu Yin and Bao Qi looked at each other. It's not impossible. Bao Qi laughed until he coughed up blood. His face turned red. You want me to be your Tian Yuan universe's dog? Ha 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 ha, I am Sang Tian, I am Bao Qi. Primal Origin said that the Tian Yuan universe will definitely be reactivated. A universe that is destined to fail is not worth being buried with it. Do you want to die at our hands? Lu Yin asked. Bao Qi was disdainful. The older you get, the more you fear death. Times have changed. When Primal Origin was in the spiritualized universe, Sky Upon Sky was not the current Sky Upon Sky. The current Sky Upon Sky is filled with mad dogs eyeing Sang Tian's position. He stared at Lu Yin. If I die, Sang Tian's position will be empty. These mad dogs will do everything they can to ascend to that position. Palace Mistress Yao is known as under Sang Tian. Does she really have the ability to suppress those mad dogs? Anyone who tries to stop those mad dogs from ascending to Sang Tian's position will be torn to shreds. I've already lost, so I shouldn't be alive. Primal origin is the same. He wants to occupy Sang Tian's position and return to the spiritualized universe, but his position has long been targeted. Some people take a shorter shortcut than me. Cough cough. Bao Qi coughed up blood and gasped for breath. Don't think that you can take food away from a mad dog just because you give it to him. With Sang Tian dead, you'll have to face a group of mad dogs vying for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin straightened up. Sky upon sky upon sky. It seemed like there was a large group of experts there, and a significant portion of them should have come from the small spiritual universe. This meant that there was an entire universe of experts there. Sang Tian was still there, so it was fine. But once Sang Tian's position was empty, anyone eyeing that position would become an enemy. Actually, Lu Yin would rather face Sang Tian than a group of enemies vying for Sang Tian's position. No matter how powerful Sang Tian was, Lu Yin was confident that he could take him on, but there were too many mad dogs vying for Sang Tian's position. If they spread out, the pressure on the Tian Yuan universe would be too great. Bao Qi suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yin's leg. Multicolored lights flickered within his body, and an oppressive aura that caused the world to lose its color appeared. It was as if it could destroy the world. Around Lu Yin, a small stream of light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. Lu Yin dodged Bao Qi's desperate gaze and slammed his palm down on Bao Qi's head. Bao Qi's entire body was pressed into the ground, and he lost all signs of life. Lu Yuan felt a lingering fear. He compressed all of his sequence particles within his body and wanted to unleash them in an instant. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Lu Yin's voice was low. It wasn't that I reacted quickly. He was seeking death. Chu Yi sighed. A person in a high position who is arrogant and conceited disdains to beg for mercy. He is even more unwilling to be used as a ladder to climb up and be torn apart by a mad dog. Although this person is an enemy, he is still respectable. Everyone's choices are different. Some live for a mission, while others live for a mission, Progenitor Chen said. Lu Yin slowly walked over to the cauldron bell. This cauldron bell was ranked 8th in the spiritualized universe, and it also belonged to him. So far, he had already snatched 4 cauldron bells from the spiritualized universes. It was not that the spiritualized universes were not powerful, but rather that this was a war between universes. Those who participated in this war were the most powerful people from both universes, and even the slightest loss would be enough to shock an entire era. If not for Lu Yin's current strength, he would not even be a match for an ordinary progenitor with the Sky Devourer's silk parasol, let alone Bao Qi. The first sequence law expert he had encountered was Mo Shang. With Mo Shang's strength, if he had encountered the Sky Devourer's silk parasol, he would not have been able to fight back. His dark sequence law would have been completely devoured, and he would have been at the mercy of others. The spiritualized universe was not weak, but Lu Yin and the others had prepared for too long. Even so, many people had been sacrificed. They had lost because they had underestimated the Tian Yuan universe. The Tian Yuan universe was not as simple as they thought. Lu Yin had commanded the entire war, and progenitor Sang Tian had suppressed the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Qin, progenitor Ku, and the others could turn the tables in desperate situations. There was also Maiden, who had opened the Mirage domain, and the only true God who had betrayed them. This was the Tian Yuan universe, and all of these were the elements that made up the entire Tian Yuan universe. It was not something that could be reflected in a single war. If the spiritualized universe continued to underestimate the Tian Yuan universe, then the Tian Yuan universe would be able to deal with any desperate situation unless Master Greengrass, an Eternal Realm expert, intervened. What about the other one? He escaped to the Forbidden Area. He should die. The giant ancestor stared at the forbidden area and asked. The forbidden area was clearly separated from the other areas. The other areas had bamboo forests and fog, but the forbidden area in front of them was clear and transparent. One could tell the difference at a glance. Lu Yin put away the cauldron bell and pressed it on the land near his heart to break down the sequence particles. At the same time, he walked to the entrance of the forbidden area and looked around. He turned back and asked, "Forefather, do you know what's in the forbidden area?" Ever since Fate had walked out of the forbidden area and changed his cultivation method, revealing karma, his master had warned the 3 realms and 6 paths not to enter the forbidden area. As a result, not many of the 3 realms and 6 paths had entered the forbidden area. There was more than one forbidden area in the Mirage domain. Chu Yi had entered one, but Lu Yuan had not. Chu Yi said, "I've never been to the forbidden area in front of us. I've been to one before, and there were endless chains inside. It was very strange. They were not corporeal, but corporeal at the same time." Lu Yin did not understand, so he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin said, "Look for the star toad. It came out of the forbidden area, so it must know something." Soon, everyone spread out to look for the star toad. In the outside world, in the Huha dimension, the beautiful eyes opened and looked in the direction where the Mirage domain disappeared. How did he know? He shouldn't have known. Why did he run away? Did he make a move? Impossible. In the Mirage domain, even he can't hide from me. What did he do? How did he know? In the dark space, there were only specks of stars in the distance. The beautiful eyes slowly closed. No matter what, he won't be able to hide twice. He will find you sooner or later. In the Mirage domain, the star toad was very slippery. After coming out of the forbidden area, it saw Bao Qi and the headmaster blocking its way and attacked without any room for negotiation. It looked cunning, but it was actually ruthless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the bitter adversity realm. When it found that Lu Yin and the others were not with Bao Qi, it ran away without any intention of interfering. However, the Mirage domain was only so big. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Not long after, the star toad was found in the bamboo forest. Ancestor Chen and Chu Yi surrounded it. The star toad put on a fawning smile and held the lotus leaf tightly. It bowed like a human. "May I know why you stopped me?" Chu Yi felt strange. "Star toad, I'm not used to being so polite." The star toad tried its best to be polite. "We are old friends. Please make way. I have something to do today. I will find you tomorrow." Is there a saying in the Mirage domain? Lu Yin arrived and smiled at the star toad. The star toad saw Lu Yin smile and felt uncomfortable. It licked its lips and pretended to be happy. "Isn't this Tao Lord Lu? What wind blew you here?" "Tao Lord Lu, how have you been?" Lu Yin walked towards the star toad step by step with a smile. The star toad saw Lu Yin approaching and forced a smile. Tao Lord Lu, what do you want? Just say it. We are friends. I will help you if I can. Lu Yin still approached it step by step. The star toad was scared and retreated. Ancestor Chen walked behind it at the right time. The star toad's eyes flashed fiercely. It was afraid of Chu Yi because Chu Yi had broken through to the primordial realm. However, Ancestor Chen had not. It wanted to break through. At this moment, the giant ancestor came and smashed into the ground not far away. He smiled at the star toad. The star toad was speechless. It was surrounded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3371. The closer Luin got, the more the star toad panicked. Luin gave it a huge pressure. When did this guy become so strong? The pressure was completely different from the last time it saw him in the Mirage domain. The star toad rolled its eyes. This guy had broken through to the ancestor realm, but was he so strong? Chu-yi was the same. When did he break through to the primordial realm? And that giant, shouldn't he be in Immemorial City? Could it be? Luin arrived in front of the star toad and studied it. Last time you went to the Forbidden Grounds, you said you saw your great-grandmother. This time, you came out of the Forbidden Grounds and saw your great-grandmother again. The star toad was bitter, its lotus leaf drooping down. Great-grandmother is still here. Why did you go to the Forbidden Grounds again? Luin suddenly shouted. The last time the star toad came out of the Forbidden Grounds, it was extremely miserable. It didn't seem like it planned to go back in again. If Luin hadn't blamed it for Tian Fa's death, it would have left the Mirage domain already. Now that it came out of the Forbidden Grounds again, something was wrong. The star toad gritted its teeth, the copper coins on its neck jingled. I can't accept this. The path to immortality. You said that the path to immortality is in the Forbidden Grounds. Last time, I might have entered the wrong Forbidden Grounds, so I thought about it for a long time and decided to enter another Forbidden Ground. And the result? Great-grandmother, shut up. Luin squatted down and stared at the star toad. In order to avoid Luin and the others, the star toad had shrunk to the size of a palm. Now that it was being stared at by Luin, the star toad felt its hair stand on end. A fawning smile appeared on its face. Congratulations, Master Lu. Congratulations, Master Lu. Now that Master Lu has broken through to the Ancestor Realm, you will definitely be invincible in the Ancestor Realm. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I have to thank you. If not for you, those two fellows would have escaped. The star toad shook its lotus leaf violently. Escape. They dare to escape. Master Lu, they won't live for more than 3 minutes. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Luin nodded. Yes, they won't be able to escape for now. The Forbidden Grounds can't directly leave the Mirage domain. I don't know about that. Some Forbidden Grounds can, but this one can't, said the star toad. Have you tried to leave? Yes, it's too uncomfortable inside. How long did you stay? I don't know, there's no concept of time. How long have you been here? Luin repeated the question, his expression sinking. The star toad gulped, feeling aggrieved. It was a powerhouse that had once commanded the heavens and earth, and it had even done business with the progenitor of the human race and the only true god of the Eternals. But now, it was being threatened by a junior. It really wanted to jump up and kick Luin, but after some thought, it decided against it. According to the time outside, it should have been 10 years. Roughly 20 years had passed since he had killed Tianfa, which meant that it had been 10 years since the star toad had escaped from the last Forbidden Zone. Now, it had entered another Forbidden Zone. The timing was neither too long nor too short, and it was obvious that the toad was unwilling to give up. What did you encounter in the Forbidden Grounds? This was what everyone was curious about. On the first day, Lu Yuan and the others looked at the star toad. Every forbidden land in the Mirage domain should be different. The primogenitor had only been to a few of them and warned them not to go. The star toad was sorrowful. It's too cruel. I saw myself, but I don't know if it's real or not. I saw my great-grandmother, my race, my childhood self, and my grown-up self. I saw all kinds of selves. It was boundless, and there was everything. Everything. Luin frowned as he listened. He didn't understand, but he could tell that the star toad wasn't lying. He looked at Chu-yi and the others. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chui shook his head. Every forbidden zone is different. This place seems to represent the karmic cycle of living beings. It's like the beginning of the universe. It's easy to lose yourself here. That's what Master said. Lu Yuan sighed. When Nyonyo came out of the forbidden zone, she changed completely. They didn't know about future daughter. To them, future daughter was a powerhouse who had suddenly appeared. In order to prevent future daughter from sensing fate's sneak attack, Lu Yin hadn't told them. The primogenitor's words made Lu Yin ponder. The karmic cycle of living beings. There was the river of time here, and it didn't represent the Tianyuan universe but the entire universe. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe couldn't progress further on the path of time. The river of time was like that. He looked into the distance. Was this forbidden zone the same as the river of time? Did it represent some kind of fundamental force in the human world? It seemed to be karma, but the star toad's words sounded more like its own self. Lu Yin was getting more and more curious about the forbidden zone, and he wanted to explore it. The star toad was still talking to itself. It was hard for outsiders to understand what it was saying. It was all its own business, and there were many examples of it doing business. Lu Yin pressed down on the star toad's body. The toad instinctively wanted to attack, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Its eyes widened as it looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin had indeed pressured it, but it hadn't expected the pressure to be so great. Was this the strength of a human? Master Lu, weigh your strength. Lu Yin smiled at it. My enemy escaped into the forbidden zone. Do you want to help me chase after him? The star toad was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It almost jumped up. No, I'm definitely not going. I'll never go to that forbidden zone again. Lu Yin's face darkened, and he exerted more force. What did you say? The star toad bared its fangs, and its eyes flashed fiercely. The color of its body changed, and it wanted to stab Lu Yin to death. It had lived for so long, and although it smiled at everyone, countless creatures had died in its hands. If it wasn't for Lu Yin's rapid growth, it would have used Mr. Daheng to deal with Lu Yin instead of being used by Lu Yin. It wasn't easy to deal with. Around them, the giant ancestor punched the ground. Behind Chu Yi, the sky-supporting pillar loomed. Lu Yuan's head shone with golden light. Even further away, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku looked over. The star toad was terrified, and its color turned golden again. It shrunk again, and it looked cute. Master Lu, it's not that I don't want to bring you in. Once we enter the forbidden zone, we'll be separated. Lu Yin found it funny. How do you know we'll be separated? The star toad opened its mouth, but no words came out. It had always been alone in the mirage domain, and no one was with it. It would be the same even if they went to the forbidden zone. Little Seven, are you really going to the forbidden zone? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the forbidden zone in the distance. Killing the president is one reason, but the bigger reason is that I really want to find out what's in the forbidden zone. Lu Yuan said, with your strength, you're qualified to explore, but now is not the time. Chu Yi said, the spiritualized universe might come at any time, and Meng Sang will be here soon. Lu Yin nodded. Indeed, now was not the time to go to the forbidden zone. No one knew what would happen in the forbidden zone. The star toad had been trapped there for 10 years, and it might not be much better if he went. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. After all, the star toad was still at the bitter adversity level. Some situations had nothing to do with combat strength, and realms were also important. If he was trapped for a few decades, and creatures entered the mirage domain along the way, a few decades would pass in the outside world. Meng Sang would definitely run away, and no one knew what would happen to the spiritualized universe and the insects. No one could be sure that no other creatures would enter the mirage domain. In particular, Wei Nu kept watching, which was a big problem. The star toad hurriedly advised, "Master Lu, you can't go to the forbidden zone. It's a mess there, and you can't understand anything. There's no path to eternal life, and there's nothing there. I didn't get anything, but I saw great-grandmother twice." "Great-grandmother, shut up!" the giant ancestor barked. The star toad wanted to kick him. It was fine if Lu Yin scolded it, but this giant also dared to scold it. It was not afraid of giants, and it was not like it had never fought before. It wanted to ask why this giant was here. Shouldn't he be fighting the Eternals in Immemorial City? But it did not ask anything and kept a low profile. It was not a good time to go to the Forbidden Zone, and Lu Yin did not know when the president would come out. They could only leave someone here to keep an eye on him. The use of the mirage domain was very subtle. If it was used well, it could transform, but if it was not, creatures from the outside world would enter, which meant that time had passed in the outside world. That would be troublesome. It was very likely that one would see the Tian Yuan universe collapsing or the insects spreading throughout the universe. Lu Yin would not stay in the mirage domain until things had settled down. The mirage domain could not help him much with his cultivation, and time stop was no longer of much use to him. He needed a sequence foundation and to explore his own path. In the end, the desolate ancestor stayed behind and waited outside the forbidden zone. As soon as the president appeared, he would leave the mirage domain, and Lu Yin and the others would enter again. Lu Yin's group then left the mirage domain. The star toad also left. Lu Yin made a deal with the star toad to find the sole true God, and the toad agreed. Doing business was the star toad's misfortune, and Lu Yin was not worried that it would go against his words. The Tian Yuan universe was now Lu Yin's world, and the star toad was not stupid enough to help the sole true God. The Eternals had been powerful in the past, and the star toad had done business with humans before. It did not want to stay in the mirage domain any longer, as the 2 trips to the forbidden zone had left a shadow in its heart. The star toad did not know about the spiritualized universe, and Lu Yin was afraid that it would not dare to leave if he told it. If the 2 universes fought, Dooku's level would not be able to determine the outcome. It would be very dangerous for the toad to go out and be targeted by the spiritualized universe, so it would be better to stay in the mirage domain. However, Lu Yin did not want any accidents to happen in the mirage domain. The desolate ancestor could handle the president alone, but if the star toad was coerced by the president, it would be troublesome if they joined forces. In short, the Tian Yuan universe's lifeforms would all have to fight against the spiritualized universe, regardless of whether they were willing or not. In Lu Yin's position, there were times when even he could not control himself, let alone others. After leaving the mirage domain, Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect and found Palace Mistress Yao. She glanced at Lu Yin and fell silent. Lu Yin released the void in his heart, and the cauldron bell appeared. She was shocked. "You stole the cauldron bell." "I killed Bao Qi," Lu Yin said indifferently. Her expression changed. Even though Lu Yin had killed Tianxi and many other spiritualized universe experts, it was not as shocking as Bao Qi's death. Bao Qi was Sang Tian, and he used the cauldron bell to attack. He was extremely powerful, but he had died just like that. End of this chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3372. For many years, the 7 great Sang heavens of the spiritualized universe had only lost 2 in the consciousness universe. Yuan Qi had fought for the Eternals in Primeval City for so many years without any problems. Sang Tian was very difficult to kill, especially since he had a sequence foundation. Bao Qi used the cauldron bell. Even though he was still in the primordial realm, he was still as strong as Sang Tian. Where's the president? Palace Mistress Yao asked as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put away the cauldron bell. He ran away, but not for long. As long as he's in the Tian Yuan universe, he'll still die. Palace Mistress Yao looked away in a daze. Once the news of Sang Tian's death spread to the spiritualized universe, it would definitely cause an uproar. There were only 7 Sang Tians in the spiritualized universe, and their sequence foundation had been stolen. For the spiritualized universe, this was an irreparable loss. Every single sequence foundation took a very long time to create. When the Sky Devourer umbrella was stolen, the president had threatened countless lives in the Tian Yuan universe to force Lu Yin to return it. The sequence foundation was extremely important. Although the cauldron bell wasn't suitable for most people, as long as there was a suitable cultivator, they could become Sang Tian. Bao Qi became Sang Tian through a trick, but his strength was real. Since you killed Bao Qi, why are you looking for me? I can't find the president. Palace Mistress Yao's tone was calm, suppressing the shock of Bao Qi's death. Lu Yin said, I'm curious. Now that Sang Tian is dead, how many people will compete for his position? Palace Mistress Yao was surprised. Who said that? Lu Yin and Palace Mistress Yao looked at each other. I'm more curious about the changes in the spiritualized universe between Yuan Qi and the current era. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin deeply. Bao Qi was very proud. He was different from Yuan Qi and me. We have a reason to live, but he could face death because he killed his way out of those people. He took a shortcut, but it wasn't really a shortcut. Bao Qi, who controlled the cauldron bell, suppressed the madness of a group of people, but now that he's dead, those people will go crazy again. Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. Who are those people? God-ruling mountain, the gate of many arts. What do you mean? The Imperial God Mountain is where Yu Sang Tian cultivates. We don't know much about that place. Even Yu Sang Tian doesn't know much about it, but there are always experts there. Those experts belong to the Imperial God Mountain. Many people in the spiritualized universe want to know where those experts cultivate, but they can't find the source. For a person to cultivate from an ordinary person to the level of a sequence law, the amount of resources consumed and the process they went through can be considered legendary. However, the cultivators of Royal God Mountain can't find any traces of them. Many people say that Yu Sang Tian can bestow great power to others. This might be the only explanation, just like your Grand Empyrean. Palace Master Yao slowly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The powerhouse from the Royal Divine Mountain that he could not find had to be from the spiritual cosmos. That was an entire cosmos, and although it could not be compared to a spiritualized cosmos, an entire cosmos that had existed since ancient times had definitely given birth to an absolute powerhouse. The heaven's origin universe was very large. The primordial space was only one of the parallel universes of the heaven's origin universe, but it had given birth to the above heaven's origin universe, where the primogenitor existed. If it were not for the suppression of the primogenitor, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have broken through to the primordial realm. In order to restart the small spirit universe, Yu Sang Tian continued to invest. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The more powerhouses there were, the more parallel universes there would be in the small spirit universe. Lu Yin had found it strange before. Although there were people from the small spirit universe and the spiritualized universe, they were all very ordinary. None of them had reached the level of Palace Master Yao or Tianxi. Now, he understood that the true powerhouses of the small spirit universe were at the Imperial God Mountain. Those powerhouses definitely knew that they did not belong to the spiritualized universe, and Yu Sang Tian had kept them in the Imperial God Mountain to prevent the news from leaking out. Those who could leave the mountain were all ordinary powerhouses. Bao Qi is from the Imperial God Mountain? Lu Yin asked. Palace Master Yao shook her head. The Imperial God Mountain has powerhouses who can compete for the position of Sang Tian. I don't know exactly which powerhouses there are, but they can't be too exaggerated. After all, they failed and could not become Sang Tian. The strongest of them might be on par with me. Lu Yin frowned. Was that the case? It was more likely that Yu Sang Tian did not allow anyone from there to become Sang Tian. Lu Yin had known about the small spirit universe, but Yu Sang Tian had not acted because he was Sang Tian. Clearly, Yu Sang Tian was not an absolute master, or at least, he could not decide whether Sang Tian lived or died. If someone from the small spirit universe managed to become Sang Tian, then Yu Sang Tian would have a headache. It was possible that no one from the Imperial God Mountain could become Sang Tian. After all, they were the powerhouses of the entire universe. They had been suppressed by Yu Sang Tian, but Palace Master Yao did not know this. Bao Qi comes from the Door of Techniques, Palace Master Yao said calmly. The Door of Techniques is the place where the sequence foundations are created. To create a sequence foundation, one must have a powerhouse with a sequence law. The Door of Techniques has a sequence foundation that does not belong to the 10 foundation sequences. I don't know how many there are, as there are too few people in Beyond Heaven who know. Bao Qi came from the Door of Techniques and specialized in the sound sequence. He took this shortcut to defeat the other powerhouses. Otherwise, he would not have become Sang Tian so easily. Palace Master Yao looked at Lu Yin. The Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques are the two places where the competition for the position of Sang Tian is the fiercest. There are others, but they are not much of a threat. If news of Bao Qi's death spreads to the spiritualized universe, then people from those two places will definitely come out. Among the first batch of people to attack the Tian Yuan universe, there are no absolute powerhouses from those two places. However, Zhang Yan came from the Door of Techniques. Lu Yin asked, "What about your Cloudwater Heavenly Palace?" Palace Master Yao mocked herself. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is mine, and the powerhouses inside were all nurtured by me. The Imperial God Mountain belongs to Yu Sang Tian, and I am on a completely different level from Yu Sang Tian. The Door of Techniques belongs to the entire spiritualized universe, and if one day, Beyond Heaven splits apart, the Imperial God Mountain and the Door of Techniques can stand side by side with Beyond Heaven. My Cloudwater Heavenly Palace will have to choose a side to join. However, it is impossible for Beyond Heaven to split apart. The entire Beyond Heaven belongs to the Supreme Realm, and the Supreme Realm is the true ruler of my spiritualized universe. A single word from them can decide the life and death of Sang Tian, and even the life and death of Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin realized that he had underestimated Beyond Heaven. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method that had been nurtured for countless years, and the number of powerhouses they had was astonishing. The Tian Yuan universe had accumulated all sorts of resources and used parallel spacetimes with different time flows to gather many progenitors in a short period of time. Although the spiritualized universe did not have spacetimes with different time flows, they did not need to do so. The powerhouses that had been accumulated since ancient times were enough. Furthermore, it was not just the spiritualized universe, there was also a small spiritualized universe that had been heavily invested in by Yu Sang Tian. There were too many grandmasters, and it was no wonder that there was a saying that there was an upper realm and a lower realm. It was as if Beyond Heaven did not rely on quality, but on quantity. There were too many of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There were too many cultivators. Although there are many grandmasters, it is impossible for them to surpass Sang Tian, Palace Mistress Yao said. She looked in Yuanqi's direction. You captured Yuanqi and killed Bao Qi. You definitely have the strength to suppress these powerhouses. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. The problem is that there are too many of them. Palace Mistress Yao did not refute him. Many cultivators could emerge from these two places to compete for the position of Sang Tian, and these cultivators would definitely not be Lu Yin's match if they were alone. Lu Yin was someone who could fight against the general president, who had grasped the sequence foundation. However, there were too many of them, and once they split up, the Tian Yuan universe would be in trouble. Once news of the empty position of Sang Tian spread, many spiritualized cultivators would definitely use the Tian Yuan universe as a stepping stone to ascend to the position of Sang Tian. No one would be able to stop them. Lu Yin understood the meaning behind Bao Qi's death. He had used his own death in exchange for a group of rabid dogs to appear and drag the Tian Yuan universe to death. This was Bao Qi, and it matched Lu Yin's first impression of him. However, news of Bao Qi's death would not spread so easily. Meng Sang was already creating a springboard, and even if she could escape back to the spiritualized universe, she would not know that Bao Qi had died. Lu Yin left the sect above the heavens and headed to the border of the Tian Yuan universe. Meng Sang should be there soon. On the other side, the star toad left the Mirage domain and immediately returned to its nest. Although its nest had been destroyed by Lu Yin, it was no longer Lu Yin's enemy. It wanted to go back and see if there was anything else that it had not taken and find a more suitable nest. It also had creatures that it could control, regardless of whether they were humans or other creatures. Just like Sir Daheng. It was a pity that Sir Daheng had died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3373. Another person pointed at the star toad with one hand, and the void shrank as he controlled space. The three were all experts. Although they were not sequence lower realm powerhouses, they were not weak in the progenitor realm. However, they were still far from the star toad. The star toad merely swung its lotus leaves and destroyed their attacks. An unparalleled power slammed into them, sending them flying and causing them to cough up blood. Their hearts sank, knowing that they had encountered an expert. Even sequence lower realm powerhouses might not be able to easily injure them, but the star toad could. This made them think that it was above the sequence lower realm. They had never seen such a creature in the previous two wars. A toad. The three fell to the ground, unable to move. They could only look at the star toad in fear. The star toad returned to its original size and held a lotus leaf in its hand. The copper coin on its neck made a crisp sound as it grinned and stared at the three. "How dare you trespass in my territory? Are you courting death?" A quarter of an hour later, the star toad was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? That bastard Lu Yin was truly a troublemaker. These three were all spiritualized cultivators. After the battle at the border of the Tian Yuan universe, they had seen Palace Mistress Yao get captured and the president and Bao Qi flee, so they had fled as well. The three had joined forces, but they were not two eye-catching powerhouses. Furthermore, there had been people around to block some attacks for them. They had successfully escaped and arrived at the deep swamp spacetime, where they had discovered the star toad's lair. They were unlucky to have chosen to hide in the star toad's lair. The woman had discovered the star toad not because of her strength, but because the star toad belonged to this universe. Its aura was too sensitive to them, and they would have been discovered if they had approached it. The moment they had discovered the star toad, they might have been able to escape. The star toad had been cautious and had approached them secretly because it was afraid that the three belonged to the above heavens. It might not have dared to attack them directly. However, the woman had attacked, so the star toad had no choice but to attack and suppress the three. The three's hearts turned cold. They had been caught by a toad. The star toad's heart was even colder than theirs. The Eternals were gone, and the above heavens, no, the Tian Yuan universe's enemy had become a spiritualized universe. The Star Toad had finally understood the Tian Yuan universe's current situation. It finally understood why Lu Yin had not allowed it to stay in the Mirage domain. The Tian Yuan universe was facing an unprecedented crisis, and that bastard Lu Yin wanted it to help. If it had known that this would happen, it would never have left the Mirage domain. Wasn't that just courting death? The Star Toad was a creature that was adept at avoiding disasters. It could move between the Eternals and the humans without offending anyone. It wanted to do business with different creatures. Secretly, it would help whoever was in a weaker position. Whether it was the one true God or the Grand Empyrean, none of them had noticed. It was simply too cautious. He hadn't expected to be played by Lu Yin one day. It was vexed, it should have been more careful. Lu Yin's attitude towards it was clearly different from before. If there were no external enemies, why would he let it go so easily? He did not even want to settle Mr. Dahang's debt. "Senior?" asked the woman from the group of three. The Star Toad glared at him. "What?" The woman was fearful, afraid that she would be swallowed by the Star Toad. "The strength of our spiritualized universe far surpasses that of the heaven origin universe. We have the upper extreme and lower heaven beyond heaven, the supreme techniques of the 10 base sequences, the God-governing mountain, the gate of various techniques, and so on. This is a place where countless experts gather." The Star Toad suddenly moved in front of the woman. Its large face was filled with malevolence, and its body was multicolored. Its ferocious aura soared into the sky, and it was filled with bloodthirst and rage. "Are you threatening me?" The woman was terrified. "I wouldn't dare to threaten you, Senior. It's just that our spiritualized universe likes to accept experts like you. Even our mortal enemy, the consciousness universe, has life forms. If you are willing to join our spiritualized universe, with your strength, you can compete for the position of Sang Tian. You will become an existence second only to the upper extreme and lower God-governing mountain." The Star Toad stared at the woman and did not speak. Beside the woman, a man swallowed. "Sang Tian's position in our spiritualized universe is unimaginable. Countless people compete for it. As long as the supreme extreme does not appear, Sang Tian is the ruler. Sang Tian is only below one person and above countless others. Our God-governing mountain has experts who have crossed the bitter adversity to compete for the position of Sang Tian. With your strength, you can definitely compete for it. As for the heaven origin universe, regardless of whether you help or not, it will definitely be reactivated. The difference between the heaven origin universe and our spiritualized universe is too great," the woman continued. The Star Toad's eyes moved and swept across the three people. The three were terrified, and a chill ran down their spines. After a while, the Star Toad exhaled, and the stench almost made the three vomit. It grinned. "You three are really stupid. If the spiritualized universe is really that strong, why would the three of you try to recruit me? You even said that I can compete for the position of Sang Tian. If the three of you can see that I can compete for the position of Sang Tian, then it's fine if you don't join this spiritualized universe. But if it's just your words, then you don't have the qualifications." After saying that, the lotus leaf swept across the three people, and their faces paled. Their vision darkened, and they lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the three people opened their eyes one after another, and they saw black gas everywhere. This was the aura of death. The Star Toad had sent them to the above heaven sect. It was not that the Star Toad was unwilling to join the spiritualized universe, but whether or not it would join would depend on the spiritualized universe's strength. From the looks of it, the above heaven sect still had the advantage, and even if it joined, these three progenitors would not be qualified to recruit it. At the very least, they would need a primordial realm expert. Now that it had sent these three to the above heaven sect, it was expressing its stance and telling Lu Yin not to cause trouble for it. The star toad had also thought things through. Find the only true God. That was impossible. Even if it could find the only true God, it would not do so. It understood the only true God better than anyone else. That guy was as unfathomable as the sea, and the further it was from him, the better. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that it would not fall into that guy's trap. In the star toad's heart, the only true God was still a greater threat than Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on the help of many people, and the only true God was invincible. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had arrived at the border of the Tianyuan universe and was looking outside the stone door. Mr. Mu was here as well. He had to keep an eye on Meng Sang. Firstly, he wanted to learn how to create the springboard. Secondly, he wanted to keep an eye on Meng Sang and prevent her from using it to escape. If he destroyed the springboard while he was at it, then it would not be worth it. Not only would he not be able to avenge the massacre of Astral 10, but he would also be giving Meng Sang a piece of information for nothing. Master, how is it? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Meng Sang outside the stone door. I can't learn it. He added too many tricks when creating the springboard. After all, he's an expert at Kuos level, so even I can't see through it. Lu Yin frowned. If even Mr. Mu could not learn it, then it would be even more impossible for others, including himself. Although Mr. Mu's strength had greatly decreased, his eyesight was not inferior to anyone's, including primogenitor Tai Chu. It should be done soon. Although I can't learn it, I can roughly see the purpose of this astrological phenomenon. It uses the current universe as a spring to tear apart everything in it. The stronger one is, the greater the area of the universe that is torn apart, and the greater the force of the spring. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. This is a vision that transcends the universe. We live in the universe, and if we didn't see this astrological phenomenon, we would not have thought of using the universe as a spring. Fortunately, this is an astrological phenomenon. If it was man-made, then this person would definitely surpass the universe. Mr. Mu's tone was grave. It might not be man-made. Lu Yin was shocked. What do you mean? Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. The spiritualized universe is so afraid of the springboard, but it's not just a guess. They must have discovered something, or else they would not be so afraid. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Eternal life realm. Mr. Mu shook his head. I don't know. It should be that Master Grass who discovered something. At his level, he can skip the universe and look at the world. It's not impossible to use the universe as a spring, but since he was the one who discovered the springboard, there's a high chance that it was created by another powerful creature. The spiritualized universe itself has a sense of danger. Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang. I hope it's just a sense of danger. He thought of the immortal master behind the hive and the existence that had destroyed Mr. Mu's universe. Was it really just a sense of danger? There was more than one fisherman in this universe. The immortal master's bait had already fallen into the Tianyuan universe, and Master Grass was the same. Who else could it be? When one reached the eternal life realm, all common sense would lose its meaning. When Lu Yin had just started cultivating on Earth, how could he have imagined that a creature that transcended common sense like a hive would one day appear? It was born with great strength and endless numbers, and it could even give birth to Qing Xian. This was the power of the eternal life realm. Master Grass had unified the spiritualized universe's cultivation method and created the foundation of the sequence. Was this not a power that transcended common sense? The Tianyuan universe would never have thought that sequence particles could be fixed and used to create foreign objects. The eternal life realm surpassed the universe, so they could use the universe as a spring. This was a difference in vision and structure. Unless they jumped out of the universe's limits, they would never be able to catch up to the eternal life realm. Based on the universe plane involved in the springboard made by Meng Sang and the strength of the spring, I can roughly estimate the distance. Based on the distance that the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe reached the Tian Yuan universe, his springboard can only jump 1/10 of the distance, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 1/10. This means that if he jumps according to the springboard's strongest strength, each jump will take 1/10 of the time, which is about a year. Adding the time needed to make the springboard, it will take 3 years. That's not right. Bao Qi and the others arrived in 10 years. We used the springboard, which means that it will take them 40 years to reach the springboard, not the spiritualized universe. Yes, it will take him 2 years to make the springboard. We can't rule out the possibility that he's trying to confuse us, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. 30 years. 30 years to reach the springboard. If he uses it to return to the spiritualized universe, it will take him 40 years. If he doesn't use the springboard and continues to make it himself, it will take him double the time, which is 60 years. Meng Sang is cunning. Even if he can depart from here, he might not jump according to the maximum distance. He might land halfway and not let us find him. The time taken will increase. We still have to learn how to make the springboard to be at ease. Mr. Mu laughed. In order to get past the stone door, he kept looking for people to test it. This kind of person is very cautious. It won't be easy to get the method to make it. Then we'll force him. Lu Yin looked outside the stone door and shouted, Meng Sang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3374. Outside the stone door, Meng Sang looked up in the direction of the Tian Yuan universe and met Lu Yin's gaze. Let me tell you something. Palace Mistress Yao said that Yu Sang Tian was preparing to go into seclusion before you set off. You should be able to guess what he's going to do, Lu Yin said loudly. Meng Sang sneered. Yu Sang Tian is in the consciousness universe. It's up to you to believe it or not. You should know about the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Yu Sang Tian, and you should know about my methods, Lu Yin said. Meng Sang's expression changed. Many people knew about the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Yu Sang Tian, as the two were too close. Some said that Palace Mistress Yao was Yu Sang Tian's disciple, while others said that she was his lover and daughter. There were all sorts of theories, but in the spiritualized universe, the one who understood Yu Sang Tian the most was definitely Palace Mistress Yao. As for Lu Yin's methods, he also understood that Yuanqi had been forced to betray Yu Sang Tian, so Palace Mistress Yao might not have been able to survive. Could it be true? Yu Sang Tian had gone into seclusion and sent them to the Tian Yuan universe at the same time. The timing was too coincidental. He looked at Lu Yin again. Regardless of whether this person was telling the truth or not, they had to return to the spiritualized universe. They could not delay any longer, as they only had one chance to restart the universe. This universe was powerful enough, and once Yu Sang Tian restarted the Tian Yuan universe and stepped into the eternal realm, he might not restart the Tian Yuan universe for them. Even if he did, Yu Sang Tian would definitely have methods to suppress them. Across from him, Lu Yin smiled. Soon. Mr. Mu nodded. Yes, soon. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mr. Mu suddenly stepped forward and stared outside the stone door. It's done. Lu Yin opened his eyes and disappeared. At the same time, outside the stone door, there was a huge springboard that was 100 times larger than the one Meng Sang had created. It was called a springboard, but it was actually a majestic celestial body. It was like a monster that occupied the universe and used space as a spring. With the springboard as the center, it moved in a certain direction that led to the spiritualized universe. Outside the spiritualized universe, there was another springboard that was about the same size as the one Meng Sang had created. When Meng Sang's springboard was completed, the largest one among the three universes trembled slightly. And then, the tremor was transmitted to the springboard that led to the spiritualized universe. Spiritualized universe. As the springboard vibrated, many people looked over. It's shaking. The signal is coming. The springboard in the Tian Yuan universe has been successfully built. Why is it so late? Any later and we'll have to send a second wave of people over. After all, it's an entire universe. It definitely won't be easy to deal with them. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to invite the three Sang Tian to take action. I even brought 4 sequence bases with me. Not only that, but Sang Tian of the primordial origin is also here. He also grasps the sequence foundation. Back then, I told you not to underestimate the Tian Yuan cosmos. If not for Lord Yu Sang Tian's brilliance, this battle would have been a waste of time without the 3 Sang Tians. Now that the springboard has been completed, the Tian Yuan universe can rest assured. Report this to Lord Yu Sang Tian. Since the Tian Yuan universe is fine, Lord Yu Sang Tian is going into seclusion. What? Seclusion. What about the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe? If they suddenly attack the Tian Yuan cosmos, we'll be here if the president and the others suddenly reactivate the Tian Yuan cosmos. That won't happen. Lord Yu Sang Tian knows what's going on. Besides, even if the Tian Yuan universe is reopened, it won't end so quickly. By the way, I heard that the sudden attack on the Tian Yuan universe is related to the ultimate extremity. Is that true? Shoo, how can the ultimate extremity be discussed so casually? Are you courting death? Sigh, Lord Yu Sang Tian suddenly went into seclusion. I wonder what will happen to the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe. In the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin didn't know that Meng Mingsang's words had come true. Yu Sang Tian had gone into seclusion and given up on the consciousness universe and the Tian Yuan universe. The moment Meng Mengsang completed the springboard, he immediately used it to escape the Tian Yuan universe. Suddenly, he looked to his side in a daze. Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. Time flowed, and Meng Mengsang and Lu Yin were bounced up by the springboard. Suddenly, a small boat of light shuttled around Lu Yin, bringing him and Meng Mengsang away from the springboard. The springboard bounced up, and the universe was pulled up like a curtain. There was no one on it. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Meng Mengsang's shoulder and stood in the starry sky. Meng Mengsang stared at Lu Yin, feeling powerless. Lu Yin's hand was like a mountain that completely suppressed her, making her unable to move. The Tian Yuan universe isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Meng Mengsang closed her eyes. The power of time. The moment the springboard was completed, Lu Yin crossed the river of time and appeared on the springboard. He watched as time flowed by. He and Meng Mengsang were bounced up by the springboard, and he instantly used a stream of light to bring Meng Mengsang away from the springboard. If he hadn't been able to cross the river of time, he wouldn't have been able to stop Meng Mengsang from leaving. Of course, it was also because he had the ability to cross the river of time that he allowed Meng Mengsang to create the springboard. From the very beginning, it was a competition of whose methods were more powerful. The greatest advantage that the Tian Yuan universe had over the spiritualized universe was the power of time. This was something that the president and Bao Qi had a deep understanding of. At this moment, Meng Mengsang understood it better than anyone else. As a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter adversity, he couldn't break Lu Yin's ability to cross the river of time. Master Lu, you don't want to let me go? Meng Mengsang asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. I didn't agree to let you go. I said that whether you can safely return to the spiritualized universe is your business. Is it true that Yu Sang Tian is in seclusion? It might be true. Meng Mengsang took a deep breath. If I go back, I might be able to stop you Sang Tian from reactivating the small spiritual universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. It's also possible that you will reactivate the small spiritual universe with him. Meng Mengsang shook her head. Impossible. If Yu Sang Tian was willing, he would have reactivated the small spiritual universe with us. Even if only half of the 8 powerhouses had stepped into immortality, the Tian Yuan universe couldn't compare to them. However, he has never exposed himself. If I go back, he will most likely finish me off. Since he will finish you off, why do you still want to go back? You have the confidence to reactivate the small spiritual universe with him, right? How could Lu Yin be persuaded by him? From the very beginning, Lu Yin had said that he was using him to create the springboard to delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. Now that the springboard was completed, Lu Yin wasn't sure whether the spiritualized universe would send reinforcements. Perhaps the reinforcements would have already set off before the springboard was completed. If that was the case, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. But it didn't matter. After dealing with Meng Mengsang and Bao Qi, only the president of the spiritualized universe was left. Even if the second wave of reinforcements joined forces, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Tian Yuan universe. Although Lu Yin didn't know what Wei Nu's goal was, letting Lu Yin and the others kill Bao Qi in the mirage would be beneficial for the future battle. Meng Mengsang sensed Lu Yin's murderous intent, but she didn't panic. Master Lu, you have your methods. I was able to cultivate to the position of Sang Tian, so I have my own methods as well. Once the springboard is completed, it can either delay the reinforcements from the spiritualized universe, or reinforcements are already on their way. You should hope that it's the first case. But what if the springboard is destroyed at this time? As she spoke, the springboard in the distance suddenly distorted. This was the sign of the astrology being unstable. Lu Yin looked over, and his eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. Creating the springboard might prevent the spiritualized universe from sending reinforcements, but if it was destroyed after it was completed, it would only make the spiritualized universe even more wary of the Tian Yuan universe. If the springboard couldn't be created, then it could only mean that the battle was intense. If the springboard was destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe had lost. This was because the springboard was the most protected by the spiritualized universe. If it could be destroyed, then it meant that the spiritualized universe was at a disadvantage. This was also a signal, but it was a signal that wouldn't benefit the Tian Yuan universe at all. This was also Meng Mengsang's method. If the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will also know. What do you think they'll do? If the reinforcements didn't depart and the springboard was completed, then the spiritualized universe wouldn't send reinforcements. But now that the springboard is destroyed, the spiritualized universe will definitely be able to guess what happened. The second wave of reinforcements they sent will definitely be much stronger than the first wave. If the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe set off before the springboard was completed, then it will be even more disadvantageous for you. In order to stabilize the Tian Yuan universe, the spiritualized universe will definitely send out a third wave of reinforcements. No matter what the situation is, you're all finished. Yu Sang Tian might even make a move. You think that Yu Sang Tian wants us to attack or send us away, but I think that he must have sensed the threat of the Tian Yuan universe. How will you resist Yu Sang Tian's arrival? The situation wasn't as simple as Meng Mengsang had said. Lu Yin was now thinking about Grandmaster Greengrass. He didn't know if Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe or the Tian Yuan universe. Grandmaster Greengrass would rather Grandmaster Greengrass be in the Tian Yuan universe and hadn't made a move until now. He definitely had his misgivings. If Grandmaster Greengrass was in the spiritualized universe and discovered that the springboard had been destroyed, then it would be easy for Grandmaster Greengrass to come over. If an Eternal Realm powerhouse came, then no matter what kind of restrictions he faced, it would be a disaster for Lu Yin and the primogenitor. Lu Yin praised, as expected of an expert who could cultivate to Sang Tian's level. He didn't underestimate Meng Meng Sang, but he didn't know much about the spiritualized universe and the springboard. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do against Meng Meng Sang's desperate method. Mr. Mu arrived. Give me some time to stop the springboard from being destroyed, but I don't have that much time. Meng Meng Sang said, 60 breaths. Master Lu, either I die, or you take a gamble. Bet that I'm lying and that the spiritualized universe doesn't know that the springboard has been destroyed. Lu Yin immediately let go. You can leave. Meng Meng Sang was astonished and looked at Lu Yin. But if you hand over the springboard's construction method, I'll agree to let you go, Lu Yin said. News of the president's first wave of people being defeated had yet to spread to the spiritualized universe, which meant that they were in the open while the spiritualized universe was in the dark. He couldn't gamble on whether the spiritualized universe would find out about the springboard's destruction. If he lost, then the Tian Yuan universe would face an unprecedented disaster. The sole true God had yet to be dealt with, and the hive was still a problem. If the spiritualized universe were to be summoned, especially Yu Sang Tian or Master Grass, then they really wouldn't be able to stop them. As the highest decision-maker, it was normal for him to not have a choice. He really wanted to kill Meng Meng Sang to avenge the people of Astral 10, but he had to suppress his hatred. He would get his revenge sooner or later. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3375. The enemy was not stupid enough to be fooled by him. Of course, Lu Yin wasn't stupid enough to be too passive. If Meng Sang didn't hand over the method to make the springboard, he would rather the springboard be destroyed. He wanted to create a springboard to chase after Meng Sang, and it was even possible for him to charge into the spiritualized universe. Placing the battlefield in the Tian Yuan universe was too disadvantageous. He had to plan carefully. If he had to restart a universe, from his point of view, it had to be a spiritualized universe. Also, the small spiritual universe was a huge problem. If he allowed Yu Sang Tian to restart the small spiritual universe and step into the eternal life realm, it would also be a disaster for them. They had been forced to the edge of the cliff. Many times, they had no choice but to make a choice and risk their lives. What? You don't believe me? Meng Sang stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Are you going to the spiritualized universe? Why do you say that? I'm going to use this springboard to leave. I'm going to keep creating springboards along the way, but you didn't ask me if I'm going to destroy the springboards along the way. If I destroy them, will the spiritualized universe notice? You also didn't ask if the spiritualized universe will notice if I create more springboards. You don't care about that anymore. In fact, your goal from the very beginning was to find out how to create springboards, Meng Sang said. You want to go to our spiritualized universe and take the initiative. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was indeed his goal. The best outcome of using Meng Sang as a springboard was that once the springboard was completed, he would be able to kill Meng Sang. Killing two birds with one stone. However, he had to consider the possibility that Meng Sang might be able to leave the Tian Yuan cosmos alive. If he did, then he would have to build springboards along the way, and in order to prevent Lu Yin and the others from catching up to him, he would definitely destroy those springboards. If they had to let Meng Sang leave alive, those questions were meaningless. They couldn't control Meng Sang. Since that was the case, he could only take the initiative and spiritualize the universe to shift the battlefield. If the Tian Yuan universe could be restarted, it might not be impossible for spiritualized universes. They had developed for such a long time. This was a risky move that Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen, Mr. Mu, and Patriarch Lu Yuan. If he went to the spiritualized universe, he would not be able to conceal himself like when he went to the top realm and the Six Directions Guild. His presence, which did not belong to the spiritualized universe, would be easily exposed. Yu Sang Tian's strength was at least on par with the primogenitors. This risky move had only been brought out for now. As for how it would be carried out, it still needed to be discussed. The prerequisite was to obtain the manufacturing method of the springboard. As for Meng Sang, her life depended on her luck. It would be best if he could catch up to him and kill him. If he couldn't, then he would fight to the death in the spiritualized universe. In the distance, the constellation of the springboard was stabilizing. If you attack me, the springboard will also be destroyed, Meng Sang threatened. Lu Yin shrugged. I know. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. You can leave now, but leave me the method to create the springboard. Meng Sang stared at Lu Yin. You really want to go to the spiritualized universe? That's courting death. I'm courting death. Isn't that what your spiritualized universe wants? We can work together. Lu Yin was surprised. Cooperate. Meng Sang said in a low voice, Yu Sang Tian deceived everyone and monopolized the spiritual universe. He wanted to step into the eternal life realm. Before he succeeded, he was still Yu Sang Tian. The rest of Yu Sang Tian could be controlled. This was also why Yuan Qi was not killed but exiled to the Tianyuan universe. Yu Sang Tian could not dominate the spiritualized universe, but if he stepped into the eternal life realm, things would be different. If you go to the spiritualized universe, I'll work with you to deal with Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin laughed. You want to use me to move? Yu Sang Tian's attention will be diverted to the small spiritual universe by himself. Meng Sang said bluntly, yes, I want to use you. The same scene happened again. Back then, Lu Yin had said that he wanted to use Meng Sang, and now, Meng Sang said that she wanted to use Lu Yin. If Lu Yin really went to the spiritualized universe, he would have to cooperate with Meng Sang in order to stop Yu Sang Tian from reactivating the spiritual universe. It would depend on whose methods were better. Lu Yin wanted to stop Yu Sang Tian and Meng Sang from stepping into the eternal life realm, and Meng Sang wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with Yu Sang Tian while he stepped into the eternal life realm. Whoever succeeded would dominate the three universes. Lu Yin looked at the springboard, and the same thing happened again. Neither of them had taken advantage of the springboard, but the spiritual universe's plan could not fail. Meng Sang had another reason for saying this, which was to prevent Lu Yin from catching up to him before he reached the spiritualized universe. He had to leave the method to create the springboard. If he left the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin would definitely create the springboard or chase after him. He would not reach the maximum distance of the springboard every time. If he fell halfway, Lu Yin would not be able to catch up to him. But this way, he would take longer to reach the spiritualized universe. In the end, no one knew who would reach the spiritualized universe first. If Lu Yin caught up to him, he would be easily surrounded and killed without any bargaining chips. He had said this to show his value. When going to a completely unfamiliar universe, it was better to cooperate with someone familiar than to fight alone. Everyone understood this principle, and everyone was looking for a way to survive. Even Sang Tian, who stood at the top of the universe, was no exception. Meng Sang gave Lu Yin the method to create the springboard in a way that both of them felt at ease. He also stood on the springboard. As the springboard bounced up, Meng Sang disappeared. The Tianyuan universe, the consciousness universe, and the spiritualized universe. We have been passive from the beginning, so going to the spiritualized universe is imperative. We also need to understand the consciousness universe, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin looked outside the stone door. It's not easy to use a springboard in the spiritualized universe, and it's even more impossible for Mang Sang. He needs 60 years to return to the spiritualized universe, so we have to create the springboard as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he returns to the spiritualized universe will understand our situation. He did not expect Mang Sang's springboard to be used. Regardless of whether or not he could find the springboard, Mang Sang would definitely destroy it in order to not be caught. There was no need to ask. Lu Yin could only count on himself. I'll create the springboard. It's not complicated, and since this springboard hasn't been destroyed, we'll create it in the direction of the springboard's greatest distance, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hesitated. If Mr. Mu created the springboard, it would mean leaving the Tianyuan universe. To be honest, Lu Yin was somewhat uneasy about Mr. Mu's departure. He was most worried about the one true God. It was hard to say how long the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation realm could last. The worst-case scenario was that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm had already lost its effects. The one true God did not want to help the spiritualized universe, so he pretended to be trapped. Tianxi, Bao Qi, and the president had all been betrayed by him, and he had his reasons. With Mr. Mu gone and the progenitor suppressing the sequence's string, it would not be easy for the Tianyuan universe to find an expert who could deal with the one true God. Lu Yin knew that he was still not a match for the one true God. Lu Yin voiced his worries. Mr. Mu fell silent. The one true God was not stupid, and he had his own reasons for every step he took. Although the Eternals had been destroyed, it was actually not Lu Yin's work alone. Since the era of the above heaven, the progenitor, Mr. Mu, the 3 realms, the 6 paths, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas had all worked together to succeed. Lu Yin had only been the catalyst for the destruction of the Eternals. If the one true God was left alone, no one knew what he would do. The spiritualized universe did not want its own people to restart it, so the one true God naturally did not want the spiritualized universe to restart the Tianyuan universe with him. His goal had always been to restart the Tianyuan universe. In the end, Lu Yin found Chu Yi and asked him to create a springboard. Only a primordial realm powerhouse could create a springboard, and Lu Yuan was not suitable. He would have no advantage against Mang Sang, but Chu Yi was different. The Tao of Tianyi could at least prevent Chu Yi from being killed by Mang Sang. Not long after, Chu Yi stood on the springboard. As the stars bounced up, the surrounding universe shook, and Chu Yi disappeared. He'll reach the maximum distance this springboard can travel in a year. I hope he doesn't run into Mang Sang, Mr. Mu sighed. Mang Sang was worried that Lu Yin would send people to surround and kill Chu Yi, but there were not many experts in the Tianyuan universe who could surround and kill a powerhouse who had just crossed the bitter calamity. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be heading to the spiritualized universe in 40 years at most, Lu Yin murmured. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. You won't be able to hide your aura when you go to the spiritualized universe. The entire spiritualized universe is your enemy. You sang Tian, and even that Grandmaster Qing Chao, I'll accompany you. Lu Yin did not refuse. This was a war between universes. Unless he reached the eternal realm, he would be too weak to fight alone. Lu Yin had not decided whether he should shift the war to the spiritualized universe or send a few people to the spiritualized universe. However, he had to go. He had found the path of the sequence laws, and the Tianyuan universe could not be realized. Only the spiritualized universe's sequence foundation could. He wanted to go to the spiritualized universe to seize the sequence foundation, and the gate of techniques was his greatest goal. Before that, he had to deal with the one true God and the insectoid hive. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring Mr. Mu and the others even if he wanted to. When he returned to the above heaven, he received a few pieces of good news. Over the past half a year, Lu Yin and Mr. Mu had been keeping an eye on Meng Sang. They did not dare to be careless in order to prevent Meng Sang from escaping. No one in the outside world dared to disturb them either. As a result, they did not receive any good news. First, Wu Tian had broken through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed by this news. The more primordial realm experts there were in the Tianyuan universe, the more at ease he felt. The 3 realm 6 Daos primordial realm experts were definitely no weaker than those who had crossed the bitter calamity. The 3 realm 6 Daos could defeat the star toad even if he did not break through to the primordial realm. As for the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian, if it were not for his sequence foundation, his strength would be on par with the 3 realm 6 Daos at most. Wu Tian's breakthrough to the primordial realm was enough for the Tianyuan universe to celebrate. Next, the 5 spirit clans also received good news. They had discovered many materials suitable for mecha production in a parallel universe. The Limitless Empire's mechas had been severely damaged in several battles, especially the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. They had lost almost half of their mechas, but their value had been extremely high. If not for the mechas, the ones who died would have been progenitors. Now that they had discovered suitable materials in that parallel universe, Lu Yin immediately gave the order to continue producing mechas. Apart from that, there were also new developments in the research of microarray weapons. Aside from the 108 microarray weapons that could be mass-produced, Gu Yan and Xiao Mingshi had discovered another direction for microarray weapons: timing. The details would have to wait until they went to the 5 spirit clans. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3376. Before Lu Yin left, he first met the 3 spiritualized universe ancestors that the Star Toad had sent over. The 3 of them were in despair and had been brought to the celestial sect. The best outcome for them was imprisonment, and the worst was naturally death. People from other universes were not of much value to Lu Yin. They would not be willing to become gods. The example of Wind Master had long existed. Creatures from other universes could not be chosen, and using enhance to read memories was even more of a failure. There was no way to find a spiritualized universe life form, so how could they be integrated? The war between universes was completely different from the war within universes, so Lu Yin's method had to change. Hiding his aura, disguising himself, using enhance on his die, and so on had all lost their effects. He had to find a new way to adapt to the war between universes. Have you heard of the Royal God Mountain? Looking at the 3, Lu Yin's tone was cold. He kept releasing pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. Among the 3, the 2 men subconsciously looked at the woman. Lu Yin's gaze fell on the woman. She said, "I'm from the Royal God Mountain." Lu Yin waved his hand, and the 2 men were taken away. "Tell me everything you know about the Royal God Mountain," Lu Yin said indifferently. The woman did not refuse. No one wanted to die if they could live. They had cultivated step by step from ordinary people to the progenitor realm and had experienced many hardships. Survival was an instinct. They might not be afraid of death, but they were not willing to die just like that. They would grab hold of any chance of survival. The woman spoke and told him what she knew about the Royal God Mountain. The world of cultivation was fair to everyone. Regardless of whether one had a monstrous background or an ordinary itinerant cultivator, no matter how high or low their starting point was, there would always be life and death waiting for them. Everyone's understanding of the world of cultivation was different. The Royal God Mountain was a world of cultivation. Through the woman's narration, Lu Yin could clearly hear the process of a cultivator rising step by step. It was no different from the 5th Continent 6 Direction Society's cultivators who had cultivated to the progenitor realm. The Royal God Mountain was called a mountain, but from the beginning to the end, it was a starry sky from the woman's mouth. Lu Yin knew that it was the little spirit universe. The woman did not know about the little spirit universe, and the progenitors were still not qualified to know about it. Just like the four-way scales, not every progenitor knew about the six-direction society, let alone those from the Tian universe. The woman had cultivated to the progenitor realm in the small spirit universe before entering the spiritualized universe. It was similar to how Lu Yin had cultivated to the progenitor realm in the fifth mainland before entering the Six Directions Guild and coming into contact with other parallel universes. It was the same process. The only difference was that Lu Yin knew that the parallel universes that he had come into contact with had a collective name, the Tianyuan universe. After the woman walked out of the starry sky, she learned that there was a general term for it, the spiritualized universe. The starry sky where she once cultivated also had a name, Divine Reigning Mountain. This was the Imperial God Mountain. Countless people in the spiritualized universe knew that God Governing Mountain was a starry sky. It was similar to the 3,000 Great Worlds or the starry sky of the tree Starry Sky, where many families hid in lakes. This starry sky was hidden in a mountain, and that mountain was also called God Governing Mountain. The Imperial God Mountain was a star hidden inside a mountain. It was a real mountain that belonged to the Imperial God Mountain. The moment the woman walked out of the starry sky, she saw Yu Sang Tian and learned about the spiritualized universe. Their cultivation was exactly the same as the spiritualized universes, so it was easy for the spiritualized universe to accept them. Arrival Lu Yin was most concerned about the method of concealing his aura. Meng Sang was in a hurry to return to the spiritualized universe because he could tell that someone had come from the small spirit universe. Yuan Qi had not tried to do so, as he had been locked up in the above heaven sect before the battle and had not been able to meet anyone from the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, he would have told Meng Sang how to do so, and she would have definitely tried some methods to do so. Yuan Qi had guessed that there was only one way to hide from the powerhouses of the spiritualized universe, especially if even Yu Sang Tian could not detect it, a spirit seed. The cultivation of the people in the small spirit universe was exactly the same as that of the spiritualized universe. They all came from the same cultivation model of the spiritualized universe. Only the spirit seeds that had been cultivating since they were young and had their auras hidden could not be detected by the people in the spiritualized universe after they left the small spirit universe. Every progenitor from the small spirit universe had come into contact with Yu Sang Tian, which was not normal. Given Yu Sang Tian's level, those who had not reached the level of a sequence law would not be qualified to meet him. However, the woman met Yu Sang Tian and obtained the cultivation method he imparted to her. The technique did not have a name, or at least, Yu Sang Tian had not given it a name. Many people from the Royal God Mountain called it the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique, as no one outside of the Royal God Mountain had obtained this technique from Yu Sang Tian. The Heavenly Spiritualization Technique had a very simple use, which was to adapt to the spiritualized universe. There was not much else to it. However, that was because these people did not notice its use. Yu Sang Tian had modified the spirit seeds that they had come into contact with since the beginning of their cultivation. In order to prevent the powerhouses of the spiritualized universe from detecting that they had come from another universe, they had to use the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique. This was also why everyone from the Royal God Mountain had to cultivate the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique. This technique was very easy to cultivate, and it could be mastered in a very short time. The people from the Royal God Mountain did not know that this technique combined with the spirit seeds would allow them to conceal their auras that did not belong to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe itself would not be able to guess that they had come from another universe. Only those who knew about the existence of the small spirit universe could see Yu Sang Tian's plan. So what if he knew the technique? He could not practice it. This was a technique that was unique to the spiritualized universe. If one wanted to remain undetected in the spiritualized universe, they had to first cultivate a spirit seed and obtain the Heavenly Spiritualization Technique from a woman. Otherwise, they had to be like their ancestor and obtain a body as a consciousness life form. Lu Yin could not do either. The woman was also taken away and imprisoned. Lu Yin instructed the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender to come to the above sky sect while he went to the 5 spirit tribes. He found Gu Yan and the others. Gu Yan was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. I wanted to simplify the creation of the 108 microarrays, but I didn't expect to come up with something like this. What's going on? Tell me. Lu Yin was curious. Gu Yan pointed at a microarray weapon embedded in a suit of armor. See what's different about it. Lu Yin looked over. With his current strength, he could see the difference at a glance. He had already reached the level of an origin heavenly master, and he was the best lockbreaker in the entire Tian Yuan universe. Of course, when it came to sourcebox arrays, he still could not compare to Gu Yan and the others. They had studied them for far too long, and Lu Yin had only relied on Chuling's experience to reach the level of an origin heavenly master. His powerful cultivation allowed him to surpass everyone else in lockbreaking. Cultivation was important in lockbreaking, but the same could not be said for sourcebox arrays. So that's how it is. Changing a sourcebox's danger can turn this microarray weapon into a lockbreaking sourcebox and completely explode. Lu Yin's eyes shone brightly. Gu Yan smiled. It's a very simple principle. I've always been thinking of manipulating it, but I never thought of this. If I had thought of it earlier, I would have been able to create it long ago. How did you think of it now? Lu Yin was puzzled. Gu Yan sighed. You should have gone to the spiritualized universe, right? Lu Yin raised his brows. Senior, you guessed it. Gu Yan replied, it's not just me. Many people have guessed it as well. In the current war, not going to the spiritualized universe and being attacked forever is not in your character. You can't bring many people with you to the spiritualized universe, so we've been thinking of ways to help you. This kind of sourcebox array can explode at a fixed time. Its power is equivalent to that of a progenitor, so it should be able to help you. Gu Yan and the others did not know that Lu Yin needed the sequence foundation to fill the void in his heart, nor did they know that Yu Sang Tian wanted to restart the tiny spiritual universe and step into the eternal realm. They had only guessed that Lu Yin wanted to go to the spiritualized universe based on their most basic understanding of this war. Knowing one's enemy was the most basic requirement for pursuing victory. How could one win without understanding the spiritualized universe? Even if many people from the spiritualized universe had been captured, it was impossible to fully understand it through them. Besides, there was still the consciousness universe nearby. It's just that the consumption is too great, Lu Yin said. Ordinary 108 microarray weapons were embedded in the armor to create the Tian Yuan army. With the materials that the Tian Yuan universe had found, only 3,000 Tian Yuan soldiers could be created. If some of the materials were used to create these microarray weapons, the Tian Yuan army's numbers would definitely decrease. Furthermore, these microarray weapons could only be used once. Even so, Lu Yin discussed it with Gu Yan and the others. In the end, they still had to produce them, and the quantity could not be too small. Of course, there was no need for too many, as there was no point in having too many. 500 was about enough. This meant that Lu Yin would have the destructive power of a progenitor 500 times over, and he could use them at a fixed time. When the time came, he would definitely be able to give the spiritualized universe a pleasant surprise. After leaving the 5 spirit clans, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Furball and Green Immortal. This fellow could not leave his side as he pleased, so Lu Yin could only bring it along. The moment he released it, Lu Yin was able to merge into its body and check its memories as well as sense its surroundings. He still could not sense the existence of the Hive and Green Immortal, as they were too far away. This fellow was now a detector that allowed Lu Yin to search for the Hive. Without waiting for Furball and Green Immortal to speak, Luin put it away and released it once in a while. Perhaps if he was lucky, it would be able to sense the hive's existence. When he returned to the Above Heaven sect, the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender had already arrived and were waiting respectfully. Luin brought them to the Day-Night clan's territory and entered the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect. They passed through the Frigid Immortal Pond and arrived at the underground, where the Frigid Immortal sect's hidden treasures had once been. Luin, Bai Shui, and Senior Qing Ping had come here before, and it was Senior Qing Ping who had discovered the seal left behind by Ancestor Hui. When he looked at the seal again, Lu Yin's gaze became complicated. Ancestor Hui had schemed against history, and in the end, he had schemed against the Eternals, allowing the humans to achieve a great victory. If not for Ancestor Hui, the current human situation would not have been the same. Although Ancestor Hui did not possess the greatest strength of all time, his wisdom was unparalleled. Luin looked at Ancestor Hui's symbol, and his gaze pierced through it until he saw the human-shaped source boxes beneath the seal. Ancestor Hui had sealed these human-shaped source boxes in order to prevent the desolate god from being reborn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3377. Ever since the Above the Sky sect had been re-established, Luin had ordered people to search for human-shaped source boxes. Now, he had collected all the ones in the outside world, and only Progenitor Hui's seal remained unopened. It was time for the desolate god to be reborn. The reason why Luin had not allowed it to be reborn was because he was afraid that no one would be able to control it. Now, he could suppress the desolate god by himself, not to mention Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm. There was also Mr. Mu and the colossal giant ancestor. A single desolate god could not overturn the heavens. Luin wanted to find the death god's body, as it would be perfect if he could revive it. Madman Lu had said that the death god was invincible back then, and even the sole true god could not do anything to him. This was because the death god was the first to break through to the primordial realm, and he possessed the power to kill. If the death god was still alive, he might be able to rival a primogenitor. Progenitor Hui's seal was too weak for Luin, and he could easily remove it. The group of source boxes were taken away. Behind them, the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender exchanged glances. The desolate god was finally reborn. The desolate god was the ruler of all the astral beasts. Without the desolate god, even if Luin did not bully the astral beasts, they would not have the confidence to face the humans. But was this a suitable time for the desolate god to be reborn? What was the point? Once they were reborn, they would look at each other with fear. They had deceived Luin, so how could they explain this? Following this, Luin brought them to the Cosmic Sea, where the army's territory was. The army would always wander around the Cosmic Sea because they were protecting the sourcebox array left behind by Progenitor Hui. They were soldiers who had once followed Progenitor Hui. I know that you are all protecting the sourcebox array left behind by Progenitor Hui, but there is no need for that anymore. I will protect whatever Progenitor Hui wants to protect, so please step aside. The army was as weak as an ant to Luin, but he respected them just as much as he respected Progenitor Hui. The giant warship approached with lightning, and the world turned black. 8,000 soldiers wielded spears and faced Luin. Unparalleled spears, soldiers who sought death. This was an army. Within the army, a pair of eyes stared at Luin with desire, excitement, and apprehension. He was Huawu, and he had a secret technique that kept his word. He had once joined the army in order to survive, but he had been coerced by Luin into betraying the army and allowing Luin to see the seal that the army was protecting. Out of respect for the Corps, Luin allowed Huawu to stay behind. Huawu tried to slip away once, but he failed. In the end, he was caught by the Corps and kept on the ship. Too many things had happened in the outside world. The hexagon sect, the everlasting race, and even the spiritualized universe. However, this place was peaceful from beginning to end. Huawu's initial fear, anxiety, and now, his heart was as calm as still water. At this time, Lu Yin came over again. His thoughts were active once more, and he wanted to leave this ship as far away as possible. Thunder rumbled and the sea darkened as the army faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at them calmly as well. After a while, the warship moved aside, revealing the seal hidden at the bottom of the sea. Lu Yin looked at the seal and then casually waved his hand to destroy it. He then collected all of the human-shaped source boxes. As for the army, he looked deeply at the warship. Ancestor Hui died in battle for humanity. If everyone is willing, you can head to the 5th pagoda to protect it. Ancestor Hui also wanted to protect that place. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hua Wu could not take it anymore. Master Lu, wait a moment. Lu Yin turned back and saw Hua Wu. He laughed. You're still here. Here. Hua Wu carefully avoided the soldiers around him and charged at Lu Yin, shouting, Master Lu, take me away. I can't take it anymore. Take me away. Every day here is like hell. Lu Yin raised a brow. When we first arrived, I saw that your heart was as calm as still water. Why do you want to leave? Hua Wu wailed, I'm just numb. Master Lu, please take me away. I want to leave, I want to leave. Lu Yin shook his head. There's no need. Hua Wu despaired, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. He thought that Lu Yin would keep him in the core. Is my beautiful life gone just like that? I still want to go out and explore. Right. He hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. I want to fight for humanity. How are the everlasting race? I heard that the hexagon sect has appeared again. Master Lu, I want to fight to the death for humanity. I have a secret technique, and I'm a man of my word. Master Lu, you have to believe me. Lu Yin pointed behind Hua Wu. Hua Wu turned around and saw that the 8,000 soldiers had already returned to their cabins and were ignoring him. He was stunned. What do you mean? You can stay, but you can also leave. Their mission is over, Lu Yin said before vanishing. Hua Wu wanted to say something to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. His jaw dropped, and he looked back to make sure that the soldiers had not caught him. He jumped into the sea and was so excited that he wanted to scream. Run, run. Don't let those guys see you. Run as far as you can and never come back to the cosmic sea again. His days of despair were finally over. I, Hua Wu, have escaped. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the Yaotho Arch and Imperial Tudor Skymender to the Royal Frost Continent. Looking at the familiar 5 rings of ice snow, Lu Yin could not remember the last time he was here. It had been a long time. When Lu Yin arrived, the Yaotho Arch hurriedly led everyone from the Royal Frost Continent to welcome him. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu, Che Han was excited. He was one of Lu Yin's earliest subordinates, and he had helped Lu Yin rise in the early days, even though his goal was to find foreign aid for the Royal Frost Continent. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Ice Empress, Che Han, and the others before sweeping past the Humble Corps. There were nearly 100 Humble Corps members on the Royal Frost Continent, and they were all enlighters on average. When Lu Yin had first formed the Aerial Corps, he had wanted to take in the Humble Corps as well, but after some thought, he had decided against it. Without the Humble Corps, the Royal Frost Continent would not feel safe. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been worried that someone would break Progenitor Huey's seal, so he had left the Humble Corps behind. Now, the Humble Corps was no longer important to him. Forget about enlighters, even envoys and half-progenitors were not worthy of his attention. He had the mechas under his command and the Tian Yuan army, which had the destructive power of a progenitor. Once upon a time, progenitors had not been seen, and the strongest had been half-progenitors, and there had only been a few. Now, there were too many progenitors, and it was all because Lu Yin had increased the limits of the Tian Yuan universe. There's nothing else. You can go back, Lu Yin said. The Ice Empress bowed respectfully, but she did not move. She wanted to wait for Lu Yin to leave first. Lu Yin said, "My duties on the Royal Frost Continent are cancelled." The Ice Empress, Che Han, and the others looked up at Lu Yin in shock, not understanding what he meant. "There's a seal left behind by progenitor Hui here, and I'll remove it today. From now on, you don't have to protect it anymore." Lu Yin waved his hand, and the Royal Frost Continent trembled. The Ice Empress wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. The seal here was the Royal Frost Continent's mission, but did the current Fifth Mainland really need them? What level was Lu Yin at? He had cared about this seal, feared it, and protected it. But now, he no longer needed it. The Ice Empress had a complicated expression. Now that they had lost their mission, she did not know where the Royal Frost Continent's future lay. The mission of protecting the seal had trapped them, but it had also given them a reason to continue living. From now on, they were free. The Fifth Mainland had a total of 3 progenitor Huey seals, and all of them had been broken. The human-shaped source boxes had all been gathered. Lu Yin brought all of the human-shaped source boxes, the Yao Emperor, and Imperial Tutor Skymender to the astral beast domain. He wanted to revive the desolate god there. Aside from them, Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Jialan Jilua had all gone as well. However, they did not go together and instead hid in the shadows. The revival of the desolate god was a big deal, and it was also a matter between the two of them. The biggest difference between the astral beast domain and the human domain was that the astral beast domain was filled with savagery. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded the astral beast domain, they had not been able to find anything besides some ores and other natural resources. The astral beast domain had not developed as quickly as the human domain, but this was the astral beast domain. Back then, Imperial Tutor Skymender and the others had concealed the revival of the desolate god. They had explained that the human-shaped source boxes were afraid of death and had used the source stone technique to transform themselves into source boxes. The only way to unlock them was through the inverse origin array. Not only could the source boxes be unlocked, but it could also be used to control them. When Lu Yin had first heard of this, he had believed Imperial Tutor Skymender's explanation. However, after Ghost Monkey had obtained progenitor Wushang's memories, he had overturned Imperial Tutor Skymender's words and told Lu Yin the truth. The desolate god had injected the savage scripture into the source stone technique, and what had been unlocked was not a person, but an astral beast that had transformed itself into a human-shaped astral beast. These astral beasts controlled the desolate god's split body, and once they were revived, they could revive the desolate god. Imperial Tutor Skymender's heart sank as he looked at the densely packed human-shaped source boxes. If this had happened a few decades ago, this would have been his dream come true. Lu Yin had already set up the inverse origin array, and all that was left was for Imperial Tutor Skymender to unlock it. But now, what was the point of unlocking it? What would happen if a desolate god appeared? With the Heaven's Path's current strength, they could even suppress 2 or 3 desolate gods, let alone one. More importantly, once a desolate god appeared, Imperial Tutor Skymender would know that he had lied to Lu Yin. When he thought of this, Imperial Tutor Skymender subconsciously glanced at the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor was just as nervous, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. They had been fearful all this time. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. "Let's begin, Lockbreaker. I urgently need a group of experts to replenish the Tian Yuan army." Imperial tutor Skyminder closed his eyes and faced Luin before slowly kneeling down. When the Yao Emperor saw this, he hurriedly knelt down as well, not daring to raise his head. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. "What are you doing?" Imperial tutor Skyminder's voice was bleak. "Path Master, we lied to you." Luin did not say anything and merely looked at him. The human-shaped source boxes, the source stone technique, and the inverse origin formation are all real. However, the ones who have been revived are not those who cultivated the source stone technique, but the astral beasts and the desolate gods, Imperial tutor Skyminder said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The Yao Emperor was shocked. Lu Yin had already known. Imperial tutor Skyminder was not surprised. What in the universe could hide from Lu Yin? Lu Yin's cultivation was extremely high, and his strength was rarely seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew everything. "Please punish us, Path Master." Imperial tutor Skyminder did not say anything else and directly asked for forgiveness. The Yao Emperor hurriedly said, "Please punish us, Path Master." "Let's begin." Reviving the desolate gods. "Not bad," Lu Yin said calmly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3378. Skyminder took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the group of human-shaped source boxes. As for the Yao Emperor, he was not an origin array heavenly master and could not help Skyminder. Without Lu Yin's command, he continued to kneel there, not daring to move. The inverse origin formation was activated. Every sourcebox array was created by an origin array heavenly master's blood, sweat, and tears. No sourcebox array could be easily created, as it represented an origin array heavenly master's blood, sweat, and tears. Even progenitor Hui could not easily create a sourcebox array. Although Lu Yin believed that he was the best lockbreaker in the universe, he did not know much about sourcebox arrays, so he did not interfere. Instead, he watched Skyminder use them. The source stone technique and the inverse origin formation both amazed Lu Yin. This was a technique that was compatible with sourcebox arrays, and true insight did not contain it. It was truly mystical. History had never lacked geniuses, and anyone who could create the source stone technique and the inverse origin formation was definitely a genius. Time slowly passed, and the inverse origin formation was activated. Many human-shaped source boxes were unlocked, and their outer shells melted at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. Finally, 10 days passed. With the inverse origin formation activated, all of the human-shaped sourcebox's outer shells fell off, and one person after another appeared before Lu Yin and the others. "Rise!" Skyminder Imperial tutor barked, and the inverse origin formation shot into the sky. It turned into a blinding light that enveloped all of the source boxes that had been unlocked. Almost everyone opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes ferocious and filled with confusion. Some of them unconsciously let out strange cries, which were the cries of astral beasts. "Junior Skyminder, please revive Lord Desolate God." Some of the people's gazes turned from confusion to clarity. Some tore off their arms, some tore off their legs, and some even twisted their necks. Their necks flew out and changed shape in midair, turning into a familiar statue that Lu Yin had seen before. It was the Desolate God's body. One by one, the dismembered bodies reassembled, and an earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens. Everyone who had been unlocked knelt down. "Welcome, Lord Desolate God. Welcome, Lord Desolate God. Welcome, Lord Desolate God." In the past, the astral beasts had been bullied and enslaved by humans. Only when the Desolate God oversaw the fourth mainland had they managed to slightly curb the situation. During that era, all the giant astral beasts regarded the origami as their guardians. Only the origami could protect them. In their hearts, the desolate god was truly a god. For the sake of the desolate god, they would do anything. This attitude was passed down to the generation of the imperial advisor Butian and the generation of the shifter emperor. Back then, Luin had been in control of the astral beast domain's fate. Even so, the imperial tutor had deceived him in order to revive the desolate god. Even after Luin led the above heaven sect to greater heights, imperial tutor Butian did not mention anything about the origami. It was not that he was hoping that the origami would be able to do anything when it was resurrected in the future. He just did not want the past to repeat itself. Before Luin had appeared, the imperial tutor had hoped to revive the desolate god and lead the astral beasts to the peak to suppress the humans. Later on, Lu Yin's above heaven sect had become invincible, and the imperial tutor did not wish for the desolate god to appear. Otherwise, it would only be suppressed by Lu Yin. This was the protection of his own beliefs. He could only stare blankly as the desolate god attacked Luin. The people who had been unlocked below the desolate god all glared at Luin with hatred and killing intent. This human had definitely wanted to stop the inverse origin formation from unlocking it, but he had failed. The desolate god's appearance would be unrivaled in the universe. Even in their era, the desolate god was the 6 paths of the 3 realms. The glory of that era could not be replicated. They did not know how long they had waited to be revived. The desolate god would definitely become the ruler of this era. Secretly, Wu Tian sighed. Big Yellow has just been revived. It seems like its strength has recovered, but it hasn't. It did not discover us at all, and it can't sense Little Seven's strength either. It was so angry when it saw the Yao Emperor kneeling to Little Seven. Its prejudice against humans is too deep. It can't be blamed. There were no beasts in that era that did not hate humans, but there was a reason why humans enslaved beasts. Are we just going to let it attack Little Seven? What else can we do? It can only take a beating. Don't worry, Little Seven knows how to control her strength. Master, watch this as well. In the distance, Luin endured the desolate god's powerful pressure without moving an inch. The desolate god's eyes trembled as it sensed that something was wrong. This human did not care about its pressure at all. How was this possible? Even in their era, only the 3 realms and 6 paths of the 3 realms could achieve such a glorious era. But that era should have existed already. Did the Eternals not destroy the overlords? It wanted to kill this person, but when it saw the Yao Emperor kneeling, it could not suppress the anger in its heart. It charged towards Luin and attacked him head-on. Indestructible body. The desolate god had 2 strong points, its indestructible body and its undefeatable weapon. Its physical strength was extremely powerful. If Hongyan Mavis was the strongest human in that era, then even Lu Yuan could not compare to her. The desolate god was the strongest beast. During that era, Hongyan Mavis had challenged it multiple times, but it had rejected her every time. It did not want to compete with Hongyan Mavis in terms of strength. It would be better if it could find a strength beast. His valiant body crashed into Luin. The group of people who had been unlocked were excited as they waited for the scene of Luin being torn apart. Luin looked up, raised his right hand, and blocked it single-handedly. Boom! The stars trembled as the power shattered the void. The darkness turned into a beam of light that swept out from the void realm. The Yao Emperor and Skymender Imperial Tutor were both pushed back by the force of the collision, but they were not injured. The desolate god had avoided them, or else they would have been torn apart. A loud boom accompanied the explosion of the void, causing the surroundings to become blurry. Only the desolate god could see clearly, and it was stunned in disbelief. This human had blocked it with a single hand. How was this possible? Lu Yin stopped the desolate god with a single hand. What an indestructible body. You can revive even after your body is split apart. That's the profundity of the indestructible body. However, your strength still needs to be tempered, and you can't compare to a strength beast. The desolate god was stunned. How was this possible? A human had blocked it with a single hand. It could not even use a red light. Who are you, human? The desolate god's low voice resounded through the heavens. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Above heaven's path master, Lu Yin. The desolate god's eyes widened. Impudent. Its body suddenly transformed into a burly man, and a long dagger axe appeared in its hand. It was the undefeatable weapon, the Avicii dagger axe. Space was the shaft, and time was the blade. When the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze, making it difficult to escape. Time was like a ribbon that was frozen by the dagger axe. Lu Yin watched as the dagger axe approached, and he used the reverse step to parallel time. In front of him, the dagger axe moved horizontally, sweeping through the void and causing ripples of time. The sequence particles that it contained shocked Lu Yin. What a tyrannical sequence law! The desolate god's sequence law was called destruction. Everything in the universe had a counter to each other, but the desolate god's destruction could destroy everything. In that era, the desolate god was extremely powerful, and it was confident that it could fight against anyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, it had lost to the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had slaughtered astral beasts and carved fear into their blood, passing it down generation after generation. Perhaps this was the reason why the 4th mainland had been destroyed. A starry sky appeared in Lu Yin's heart, repelling the sequence law, and the desolate god's sequence particles disappeared. The desolate god was stunned. Primordial realm. Lu Yin grabbed the Avicii dagger axe. This was an undefeatable weapon that could freeze time and lock down the void. Lu Yin's control of time and space surpassed the desolate god's. The Avicii dagger axe could not move, and the desolate god immediately let go of it and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin reversed the Avicii dagger axe and swept it across at an even faster speed, sending the desolate god flying. The desolate god could not withstand Lu Yin's strength, and it was sent flying. It stood in the sky, panting heavily as it looked at Lu Yin in shock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3379. There was no need to continue fighting, as Lu Yin had been holding back all this time. At this moment, it wanted to know who this person was and what had happened to this era. This person was clearly very young, but he was able to suppress it in every way, suppressing it to the point that it vomited blood. He did not stop it from reviving. He did not care about it at all. Those who had been unlocked were all stunned. How could this be? Heaven-mending Imperial Advisor sighed. Sure enough, this was the case. In this era, none of the 6 paths of the 3 realms could control the universe. He did not know if the desolate god's emergence was a good thing or a bad thing. The shifter emperor felt bitter. The astral beasts would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by humans. The same was true for the origami. Senior, have you had enough? Lu Yin asked as he casually tossed the Avicii dagger axe to the desolate god. The desolate god took it and gripped the Avicii dagger axe tightly. Come out. Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Sapphire Zhilua walked out. Long time no see, Big Yellow, Lu Yuan said. The origami glanced at the few of them. Her gaze was complicated. There was hatred, nostalgia, and an indescribable emotion in her eyes. My resurrection. Were you guys the mastermind? Lu Yuan grinned proudly. Let me formally introduce him. His name is Lu Yin, a descendant of the Lu family. He is also the current sect master of the Above Heaven sect and the master of the Tianyuan universe. Nothing was more shocking than what the Aragami had just heard. The sect above the heavens had been destroyed, Lu Yin's master had suppressed the echelon string, the great battle at Immemorial City, the Daosaur sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 5th mainland, the sect above the heavens had been re-established, the 6 Direction Society, the spiritualized universe, and so on and so forth. Even the desolate god needed a long time to sort through all of this information. It had been out of touch with the world for far too long, and it had been attacked by Lu Yin as soon as it appeared. Even now, it still hadn't recovered from its shock. It also understood why the Yao Emperor had knelt before Lu Yin and why Butian had hesitated to speak. He really shouldn't have revived. Big Yellow, it's good that you've revived now. The war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe is raging like a raging fire. People are dying constantly, and we're lacking in experts, said Lu Yuan. The desolate god sneered, what does that have to do with me? Just listen to how much you hate humans. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. The desolate god gritted her teeth. If it weren't for you, the giant astral beast wouldn't have been enslaved like that. Every era is marked by that era. That kind of thing is bound to happen in that era. Before Master established the sect above the heavens, how many beasts had slaughtered humans? It was Master who said that we should be treated as equals, but the result was like that. If it wasn't for Master's promise, Above Heaven sect wouldn't have been established so easily. You also have complaints about Master. I hate everyone. So you allowed the 4th mainland to be destroyed. The desolate god raised his head and glared at them. That's right. I didn't do anything when the 4th mainland was destroyed. That was what they had guessed. However, the Aragami actually admitted it. It was still hard for everyone to accept it. Hongyan Mavis stared at the Aragami. Between the humans and the Eternals, you chose the Eternals. The Aragami looked at her. Shouldn't I? Humans only think about slaughtering and enslaving astral beasts, but the Eternals don't. They come from you humans. The true goal of eternity is to restart the Tianyuan universe and step into eternal life, said Jiaolanjiluo. The desolate god's eyes trembled, and he fell silent. It did not know about this matter. To be exact, no one in that era knew about this matter, because the Tianyuan universe was far from being able to be rebooted in that era. Back then, the Above Heaven sect didn't even know that the Eternals would attack the humans. No one expected the primogenitor to be ambushed or the guardian envoys hiding in the dark. This was the main reason why the Above Heaven sect was defeated. The Eternals were thinking too far ahead. Humans, on the other hand, were immersed in the glory and excitement of thousands of races. This was the so-called decline after the peak of prosperity. Big Yellow, if you knew that the Eternals wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, would you still let the 4th mainland be destroyed? Wu Tian asked. Everyone looked at the desolate god. The desolate god looked up with a solemn expression and glanced at everyone. He then sneered, nonsense. If the universe was rebooted, we would all die. How could I let it happen? At least you have a conscience, said Hongyan Mavis. The desolate god snorted. I hope that the humans will perish, not everyone will die together. One of the reasons why you hate humans so much is because Chu Haizi slaughtered the astral beasts, right? Wu Tian suddenly said. The desolate god's eyes widened, and they were filled with coldness. Where is Chu Haizi? Dead. Lu Yuan sighed. The desolate god was shocked. You are all alive, but Chu Haizi is dead. What do you mean? In your eyes, we don't deserve to live. Jiaolanjiluo was unhappy. The desolate god said, Chu Haizi is stronger than anyone, and he can break through to the primordial realm at any time. Once he breaks through, I don't think even Master can do anything to him. How did he die? Luin continued, he died for me. The desolate god only noticed Luin now. Died for you? You were already here at that time. Luin did not know how to explain. Let's not talk about the past. You know the current situation. No matter what side you stand on, you have to join this war between the universes, Lu Yuan said. The desolate god sneered. Not necessarily. I can join the spiritualized universe. Jialan Jiluo raised an eyebrow. What did you say? The desolate god glanced at everyone. Haven't I made it clear enough? You want to betray the Tian Yuan universe? The Tian Yuan universe already belongs to you humans. So what if you defeat the spiritualized universe? Won't it still be enslaved by you humans? Times have changed. The above heaven sect will not enslave the astral beasts. Luin said, I promise that I will not let anyone enslave the astral beasts. The desolate god was furious, and he stared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. You promise. How can you promise that? What's the use of your promise? Didn't Master promise it back then? No matter how times have changed, the greed of humans will never disappear. If Master can't stop it, how can you stop it? Luin, Wu Tian, Lu Yuan, and the rest were speechless. In that era, the above heaven sect was at its peak. The primogenitor's prestige was greater than the heavens, but it still could not stop humans from enslaving the astral beasts. The stronger the primogenitor, the stronger the humans, and the more the astral beasts would be enslaved. In the current era, humans had surpassed the above heaven sect. Not only did they have the 3 realms and 6 paths, but they also had the 3 suns and 6 lords, the 8 paths, and many progenitor powerhouses. If they defeated the spiritualized universe, would they really not enslave the astral beasts? Once Luin surpassed the infinity powerhouses and surpassed the primogenitor, humans would worship him. What would they think of non-human life forms? The most obvious point was that none of the 3 suns and 6 lords were astral beasts. This was even more thorough than the 3 realms and 6 paths. Luin did not lie to the desolate god, but there were some things that he could not change. The desolate god was one of the 3 realms and 6 paths. In that era, he could protect the 4th mainland and suppress the humans. What about now? Who could do it? The Shifter Emperor. The Power Beast. Su Wang. Jiao. Ancestral Mang. Shining. No one could do it. No one was the desolate god. Luin wanted to eliminate the word enslave from the bottom of his heart. However, even if his cultivation level was high, he could not stop it. In some dark corners, under his high and mighty gaze, the desolate god could not stop. Darkness was still growing in the corners that were not allowed to exist. This was very similar to the former above the heavens. If the primogenitor did not notice it, Luin might not be able to either. The Tian Yuan universe was now united to fight against the spiritualized universe. All the conflicts had been shifted to external wars. It was not that the darkness was completely eliminated. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on fighting against the spiritualized universe. The desolate god had just been reborn and had not experienced the war against the spiritualized universe. Its focus was on internal affairs. It focused on the promise that even the primogenitor could not fulfill. Big Yellow, I'm sorry. There was a sigh and an apology. It was the primogenitor's voice. The desolate god's body trembled. It slowly turned its head and looked in a certain direction. There, the primogenitor walked over and looked at the desolate god with a complicated and apologetic gaze. The desolate god looked at the primogenitor blankly. Its voice was dry. Master. The primogenitor sighed. I'm sorry, Big Yellow. Lu Yin and the rest fell silent. The primogenitor was apologizing. This was the creator of the source of cultivation and the strongest person since the birth of the Tian Yuan universe. He was apologizing to the desolate god and the astral beasts. In the past, the astral beasts had also slaughtered humans. That was the nature of their species. Ever since the primogenitor had ascended, he had taken in the desolate god as a disciple to keep the astral beasts in check. This had led to the rise of humans in that era. Although it was called taking in a disciple, it was actually a transaction. However, the relationship between the primogenitor and the desolate god was real. The desolate god's respect for the primogenitor and its love for its fellow disciples in the 3 realms and 6 Daos were also real. However, as the above heaven sect flourished, humans' attitude towards the astral beasts changed. It could be called revenge, as the astral beasts had once committed a blood debt to humans. It could also be called greed, but who could refuse such a powerful mount? In particular, the primogenitor had the ancestral mang wrapped around his waist and a divine eagle on his shoulder. This image was too deeply etched in people's hearts, and countless people imitated it. Perhaps this was the reason why the primogenitor had apologized. Regardless of the reason, the astral beasts had been enslaved. Without experiencing that era, it was impossible to understand the calamity that beasts had suffered. Even if the desolate god had allowed the destruction of the 4th mainland, it had not done anything wrong. It was not a human, and it had its own standpoint. It had only allowed the destruction of a place where the astral beasts would be enslaved by humans. That was all. Master, do you know how many astral beasts were enslaved in that era? The desolate god's voice was low and hoarse. It pointed at the astral beasts that had been unlocked and transformed into human form. They were all enslaved. In that era, the astral beasts that were unwilling to be enslaved by humans died. Whether it was in the primordial space or other parallel dimensions, at least 1/3 of them died. Their blood was enough to dye the sky red. How many astral beasts were enslaved? Master, do you know? You promised that when you took me in as your disciple, you hoped that the astral beasts and humans could live in peace. You hoped that the astral beasts would stop killing humans everywhere. We did it. What about you? You were high above and could not see the greed of humans, but we were suffering from it. The primogenitor closed his eyes. The desolate god sneered. You guarded the immemorial city and suppressed the strings. How much of it was for the astral beasts? At that time, you were only thinking about humans. Our standpoints were different. You were a human, so you thought about the survival of humans. I was an astral beast, so I only thought about the survival of the astral beasts. The primogenitor opened his eyes and looked at the desolate god. I was high above and could not see the greed of humans. Then, to the astral beasts, were you not high above? When did you see all of them? The desolate god's gaze shook. When did you see the nature of some astral beasts? The primogenitor asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3380. From the side, Wu Tian spoke up. Chu Haizi didn't slaughter astral beasts for no reason. Humans are greedy, and beasts are bestial as well. Because of Heaven's Gate's prosperity, you only saw the strong side of humans. When have you ever seen people being slaughtered by astral beasts for no reason? Most of those people were ordinary people. Some enslaved astral beasts, while others slaughtered humans. It's all relative. Chu Haizi slaughtered astral beasts with his own eyes. Many people were casually killed by astral beasts. That era seemed peaceful, and Heaven's Gate suppressed everything. However, there were things in the dark that we couldn't see, and there were also things that you couldn't see. Lu Yuan sneered and pointed at the astral beasts that had been unlocked. Just ask those fellows behind you if they know about this. In their minds, slaughtering humans is normal. Who would tell you? Would you care if you stepped on an ant while walking? The desolate god growled, nonsense. Lu Yuan laughed. We were wrong because we couldn't stop the astral beasts from enslaving them. But didn't you stop them from slaughtering humans as well? Regardless of whether it's a time of war or a time of peace, conflicts between different species will never cease. It's just a matter of seeing and not seeing. Hongyan Mavis interrupted Lu Yuan's words. Of course, we also admit that that era was too dark for you star beasts. Master's apology to you is true, but no one will apologize to you for slaughtering the star beasts. Wu Tian sighed. Chu Haizi was too decisive and ruthless. Lu Yin did not think that the Grim Reaper had done anything wrong. From his point of view, both the humans and astral beasts were under his rule, but the conflict between the two species was irreconcilable. If the humans wanted to enslave the astral beasts would turn around and slaughter the humans. The only way to resolve this was to completely suppress one side. The Grim Reaper slaughtered astral beasts in order to pass down their fear, and he had done it. Astral beasts were naturally suppressed and terrified by the aura of death. If he were the Grim Reaper, the next thing he would do would be to use the aura of death to suppress the astral beasts within a certain range. This would ensure that humans couldn't easily enter, and also ensure that the astral beasts couldn't leave. This was the only solution that he could think of from his perspective. It was cruel, but it was effective. After all, they were humans. However, Lu Yin did not mention this. He hadn't seen the situation of that era with his own eyes. Humans had their own standpoints, and starry sky behemoths had their own standpoints. Both sides were in the right. What mattered was the strong and the weak. Did the Aragami really not know that there were astral beasts slaughtering humans? That might not be the case. In its opinion, it should be a small matter, but the humans themselves did not think so. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. What happened in the past has already happened. Now, we are facing the risk of the universe being destroyed. Big Yellow, do you really want to betray the Tian Yuan universe and join the spiritualized universe? Jialan Jiluo's tone was cold as he stared at the desolate god. The Aragami replied firmly, at the very least, I don't want to be associated with you. Senior, you're overthinking things. The spiritualized universe will not accept you. The Aragami looked at him. What do you mean? Lu Yin's lips curled up. With Senior's strength, a spiritualized universe would definitely not be able to reject you. However, if Senior wants to bring all those astral beasts with you, that would be unrealistic. Senior, do you think that a universe with a unified cultivation method and resources would accept a large number of astral beasts? Maybe I can accept him, but this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. You need to change the word. Lu Yin's expression changed. Captivity. The Aragami was enraged, and the Avicii polearms suddenly stabbed towards Lu Yin. Junior, how dare you? The primogenitor appeared in front of Lu Yin and casually pushed the Avicii polearm aside. Big Yellow, let him finish. The Aragami gripped the polearm tightly and snorted before glaring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. There are too many astral beasts in the Tian Yuan universe. Senior, you fell out with us because of them. If you join the spiritualized universe and can't bring these astral beasts with you, then you'll just let them be destroyed by the spiritualized universe. Where is your determination? As for the spiritualized universe, they will not trust any life forms from other universes. Whether they belong to another universe or not, their auras are different. They are also afraid that these astral beasts will steal their resources. No matter how small the resources are, they are still resources. Senior, don't underestimate the greed of living beings. By the way, the spiritualized universe's rulers are also humans. The origami gritted its teeth. Humans, humans, and humans again. Why are there humans everywhere? It felt helpless. The origami still had the primogenitor and the 3 realms and 6 Daos in the Tianyuan universe. If it joined the spiritualized universe, it would be filled with enemies everywhere. It would be even worse than the era of the above heaven. No one spoke, as they were all giving the origami time. It was still angry that the above heaven had been willing to be destroyed by the Eternals, so it could not change its mind so quickly. The primogenitor waved a hand, and the people around him dispersed. He wanted to speak with the origami alone. No one knew what the primogenitor and the origami talked about, but it was obvious that the origami respected the primogenitor greatly. Even if it was angry and resentful, it still had feelings for the primogenitor, including Lu Yuan and the others. Master is actually very good to Big Yellow. It really is a master-disciple relationship. What a pity. Lu Yuan sighed. Lu Yin looked into the distance. As the ruler of the 4th mainland, it allowed the Eternals to destroy it. No matter what its motives were, the origami is guilty in the eyes of the above heaven. Even humans would fight against each other, let alone different creatures. The Eternals had established the kingdom of eternity and wanted humans to coexist with the corpse kings, but it was impossible. Similarly, in a universe where humans had developed to a certain extent, it was impossible for them to coexist peacefully with the astral beasts. Lu Yin looked at the astral beasts that had been unlocked, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, the primogenitor waved at Lu Yin, and the others walked over. Big Yellow, tell us what happened back then, the primogenitor said. The origami's expression was gloomy as it met everyone's gaze, especially Lu Yin. It slowly said, Master was plotted against. I don't know about this. The 1st mainland was destroyed, and the 4th mainland was destroyed shortly after. At that time, the one who came for me was Tiango. Tiango? Lu Yin exclaimed. Lu Yuan and the others were stunned. They had not expected the destruction of the 4th mainland to be related to Tiango. From what they knew, Tiango only knew how to bark and had an abnormal defense. Other than that, it had nothing else. On the battlefield, it had only been able to hold back a single human powerhouse and had not killed many people. The origami said, Tiango came to me on behalf of the Eternals and persuaded me not to become enemies with the Eternals. At that time, because the humans were enslaving the astral beasts, I agreed. I injected the savage scripture into the source stone technique, split myself apart, and waited for my rebirth. Do you really believe that you will be reborn? Lu Yin was puzzled. No one would believe that. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Well, this was handing over his life to someone else. The origami calmly replied, At least I won't die. Aside from the astral beasts, no one knows that I'm waiting for my rebirth, not even the Eternals. The Eternals also agreed not to attack the 4th mainland. When the 4th mainland was destroyed, a group of astral beasts died, but at least half of their bloodline was preserved. What's the origin of Tiango? Lu Yin asked. They were all too curious. The origami replied, Before the humans appeared, there were only astral beasts in the starter space, including the entire Tianyuan universe. They revered chaos and existed in various races. Tiango is a creature from that era, and its history is even older than the humans. My race also originated from that era. Lu Yin was shocked. Before the humans were born. The primogenitor said, Humans were not born at the same time as the universe. Before the humans appeared, there were creatures in this universe. I've heard of this chaos before, but it seems to have disappeared. The origami nodded. Chaos disappeared a long time ago. Otherwise, when Master wanted to establish the above heaven sect, the first obstacle would have been chaos. Chaos is extremely powerful, and it has no race behind it. However, it can suppress the entire universe by itself, and no astral beast dares to resist. Senior Primogenitor, how were humans born? Luin asked. It was not just this universe, but the spiritualized universe had humans as well. What about the other universes? The Primogenitor shook his head. If you're talking about birth, I really don't know. One day, I suddenly gained consciousness and appeared. I took care of the universe's operations, watched the astral beasts, and created the astral source's cultivation path. Tai Hong was the same. If you're talking about origin, I really don't know. The others also discovered one after another. There was no first male and female pair that created humans. Naturally, the human race appeared. The origami continued. In the beginning, humans were just ants in the universe. They were extremely weak, and they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the astral beast's teeth. However, their numbers grew and grew until it was terrifying. They were everywhere in the universe, and no one knew how they were born. They spread throughout the universe in the shortest amount of time, but they weren't much of a threat until Master rose to power and fought against the astral beasts. He took me in as his disciple and used my race to suppress the astral beasts. Gradually, the above heaven sect was formed, and the era of humans began. The primogenitor still had some complaints when it was brought up. Lu Yin could imagine how difficult it had been for the primogenitor to lead the humans in that era, but now was not the time to think about that. How do we find Tiango? The origami was confused. Why do you want to find it? Tiango follows the eternal. If we find it, we'll be able to find the eternal and completely eradicate this scourge. The origami shook its head. It's impossible to find it unless it comes to you on its own. But that's even more difficult. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. The origami explained, Tiango belongs to an era before humans appeared. It respects and believes in primal chaos. If you can find something related to primal chaos, with Tiango's sense of smell, it will be able to smell it even from a parallel universe. It might come to you. But primal chaos was even more ancient, and it was difficult to find even in the above heaven sect, let alone now. Master, you don't have it? Hongyan Mavis asked. The primogenitor was helpless. When I appeared, primal chaos had already disappeared for a long time. I learned of its existence through some astral beasts, but I didn't find anything related to it. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3381. The desolate god answered, we don't have it either, not even Tiango. Chaos existence is a fact, but it's more like a legend from our era. It's very difficult to find anything related to it. Lu Yin sighed. Finding the true God was the most difficult thing right now, and he couldn't go to the spiritualized universe if he couldn't find it. He had to go to the spiritualized universe anyway. What does chaos look like? What are its characteristics? We can search the entire Tianyuan universe. Maybe we can find some clues, Zhelangelua said. The desolate god raised a hand and drew an image of chaos in the air. Wu Tian and the rest frowned. When they were taken in as disciples, the progenitor had already been cultivating for a long time. Chaos was already a legend, and they had never seen it before. The progenitor looked at the image of chaos. It looks like this. Lu Yin looked at it as well, but why did it look so familiar? It was similar to the dragons in Earth's legends. Right, there was a type of insect in the hive called the stone dragon, which also looked like a flying dragon when combined. Luin had never seen anything like this in the universe outside of Earth. There were dragons in other stars, but they were different from Earth. To be precise, they were different from the dragons in Earth's Eastern legends. This was a legend unique to Earth's Eastern legends, but why would the hive take such a form? Was it a coincidence? Also, chaos looked very similar to the dragons in Earth's Eastern legends. Was it a coincidence? Too many coincidences could not be considered a coincidence. Luin stared at chaos form, trying to figure out what was wrong. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. It wasn't just a legend from Earth, he had definitely seen this form somewhere else. Where? Where? Luin closed his eyes. At his level of strength, he wouldn't be familiar with certain things for no reason. He had definitely seen them before. Just like Yen Gang, Luin had long forgotten about him, but he could still remember this name from the depths of his memories. Chaos form was definitely not something he had seen on Earth, so he had to find it from the depths of his memories. No one disturbed Luin, as they could all tell that he had recalled something. The desolate god looked at Luin curiously. It was hard to imagine how a human could reach such heights in just 100 years. How did this brat cultivate? Was he a descendant of the Lu family? How could the fertile lands produce such a descendant? It glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at it and raised a brow. The desolate god was not happy. He maliciously guessed that the Lu family's bloodline was not pure. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and retrieved a stone orb from his cosmic ring. This was it. Back when Luin had brought the mist ancestor's mirror to sweep through Junior Progenitor Planet, he had rolled his die and obtained a round ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Back then, he had used all of his strength to crush it, but he hadn't been able to break it. He knew that it wasn't a simple object, so he had kept it. There was an image on it, and he had assumed that it was a snake. The stone orb appeared in front of everyone. There was a diagram on the stone orb, and now that they looked at it, it was extremely similar to chaos. The desolate god stared at the pattern on it and was stunned. Chaos. The progenitor looked at Luin strangely. The others also looked at him strangely. Was that even possible? How could this kid have everything? It was too magical. Luin also felt that it was strange. At the time, he had not even reached the level of an emissary, and he had obtained this ball with one roll of his die. He did not know who had placed it in his cosmic ring, but this was something that had happened a long, long time ago. At the time, he had not reached the level where he could fight against the 4 cardinal scales. Now, the 4 cardinal scales had become a thing of the past. Is this related to chaos? Luin asked expectantly. The origami took a closer look at the orb before looking at Luin again. Her eyes were filled with awe as she said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a sacred item that some astral beasts worshipped." "How did you get it?" "By accident," Luin answered naturally. The desolate god was speechless. "This thing is from a very, very long time ago, and it can be traced back to before the birth of humans. Even in our era, it's impossible to find it. It's a stone, after all, and it can be preserved for a very long time. Why can't it be found?" Luin was puzzled. The desolate god shook her head. Chaos disappeared, and other astral beasts naturally wanted to replace it. If we don't deal with the remnants of chaos, how can we replace it? It wasn't easy for Master to establish the above heaven sect, and he had to fight against all sorts of astral beasts. Why else do you think he took me in as a disciple? The progenitor coughed. Big Yellow, this thing can attract the Tiango, right? The desolate god nodded. It should be, but it's too long ago. It's best to get close to the Tiango so that it won't notice. That's easy. Luin was excited. He finally had a way to scheme against the eternity. Progenitor Chin could find the Forgotten Ruins god. Although he couldn't get close, as long as he knew the general direction, taking out this thing should be able to attract the Tiango. As long as they weren't in the Genesis space, the eternity might not be on guard. This is an item used to worship chaos. Back then, things were much simpler than now. Chaos would really bestow blessings when worshipped, which means that this thing has the power of chaos. If you study it, you can definitely learn something, the desolate god said, looking at the stone with a yearning expression. In this era, people yearned for the 3 realms, the 6 paths, and the progenitor. The astral beasts of the desolate god's era yearned for chaos. This was a pursuit that originated from faith. It was like being able to see a god up close after a lifetime of faith. Lu Yin wasn't interested in chaos. Right now, he just wanted to find the one true god. Mr. Mu was suppressing the sequence's string on behalf of the progenitor, and now was the perfect time for the progenitor to act. The progenitor also had the same thought. There are some things that should be resolved. I once had the chance to kill the eternity, but I didn't do it. Even though he was different from us, we were all humans from the very beginning. The progenitor sighed. During those days when we were suppressed by the astral beasts, we had feelings for each other. It's a pity that those feelings have disappeared forever. Lu Yin didn't care about what the progenitor was feeling, and he immediately contacted Progenitor Chin. 10 days later, under the unfamiliar sky, Progenitor Chin pointed in a direction. I can only vaguely sense Wang Miao Miao in that direction. If I can sense her, the eternity will notice me first, and he won't be able to catch up. Lu Yin looked in that direction. That's enough, senior. You should leave first. Don't make the eternity wary. Progenitor Chin asked, can you really lure the eternity and the others here? Lu Yin nodded, and when he saw Progenitor Chin hesitate, he smiled. Don't worry. We still don't know whether or not Wang Xiaoyu is a traitor. Her situation is special, so we'll be merciful. Progenitor Chin was grateful. Thank you. With that, he left. After Progenitor Chin left, Lu Yin stood alone in space and took out the stone orb from his cosmic ring. The moment the stone orb appeared, far away in a parallel space, the heavenly hound suddenly raised its head and let out an excited howl, giving Yan Gang a fright. The one true god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others all looked at Tiango. Unless it was in a battle, Tiango wouldn't make such a big noise. Furthermore, it seemed very excited. The one true god hadn't seen Tiango this excited for many years. Chaos aura. The one true god was surprised. Tiango howled at him a few times. Blacklist god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others were confused, as they had never heard of chaos before. Chaos name brought the one true god back to the endless past, when that human had just appeared. Chaos was already a legend, unlike now, when even legends had disappeared. Chaos was the belief of the astral beasts, a true god that the desolate god couldn't compare to. In fact, no one knew how strong chaos was, including the progenitor and the one true god. However, based on the strength of the astral beasts of that era, chaos was at least at the level of crossing the bitter disaster. If he was still alive, he might have reached the eternal life realm, but that was unlikely. During chaos time, he had left behind legends in this universe, which meant that he hadn't rebooted this universe. If he wanted to reach the eternal life realm without rebooting the universe, could he have really crossed the bitter disaster? That was unlikely, or else how could there be no traces of legends? Rather than saying that chaos was missing, it was more accurate to say that he was dead. Then you can go, I won't go. The one true god's eyes flashed, and he looked at Tiango. The aura of chaos that hasn't been there for so many years suddenly appeared. Be careful. Tiango barked, and rushed out excitedly. The Forgotten Ruins god was curious. My lord, what is chaos? The one true god looked at Tiango's back, a legendary creature. The Forgotten Ruins god was surprised. Even you have only heard of a legend? The one true god said in a low voice, the history of humans isn't that long. Blackless god turned and looked at the starry sky, the history of humans. Indeed, it wasn't that long, as the life in the universe of consciousness could live much longer than humans. He didn't know how humans had reached their current height. Later, the Green Emperor brought Yen Gang to follow the one true god and the others. If it wasn't for the Green Emperor, Yen Gang, an ordinary cultivator, would have died in the strange starry sky. Glancing at the Green Emperor, Yen Gang felt uneasy. Only he knew that he couldn't control Qing Xian, but she was so respectful to him that he understood that it was all an act. The Green Emperor was pretending to be controlled by him so that the one true god and the others wouldn't worry. Yen Gang himself was just a puppet. As for this puppet, he couldn't say anything about it, as it had no value. As for cultivation, he wanted to, but the one true god didn't care about him, and neither did the Forgotten Ruins god or Blackless god. His life was now tied to the Azure Kings, and at this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted not handing over the hive to the Above Heaven sect and gaining their protection. Then, he would have attacked those who wanted to curry favor with Lu Yin instead of focusing all of his hatred on Lu Yin. He was too insignificant, so insignificant that he didn't even have the right to take revenge on Lu Yin. On the other side, Tiango tore through the void and arrived at Lu Yin's parallel universe. Lu Yin hid his aura and stayed far away from the stone orb, waiting for Tiango to appear. Tiango appeared, but it was only Tiango. Lu Yin frowned, as the one true god was too cautious. If Tiango appeared alone, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was surrounded. The stone orb could only attract Tiango, but not the one true god. It seems like it failed, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. No, it succeeded. The primogenitor was astonished. Tiango successfully found the stone orb and excitedly pushed it towards the one true god. The excitement in its eyes was as if it had found its long-lost master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3382. Lu Yin was curious about chaos. It looked like a dragon that only existed on Earth, but it was very similar to the insect nest stone dragon. What was the connection? Tiango quickly disappeared. Not chasing. The ancestor was puzzled. Lu Yin took out his compass and dipped the stone ball in illusionary gravel. That kind of gravel could even touch Tianxi's body, let alone a stone ball and Tiango. Senior, I'll leave eternity to you. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he tore through the void with the compass. Let's go. On the other side, Tiango pushed the stone ball and found the one true god. The Forgotten Ruins god and the others were surprised. A stone ball. The stone ball was 100 meters in diameter and looked ordinary. Other than the engravings on it, there was nothing else. Tiango was so excited that it stuck out its tongue. There was an aura of chaos on it, and it was very strong. It must have been worshipped in ancient times. This was what it wanted the most. The one true god looked at the engravings on the stone ball. It really is chaos. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, not good. The next moment, the void in front of him split open as a hand reached out and hit the one true god. Eternity, it's time to pay back what you owe me. The one true god's eyes narrowed, absolute beginning. Boom! The void trembled as the Forgotten Ruins god and the others were pushed away. The terrifying aura almost made them faint. The ancestor made his move at this moment. Tiango wailed as the stone ball was pushed away. Lu Yin followed closely behind the ancestor and took out Mount Supreme. Figures rushed out one after another. It was Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others, including the Void God, Wood God, and Victorious Celestial. Yen Gang's face turned pale. Lu Yin. He Wuxian didn't even think and wanted to escape. A huge hand slapped him across the void. Don't even think about escaping. It was the giant ancestor. The Forgotten Ruins God pulled Wang Xiaoyu and quickly retreated. Hongyan Mavis, the Void God, and Wood God attacked them. On the other side, the Azure King retreated with Yen Gang. Countless insects appeared around them, but they were easily wiped out by the Wood God. Although the insects were powerful, they were at the level of sequence laws and could easily destroy them. Su Wang Tian slapped down with his slippers. Tiango crashed into Su Wang Tian. A chaotic battle to surround and kill the one true God and other experts suddenly began. Just like the Battle of Disaster Region, the Battle of Immemorial City, and the Battle of the Stone Gate, wars always came very suddenly. This was Lu Yin's style. If he controlled too much, there would be too many variables. If his actions could be easily grasped by others, then how would he be able to defeat the Eternals, who possessed unparalleled intelligence? If Ancestor Hui relied on his wisdom to plan for eternity, and even the only true God was tricked by him, then Lu Yin only relied on variables. The more variables there were, the harder it would be for others to see through him. At this moment, nobody could escape. He Wuxian, Forgetful Ruins God, King Qing, and the others could not escape. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The most important thing was still the battle between the primogenitor and the only true God. The only true God was still sealed in the Six Paths Reincarnation World, and in the Golden Six Paths Reincarnation World, there was still the true God heaven-changing art. That layer of the true God heaven-swapping technique protected the only true God, and even Lu Yin and the others would find it difficult to break through. However, it was the primogenitor who had made a move. Countless years of grudges were finally released at this moment. The primogenitor reached into the Six Paths Reincarnation World and looked at the only true God coldly. Eternals, it's time for you to pay for what you did to me, and for Tai Hong's life. The palm hit the true God heaven-swapping technique, and it cracked. No one understood the only true God better than the primogenitor. The only true God also understood the primogenitor. I didn't expect you to not waste your time after all these years. You actually saw through my true God heaven-swapping technique. With a bang, the true God heaven-swapping technique shattered. The primogenitor's palm landed on the only true God's chest, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. The only true God raised his hand, and countless sword shadows flew towards the primogenitor. It was the 10,000 swords. 10,000 Daos converging sword was extremely powerful, and it had almost killed Lu Yin in the past. It could also allow the sole true God to escape. Every sword shadow was a sliver of time that belonged to the sole true God. When a sword shadow was broken, the sole true God could attack or dodge. But then, ripples spread out, and the void changed. Lu Yin looked up in shock. Blue Sky Palace. He didn't expect the primogenitor to rebuild the Blue Sky Palace in such a short time. The Blue Sky Palace was sealed by the Four Locks Formation, and the only way to break free was to melt into the water of the Yellow Springs. The primogenitor once said that he could no longer cultivate the Blue Sky Palace, but it was a lie. The 10,000 swords was useless against the Blue Sky Palace. Lu Yin stared at this scene. The Blue Sky Palace was the nemesis of the 10,000 swords. No, that was not right. The primogenitor used some kind of power that was not consumed in the Blue Sky Palace. The primogenitor understood the only true God. The only true God's techniques, strength, talents, battle techniques, and so on were all calculated by the primogenitor. The time of the 10,000 swords turned into nothingness in the Blue Sky Palace. The primogenitor used his finger as a sword, and countless finger shadows imprinted on the only true God's forehead. The only true God coughed out blood, and a blurry sword shadow appeared on his forehead before it dissipated. His vision blurred, and he kept retreating, his face pale. He had never seen the primogenitor like this. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. How many years have you lived? I've long since calculated the location of your 10,000 swords. Eternal, did De Chang die at your hands or at Grandmaster Grassus? The only true God took out 4 swords from his cosmic ring. They were the primogenitor's swords, and he slashed at the primogenitor. Time was cut apart, and in that instant, both space and time around the two became chaotic. Even a glance was enough to cause chaos, and countless images appeared. These were the traces left behind by time in that area. The primogenitor's swords could suppress time, but now, all 4 swords attacked at the same time, and time was instantly shattered. The 4 swords came from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th mainlands. As for the rest, the primogenitor's sword from the first mainlands had been broken, and the primogenitor had given it to Lu Yin, who had used his dies and hands to repair it. There was also the 5th mainland sword that had been suppressed in the above heaven. Lu Yin had used the primogenitor's sword to kill Wei Nu, and it had come from the first mainland's broken sword. Now, the remaining 4 swords had appeared. Using my swords to kill me. First dust appeared on the primogenitor's forehead, and it was like a magnet that sucked the 4 swords away. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. There was such a thing. That's right, first dust had created the land, and the primogenitor's swords had suppressed it. How could the only true God not have thought of this? The only true God used the primogenitor's swords to retreat for a moment. He looked at the primogenitor, Tai Chu, although you haven't regressed, you haven't improved either. After all these years, you've found my weaknesses. Today, none of you will be able to do anything to me. As he spoke, sequence particles surrounded his body. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he released the starry sky from his heart and swept it across the only true God. The true God looked at Lu Yin, Tao Lord Lu, there are strong and weak sequence law cultivators. I don't need as many sequence particles as Tai Hong, but do you really think that there are few of them? Lu Yin stared at the true God, the sequence foundation. The true God praised, smart. The primogenitor brought me the landscape map from the spiritualized universe, and it gave me inspiration. Since then, I've recultivated the sequence law. Tai Chu, this new sequence law is called the unification of heavenly Tao. Lu Yin had only seen progenitor Chen recultivate the sequence law so far. No wonder the true God praised progenitor Chen so much. Progenitor Chen had walked the same path as him. Nonsense. The primogenitor waved his hand, and the 4 swords slashed at the true God. At the same time, a huge fist appeared behind the true God. It came from the ancestor of the giants. He had abandoned He Wuxian and suddenly attacked the true God. The 4 swords and the ancestor of the giants' fist entered the 6 paths of reincarnation at the same time, surrounding the true God from the front and back. This was a true encirclement, and the true God had no way to avoid it. But he didn't move. The next moment, the ancestor of the giant's fist was crushed by the 4 primogenitor's swords. The ancestor of the giants wailed, and his blood splattered across the starry sky. The primogenitor was stunned. How could this be? Only the true God was calm. He looked at Lu Yin, who was staring at him. This is the unification of heavenly Tao. Lu Yin was confused. What had just happened? The ancestor of the giant's right arm had been crushed. If not for the primogenitor's quick reaction and timely retracting the primogenitor's swords, the ancestor of the giant's entire body would have been crushed. The primogenitor stared at the true God. Recultivate the sequence law. In the past, the primogenitor, the true God, Tai Hong, Mr. Mu, Star Toad, and the others all understood each other. The primogenitor especially understood the true God. The two had fought side by side. The true God's sequence law was extremely powerful and had a domineering destructive power. It was a destructive sequence law, but it was completely different now. He had changed. He had transformed into his former self. The primogenitor had suppressed the sequence law for a long time, but the true God had changed his sequence law and created the Eternals. Tai Chu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that I can't surpass you after such a long time? If not for the 6 paths of reincarnation, none of you would be my opponent. Even if I can only protect myself now, which of you can do anything to me? The true God's pride was on full display at that moment. He was the creator of the Eternals, the earliest human, and the true greatest expert of the Tian Yuan universe. Nearby, a lantern appeared. It came from He Wuxian. The colossal ancestor had launched a sneak attack on the true God because Wu Tian had his eyes on He Wuxian. The pressure from a primordial realm expert forced He Wuxian to use the freedom of the true God. He even released his consciousness that was on par with a primordial realm expert. The lantern shattered. Even Wu Tian was affected. The 3 ultimate skills of true gods were not sequence laws. They were like concepts, but they were not concepts. They could threaten primordial realm experts. He Wuxian hurried over to the true God's side. You've actually recultivated the sequence law. I've underestimated you, the primogenitor sighed in amazement. The true God exhaled. I've also underestimated Tai Hong. She's such an arrogant person, yet she's actually willing to sacrifice herself to seal me. She spent so much time scheming. The price of the 6 paths of reincarnation is not just her life, but her life as well. Tai Chu, you can't kill me. Once I undo the 6 paths of reincarnation, you'll all die. The primogenitor waved his hand, and the primogenitor's sword slashed towards the true God. You want to overturn the heavens with mere sequence laws. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3383. In the distance, Tiango howled as it endured the attacks of Hongyan Mavis and Zhelan Jilua while shielding the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu behind it. The Azure King protected Yan Gang against Su Wangtian and Lu Tianyi's attacks. He was already injured, and if not for his corpse king transformation, he would not have lasted until now. Yan Gang was terrified. He should not have been able to participate in such a grand battle. The celestial victor wielded his golden staff and swung it down from afar towards the one true God. The staff was shattered by the progenitor's sword. The celestial victor did not understand. How could this be? The progenitor's expression sank, as he still could not break it. The one true God had condensed a sequence law and cultivated it to the size of a sequence foundation. Even though it was not as large as a spiritualized universe's sequence foundation and could only envelop the surroundings, it was still something that he had cultivated for countless years. Even the progenitor could not break it. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die. Black Wuxian's gift was finally about to be activated. Black Wuxian was Lu Yin's gift to the one true God. When Black Wuxian had betrayed the Eternals and joined the above heaven, Lu Yin had not suspected him at first. Black Wuxian had revealed the illusory poison and the mirage domain, and he had even attacked the Eternals during the Battle of Calamity region, which could be considered as helping the above heaven. However, Black Wuxian had actually been intentionally sent by the one true God to the above heaven to scheme against Lu Yin with his primordial realm consciousness. If not for the Hui ancestor, they really would have been tricked. The one true God had been able to destroy the former above heaven, which meant that he was extremely intelligent. However, there was someone who was even smarter than him, the Hui ancestor. The one true God could scheme against everyone, but he could not hide from the Hui ancestor, who had left behind too many backup plans. Lu Yin had also left a backup plan for the one true God through Black Wuxian. This backup plan was the illusory poison. The illusory poison seemed like a type of poison, but it was actually the saliva of illusory. When Black Wuxian had met Lu Yin and the others in the space where illusory resided, he had told Lu Yin that he had specially collected the illusory poison for the Eternals. The illusory poison was very unique as it was not a man-made poison. Rather than calling it a poison, it was more like a power that could devour strength. Because He Wuxian had been in contact with the illusory poison for a long time, he had unknowingly been infected with this kind of power. Although it was very weak, it was like an illusory sand that touched his body and merged into his body. After Lu Yin had subdued Su Wang, he had specially researched the Su Wang's poison. When he had discovered that it was a type of power, he had been infected with some of it and fused it into his body. He had used the Su Wang's poison to roll his die, and he had seen balls of light in that dark space. One of them was Su Wang, and it was very large and very bright. Then, who did the others belong to? A fabricated race? No, Xu Wang did not have a race. It was an individual. The only explanation was that it was a creature infected with the poison of falsehood. One of them was definitely Black Wuxian, the ball of light that was almost as bright as Su Wang. At that time, Lu Yin had not wanted to pry into He Wuxian's secrets because He Wuxian had sought refuge with Lu Yin. That would be too despicable, so Lu Yin had not fused with He Wuxian. However, Lu Yin had tried twice, and through He Wuxian's position, he had confirmed that one of the bright orbs belonged to He Wuxian. If He Wuxian wasn't from the eternal race and was really helping the above sky sect, he would never have used this trump card, just like how he no longer rolled 6 pips in the origin space. He could not accept fusing with one of his own, and that was his bottom line. However, He Wuxian was a traitor, so this trump card was naturally left to the sole true God. After learning that He Wuxian was a traitor, Lu Yin had wanted to fuse with him, but he was afraid of being discovered by the sole true God. If the sole true God could leave behind a seal in the ancient God's body, then it might not be impossible for him to do so in He Wuxian's body. Lu Yin did not know why He Wuxian was so loyal to the sole true God, but it was very likely that he had been sealed, just like the ancient God. Lu Yin could only use this trump card once. If not for the desolate God mentioning chaos, Lu Yin would have already planned to fuse with He Wuxian. Otherwise, he would never have been able to find the sole true God. The die slowly spun. The primogenitor and the others had attacked the sole true God, and Lu Yin had also attacked while rolling his die to prevent the sole true God from detecting him. The sole true God had basically ignored the attacks of the primogenitor and the others, and he had even protected He Wuxian behind him. The die stopped spinning. 1 pip. Continue. 3 pips. Continue. 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He saw the bright ball of light and rushed over without hesitation. This was also the reason why he had not brought Su Wang along. He did not want to waste time trying to figure out who was who. His consciousness fused with the ball of light, and the world spun around him. The scene before him had completely changed, and in front of him was the sole true God. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as he had succeeded. Even though he had guessed that there was a 90% chance of success, the moment he actually succeeded, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. There was a seal, just like the ancient God. If he had been any further away from the sole true God, the seal would have detected that He Wuxian had been fused with, and Lu Yin's method would have been useless. However, he was now too close to the sole true God. He had already learned the true God's freedom technique, and now that he was controlling it with He Wuxian's body, it was incomparably smooth. Memories flooded in, and the name on one of the nearby lanterns changed from Wu Tian to Eternal. Lu Yin struck out at the sole true God, who was caught off guard and struck in the back. The sole true God had not been on guard against He Wuxian at all, and he was suddenly struck by a palm. He looked behind him in shock, and at that moment, the seal that he had placed in He Wuxian's body was activated. However, it was too late. From the moment Lu Yin had fused with the sole true God to the moment he struck out with his palm, the entire process had taken less than a second. The lanterns shattered at the same time, and the sole true God spat out a mouthful of blood. The sequence particles around him became unstable. This is a gift for you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the starry sky around his heart expanded. The sequence particles around the sole true God were repelled. The sole true God suddenly turned to look at Lu Yin, his voice filled with unwillingness. Turbid treasure. In front of him, the progenitor's sword had pierced through the 6 paths of reincarnation and pierced through the sole true God's body. He Wuxian was pierced by one of the progenitor's swords, and his body was sent flying. He did not understand what had just happened, but when the sole true God said the words, turbid treasure, he understood that he had been controlled by Lu Yin. In the past, the Eternals had been wary of Lu Yin's methods of controlling them, so they had faced each other without moving. Who would have thought that many years later, in this battle, the sole true God would be affected? But how could this be? Lu Yin had been able to control the other Eternals because they had cultivated divine power, but the sole true God had dispersed his divine power to prevent himself from being controlled. Using the true God's freedom technique required divine power, but the sole true God's immortal codex did not come from him. Instead, it came from the seed that cultivated the true God's immortal codex. It did not count as his own cultivation, so how could he still be controlled? After many years, countless people knew about Lu Yin's use of turbid treasures, and the conditions for triggering certain abilities were also speculated. He Wuxian had been very cautious. After pretending to join the above heaven sect, he had dispersed his divine power because he was afraid of being controlled by Lu Yin. The sole true God was even more cautious. He had placed a seal in He Wuxian's body. The seal was enough for him to detect if He Wuxian had been assimilated within 3 seconds. However, in the battle just now, he had allowed He Wuxian to be so close to him to protect him. He had forgotten that Lu Yin had turbid treasures, and the sneak attack had succeeded. In fact, no one had expected Lu Yin to be able to assimilate into He Wuxian's body. Neither He Wuxian nor the sole true God would have thought that the illusory poison was a power that could be cultivated. The sole true God could only blame the sole true God for having He Wuxian collect the illusory poison for so many years, and Lu Yin had coincidentally subdued the illusory poison and detected this power. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian had been assimilated because he cultivated divine power, it would not have been so easy to find He Wuxian. The sole true God's carelessness had only lasted for a moment. All of the coincidences and calculations had succeeded, which was why the sole true God's defenses had been instantly broken. The progenitor took advantage of this opportunity to slash at the sole true God with the progenitor's sword. The sole true God's sequence laws had been rejected once, and they were no longer as stable. While heavily injured, he would definitely not be able to withstand the progenitor's attack. Lu Yin was just about to attack the sole true God when he sensed that He Wuxian wanted to escape. Regardless of whether it was the sole true God or He Wuxian, Lu Yin would not let either of them go. Above his head, golden light blossomed as the God's sealing catalog appeared. Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and the other experts walked out one by one and charged towards He Wuxian. Meanwhile, Lu Yin himself attacked the sole true God. He grasped the void and stirred up the clouds. Under the sky palace, the limit of a living being's strength was unleashed along with numerous palm strikes. The sole true God's eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils disappeared. Lanterns appeared around him as he used the true God's freedom technique. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had sealed him and prevented him from attacking, he was still able to unleash all of his strength and instantly unleash the 6 paths of reincarnation to protect himself. However, the price he had to pay was extremely tragic. 4 progenitors' swords slashed at the Soul True God's body, but the Soul True God's right hand swept out and instantly knocked away 3 of them. His palm grabbed the last progenitor's sword's edge while his left hand blocked in another direction. Lu Yin's palm landed there, and with a boom, the Soul True God did not move at all. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although the Soul True God had blocked both his and the progenitor's attacks, Lu Yin saw hope in killing the Soul True God. The Soul True God had been nonchalant before, thinking that he could ignore their attacks with his sequence laws. Now, however, he was relying on battle techniques. This was a qualitative difference. The progenitor gripped the sword's hilt tightly, and the blade's edge was piercingly cold. Dust swirled around the blade, and the Soul True God's palm was torn apart. The blade tore through the void and pierced the Soul True God's body. Eternal. Is it really impossible to step into the eternal realm without reopening the Tian Yuan universe? Is that what you're thinking? The Soul True God's mouth was filled with blood as he stared at the progenitor, who was so close yet so difficult to touch. I'm different from you. You're human, and I'm not. Humans have limitless possibilities, and these possibilities are what we dream of. Don't you know? I'm just a failure. 3 progenitors' swords slashed out from beside the progenitor. Bang! 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 The 3 progenitors' swords could not pierce through the Soul True God's body. Lu Yin took a step forward and grabbed one of the progenitor's swords. He exerted his strength, and his extreme strength shattered the void, causing ripples to spread out endlessly. The sword pierced through the Soul True God's neck, and fresh blood flowed down the blade. What you're doing now, are you doing it willingly? Lu Yin asked again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3384. He had asked the same question when he had chased after the bone ship in Immemorial City and watched the Soul True God escape. This question had been in his heart for far too long. Everything seemed clear, but there was always a haze that shrouded Lu Yin's heart. He hoped that the Soul True God could give him an answer. And the fewer people who heard this answer, the better. The Soul True God turned his head, and the progenitor's sword stabbed into his neck. He let out a grating sound as his eyeless eyes stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the Soul True God. The Soul True God stared back, not saying a word. In the distance, Yan Geng was grabbed by Qing Wang, and he stared blankly as Lu Yin stabbed the Soul True God's neck. It was all over. They were going to die. The heavenly hound howled. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't bear being attacked by so many people for so long, and it spat out blood. The Forgotten Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu were also in a sorry state as they hid behind the heavenly hound. In another direction, Black Wuxian's expression was ferocious. Black lines pierced through the void from his pupils as he tried to block Lu Yin's divine seal catalog and escape. But against Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others from the 3 realms 6 Daos, he couldn't escape at all. Helpless, he could only consume his life force. He was a life form from the consciousness universe, and his consciousness had reached the celestial level, which was equivalent to the primordial realm. Even though he wasn't considered strong in this battle, the progenitor and Lu Yin were both being held back by the Soul True God. He was confident that he could escape. His consciousness spread out as Black Wuxian continued to flee into the distance. Lu Yin stared at the Soul True God. You won't say anything even when you're about to die. The one who killed me wasn't you, it was Tai Hong. The Soul True God's eyes recovered as he looked at the progenitor, you suppressed the sequence's string and protected the heaven's origin universe. Tai Hong didn't have it easy. If not for her, I could have killed my way into Immemorial City. Sometimes, it's easier to die than to live. You and I both underestimated Tai Hong. The progenitor's body trembled, and his gaze became complicated. I never underestimated her. The sole true God closed his eyes. Before I die, I'll show you my true power. The progenitor's expression changed. Zhu Zi, retreat. The one true God suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right index finger. With two clangs, he broke the primogenitor's sword. His finger then streaked across the void, causing the broken sword to shoot back towards the primogenitor and Lu Yin. The two broken sword blades pierced through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yin saw the tip of the sword stabbing towards him, and he tried to use a reverse step to avoid it. However, in that instant, the sword pierced through his shoulder, and blood splattered across space. Lu Yin was stunned. How could it be so fast? Around him, a small boat of flowing light appeared and reversed for a second. In front of his eyes, the tip of the sword was descending. Even though he had turned around for a second, he still couldn't avoid it. Instead, he felt the pain of the sword piercing into his body. Not only him, but the primogenitor's arm was also pierced by the sword. On the other side, the 6 paths of reincarnation world shot towards the only true God like countless golden light streams, penetrating through the only true God's body. The only true deity stood in the starry space, each and every golden ray pierced through him. This was the last of the 6 paths of reincarnation's power. After such a long time, the 6 paths of reincarnation had been whittling away the only true deity's strength, but the 6 paths of reincarnation's power was also decreasing. There were no losses, and today, it had fallen to the point where the only true God could pierce through it. The Grand Empyrean had long foreseen this step, or rather, this step was inevitable. Thus, she had left behind a final countermeasure within the 6 paths of reincarnation world. The condition for activating this countermeasure was for the only true God to forcefully break it. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation world could already be forcefully broken. If the only true God forcefully broke it, the countermeasure would be enough to severely injure him. If the only true God didn't forcefully break it, the 6 paths of reincarnation world would eventually dissipate. The only true God would eventually lose most of his strength, but he could still cultivate it back. The Grand Empyrean had left this countermeasure for Lu Yin and the others. She believed that Lu Yin and the others could force the only true God to act before the 6 paths of reincarnation world dissipated. The only true God had seen this clearly, which was why he didn't forcefully break the 6 paths of reincarnation world when he could. This was because he would also be severely injured. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't do this. Now, in the face of death, he could only act. However, he only had one chance to do so. Easily breaking the primogenitor's sword and piercing through the primogenitor and Lu Yin. This was the only true God's strength. However, this was also the final glory of his life. Primogenitor, do you still remember our agreement? The only true God's body was on the verge of collapse. The golden light had disappeared, and he was walking towards death. The primogenitor looked at the only true God. Die at the hands of the enemy so that your body won't be eaten by the wild beasts. The only true God laughed, his mouth filled with blood. In that era, our enemies were the astral beasts. Countless powerful astral beasts were the rulers of the universe. You, I, and Tai Hong, we made an agreement that whoever died would have to be destroyed by the living so that their bodies wouldn't be eaten by the wild beasts. Tai Hong's death is resplendent. I don't want to die too miserably. I hope that you will abide by the agreement. The primogenitor raised his hand, and the other 2 intact primogenitor swords flew over to him. All right. He then looked at the only true God and said to Lu Yin, Zhu Zi, leave this to me. I won't let him leave alive. Lu Yin nodded and didn't refuse. At this moment, the only true God's body was basically crippled. Lu Yin could sense that he would definitely die. The wish of the older generation would be fulfilled by them. The primogenitor clearly had something to say to the only true God. Lu Yin looked at He Wuxian. The endless road stretched out, and even Hong Yan Mavis couldn't catch up to Wu Tian, who had come out of the God's sealing catalogue. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived beneath the divine seal catalogue. The starry sky in his heart extended towards He Wuxian. A similar scene occurred. Lu Yin could clearly see He Wuxian, but he couldn't catch up to him. He Wuxian looked back, and when he saw Lu Yin, he panicked. However, Endless Path had already been released, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Master Lu, if Lord Eternity dies, I will also change my name and not become enemies with the Tian Yuan universe. Please let me off this once. Lu Yin looked at He Wuxian. You want to return to the consciousness universe? He Wuxian didn't know where to go. He was a traitor of the consciousness universe, a traitor of the spiritualized universe, and a remnant of the Eternals. He had nowhere to go. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Since you don't know where to go, then stay here. Then, the consciousness planet in his heart trembled. A majestic consciousness extended through the starry sky towards He Wuxian. He Wuxian's eyes turned as he stared at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you can't stop me. None of you can stop my consciousness. If you attack me again, you will regret it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Impossible. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's consciousness planet's consciousness connected to the endless path. Then, it followed the endless path towards He Wuxian. He Wuxian was stunned. Astral level. This was definitely a consciousness at the astral level. Someone in the Tian Yuan universe had actually cultivated their consciousness to the astral level. How was this possible? Even Lu Yin couldn't do it. Furthermore, shouldn't his consciousness have been broken by the one true God? How could this be? It was precisely because Lu Yin's consciousness had been injured by the one true God following the turbid treasure that He Wuxian was confident that he could use the endless path to delay Lu Yin during the battle in Immemorial City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. Lu Yin had created too many miracles. Now, not only was Lu Yin's consciousness intact, but it was also majestic. No, this was a familiar feeling. Bai Wuxian, you swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness. He Wuxian was shocked. Lu Yin frowned. He hadn't swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness. Bai Wuxian had willingly fused his consciousness into Lu Yin's consciousness planet, so how had He Wuxian sensed it? The power of consciousness was still power, so how could it be distinguished? Was it because of the consciousness universe's life forms? You swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness. Impossible. No life form can swallow the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. There has never been such a thing. Spiritualized universes can't do it either. They can only destroy it. How did you do it? He Wuxian had suffered a huge blow, one that was far more severe than when the Eternals had been defeated. This was a blow to his understanding of life. It wasn't something that had happened in the outside world. It was like a person who had lived for so many years only to discover that he wasn't human. He Wuxian felt this way at the moment. It was absurd, unbelievable, and even terrifying. Lu Yin didn't care about what He Wuxian was thinking. His consciousness moved towards He Wuxian. This guy couldn't escape. The endless path could be extended because of the majestic consciousness. It allowed a person's consciousness to be extended endlessly. Once a person's consciousness caught up, the path would be broken. He Wuxian was terrified and in despair. Impossible. How can this be? This has never happened before. Master Lu, spare my life. Master Lu, I beg you, spare me, spare me. Lu Yin followed his consciousness and moved towards He Wuxian. He raised a hand and enveloped He Wuxian. Weren't you threatening me? He Wuxian begged, Master Lu, please spare me. I gave you a chance. If I hadn't given you a chance and used my full strength to kill you, you wouldn't have survived until now. Lu Yin looked at He Wuxian. Why did you give me 100,000 years back then? He Wuxian watched as Lu Yin drew closer and closer. That hand continued to envelop him, carrying with it a majestic consciousness. Endless despair caused his breathing to stagnate. Because of Bai Wuxian. Lu Yin stopped and stared at He Wuxian. Continue. He Wuxian was bitter. Firstly, I admired you. The one true God wanted us to find cultivators with innate gifts who were suitable to join the race. You were definitely the most talented, and the one true God wanted to pull you into the race at that time. Secondly, it was also because of Bai Wuxian. When we betrayed the consciousness universe, I owed her a life. She was the one who used that life to exchange for 100,000 years of life for you. She allowed me to give you a chance to live. Lu Yin stared at He Wuxian in a daze. Boundless consciousness whistled around him, and he felt like he was seeing Luotian again. Her every frown and smile, as well as her beautiful dance, were deeply engraved in his mind. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. Bai Wuxian was an enemy of the human race, and she possessed the list of immortals. She had caused too much damage to the human race, and from Lu Yin's standpoint, he should have killed her. However, Bai Wuxian had saved him more than once. Her feelings weighed heavily on Lu Yin's heart. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3385. Your consciousness can't be devoured. Black Wuxian said bitterly, definitely not. If she wasn't willing, Master Lu, you wouldn't have been able to obtain her consciousness. Without her consciousness, he didn't know if he hated Bai Wuxian or his own bad luck. If not for Bai Wuxian's consciousness, he could have escaped. However, it was thanks to Bai Wuxian that he hadn't died in the consciousness universe. What was going on? Why did Bai Wuxian care so much about Lu Yin? He could never understand human emotions. Just like how Bai Wuxian couldn't understand why he had been affected by Ming Yan's emotions, which had led to the current situation. Lu Yin lowered his hand. Black Wuxian relaxed. Thank you for not killing me, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked down at Black Wuxian. Who said I wasn't going to kill you? Black Wuxian was stunned, and before he could react, a planet exploded in front of him. Sirius's power combined with the limits of a living being tore Black Wuxian's body to shreds. Black Wuxian's consciousness spread out, and his voice was filled with hatred. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. One day, you will die at the hands of the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. You will die a horrible death. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out and rushed towards Black Wuxian's consciousness. Black Wuxian's consciousness frantically tried to escape. But it was impossible. The consciousness planet descended like a whirlpool that continuously devoured Black Wuxian's consciousness. Black Wuxian was shocked. The consciousness of the consciousness universe's lifeforms should not be devoured, but you are an exception. Lu Yin, you are the consciousness universe's greatest enemy, and you are even more of a threat than the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin, one day, your consciousness will be destroyed, and you will die a horrible death. Black Wuxian's voice gradually weakened as his consciousness was devoured by the consciousness planet. The consciousness life and thoughts vanished the moment his consciousness was devoured, leaving behind only Lu Yin's purest consciousness. Lu Yin had killed Black Wushan not only because of their different standpoints, but also because he wanted to try and see if he could steal the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. From the results, he could. By Wushan's sacrifice gave Lu Yin a possibility to limitlessly strengthen his consciousness. Lu Yin could strengthen his consciousness by stealing life forms from the consciousness universe. To the consciousness universe, he was its greatest enemy, as the spiritualized universe could only be destroyed, not devoured. When Black Wushan's consciousness completely dissipated, Lu Yin stood in space. The planet had become much larger. How terrifying! His consciousness had swelled up by a lot. It was completely at the level of the primordial realm. No, it should be said that it was at the level of the bitter disaster realm. On his consciousness planet, it was equivalent to the starry sky realm. He had not reached the level of tribulation transcendence. He had not even reached the primordial realm, but his consciousness had reached it ahead of time. This was the shortcut. The consciousness universe could give him unlimited consciousness, and the spiritualized universe could give him unlimited sequence precepts. These two universes seemed to have become his supplements. Looking back, the only true God was constantly being injured by the primogenitor. He was getting closer and closer to death. He had no ability to resist at all. On the other side, the Azure King was knocked down by a single punch from Lu Yuan. He was still holding Yen Gang in his hand. The surrounding insects were almost completely wiped out. In a battle of this level, it didn't matter how many insects there were. Yen Gang coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was protected by the Azure King, just a little bit of the remaining power was enough to kill him. His right leg was gone. Just now, it had been grazed by the residual power. Blood flowed continuously, and the pain seeped into his bone marrow. He regretted it, extremely regretted it. He should have handed the hive over. Sensing something, he looked into the distance. At that moment, Lu Yin was also looking at him. Time seemed to turn back 100 years. They had both been on Earth at that time, and Yen Gang had looked down on Lu Yin with a sense of superiority. He had treated Lu Yin as a native that could be easily crushed. 100 years passed quickly. Yen Gang had never imagined that they would meet again in such a manner. He looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. He wanted to live, not die. Lu Yin looked at Yen Gang as well. Everything that had happened on Earth flashed through his mind. 100 years had been like this. What about 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000,000 years? What would happen to the universe? He would become a legend in the end. He would experience too much after parting. Bang! The Azure King's head was smashed by Hong Yen Mavis, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto Yen Gang's face. The scorching blood melted Yen Gang's skin, and he wailed, "Kill me! Kill me!" It was not that he did not fear death, but the pain made him want to die. The Azure King casually smashed Yen Gang's head. This person was no longer of any value. Even the only true God was about to meet his end. Lu Yuan and Hong Yen Mavis charged over. The Azure King's gaze relaxed. "I want to buy my own life." Lu Yuan and Hong Yen Mavis subconsciously stopped and surrounded the Azure King. "Buy your own life." Azure King turned to look at Lu Yin and slowly said, "I know that you view us as enemies, but we have never intended to be your enemy. The insects reproduce instinctively. If you don't want to, I can kill all of them and give you the hive." Lu Yin raised his brows. "You really want to live?" After entering Furbol's body, Lu Yin knew that the most important thing for Qing Xian was to survive. This was not just an instinct, but also an order from the Immortal Master. When the Immortal Master had sent the hive into the heaven's origin universe, the only order he had given was to survive. Qing Xian faithfully carried out the Immortal Master's orders. The Azure King respectfully said, Master Lu, please give me a chance to live. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. I have a secret that can be exchanged for your life. Lu Yin laughed, your secret is worthless to me. You are not the only one. If Qing Xian wants to live, kill him. The ancestor of giants appeared from behind, his right arm shattered as he grabbed at the Azure King with his left hand. Lu Yin didn't have time to waste with the Azure King. The ancestor was about to finish, and he planned to attack the Heavenly Hound. This dog was really resilient, as expected of a creature from before the human civilization. The Azure King dodged the ancestor of giants' attack and shouted, with Master Lu's strength, Qing Xian won't be able to escape no matter how strong she is. It is normal for you to obtain other Qing Xian, but my secret is more valuable than all of them. If Master Lu is willing, I can tell you. Please give me a chance. Lu Yin ignored him and attacked the Heavenly Hound. The Azure King shouted, the only true God is not here. Lu Yin paused and looked at the Azure King in shock, what did you say? Suddenly, Azure King's divine power surged, and his expression changed drastically as he looked at the only true God. The only true God's gaze was bone-chilling. He didn't expect his secret to be seen through by an insect. He also saw the scene of the Azure King killing Yan Gang, but he didn't expect to be fooled for so long. This insect couldn't be controlled by Yan Gang at all. Not only that, but it had also discovered his secret. The Azure King suppressed his divine power and shouted, Master Lu, save me. The only true God is not here. Lu Yin quickly appeared beside the Azure King and pressed down on him, wanting to absorb his divine power. But it was too late. The divine power exploded from the Azure King's body, and not only did it shatter him, but it also injured Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a few steps back and looked at the only true God in the distance. The ancestor was shocked, what do you mean? Eternal, what did you do? The only true God shook his head, I didn't expect an insect to see through me. You were right to be afraid of the hive. Be careful, this insect might turn around and become the host. The threat is greater than the spiritualized universe. The ancestor stared at the only true God. He hadn't seen wrongly, and the only true God was here. But what did he mean by that? Did he admit to what the insect said? Lu Yin looked at the only true God and thought quickly before blurting out, a spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens. The only true God praised, smart, Lu Yin. The Tian Yuan universe is yours. I lost to you once here. See you in the spiritualized universe. Then, he looked at the ancestor, Tai Chu, didn't you realize that my divine power doesn't exist? The ancestor stared at the only true God. He didn't realize that even if the only true God didn't use his divine power, he was still extremely powerful. The only true God's divine power wasn't in this body. He had gone to the spiritualized universe with the spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens. But how did he go? Meng Sang. Lu Yin clenched his fist. It was Meng Sang, but how did he do it? Meng Sang didn't know. From the beginning, the only true God had led He Wuxian and the rest to avoid progenitor Chen's pursuit. But in fact, whether it was the Forgotten Ruins God or progenitor Chen, they were just bait to divert everyone's attention. He made Lu Yin and the rest think that he was with the Forgotten Ruins God, and in fact, they were. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered progenitor Chen's pursuit. However, he had used his divine power to carry the turbid spiritual seed that was bestowed by the heavens. He had found Meng Sang at some point in time, and had followed her out of the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe without Meng Sang noticing. Other than Meng Sang, there was no one else. After the spiritualized universe invaded the Tian Yuan universe, Meng Sang was the only one who built the springboard and left. As for whether Meng Sang knew, Lu Yin wasn't sure. Logically speaking, she should know, but with the only true God's power, it wasn't impossible for Meng Sang to not notice. But the only true God in front of him was definitely powerful. How did he transfer his divine power? Why did he transfer it? To get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yes, this was the only way to get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation and leave the Tian Yuan universe. Under the premise that no one knew, he could cultivate again in the spiritualized universe. It wasn't considered cultivating again. His divine power would follow him, and his power would increase very quickly. If not for the Qing King's reminder, no one would know about this. Lu Yin stared at the only true God. He was sure that Meng Sang didn't know because the only true God who left with him was very weak. In this state, the only true God couldn't let anyone know. The only true God looked deeply at Lu Yin. Do you still remember what I told you before? Master Lu, let's meet again in the spiritualized universe. After he finished speaking, he took out the hive from his cosmic ring. This is a parting gift for you. The hive continued to flicker in the void under the only true God's power, like a star in the night sky flying into the distance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3386. Lu Yin and the others subconsciously looked at the hive. Around the one true God, countless sword shadows shone brightly and flew in the opposite direction of the hive. That direction was the Heavenly Hound, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and Wang Xiaoyu. Endless sword shadows swept through the void like fragments of time. They directly pierced through Celestial Lord Battle God, Wood God, and the others, but they were not harmed at all. At the same time, they pierced through Heavenly Hound. Finally, they pierced through Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Xiaoyu. Lu Yin abruptly turned around and stared blankly. Heavenly Lord Victor and Wood God looked at their own bodies. They didn't know what had happened. They didn't feel anything in that instant, but they had been penetrated. As for the God of Forgetting Ruins and Wang Xiaoyu, they slowly disappeared. The only true God surveyed his surroundings. Tian Yuan Cosmos, we Eternals will return. After saying this, his body exploded. Fortunately, the primogenitor had made preparations and had suppressed the might of the Soul True Divinity's explosion to the limit. Otherwise, this destructive force would have been enough to kill an ancestor, and this spacetime would have been finished. The only true God's body was dead, completely dead. If not for the Green King, everyone would have thought that the only true God was dead. However, he did not die. He would reappear in a different form. His origin power, the godly power, was still there. Whether it was the 3 ultimate skills of a true God or the turbid treasure, he had them all. Furthermore, because of the turbid treasure bestowed by the heavens, he had obtained the power to spiritualize the universe. Lu Yi now understood why the one true God was willing to betray Tianxi and be viewed as an enemy by the spiritualized universe in order to steal Tianxi's turbid treasure. The turbid treasure bestowed by the heavens was too important to him. Perhaps he had thought of this the moment he was sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only through rebirth could he break free from the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation. Tianxi had long been targeted by him. There was also the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu. What was up with them? Lu Yin looked over. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wood God, and Heavenly Hound were still there. Only these 2 women had disappeared. They didn't die, but rather were sent away by the only true deity. But why? Why did the one true God care so much about them? He Wuxian was dead, Tiango was going to die as well. Azure King and the Eternals 3 pillars and Lu Hao had all died, but the sole true God didn't seem to care that much. He only cared about these two women. There must be something wrong with these two women. This was especially true for Wang Xiaoyu. They could all tell that there was a problem with Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal of the fifth mainland. Wang Xiaoyu herself was aware of this, yet she still followed the sole true God and the others. The sole true God also did not attack her. All signs indicated that there was a big problem behind these two women. Progenitor Chen arrived and looked around, but he didn't see Wang Xiaoyu anywhere. He quickly went to Lu Yin and asked, "Master Lu, where's Wang Xiaoyu?" Lu Yin looked at Progenitor Chen. "Why are you suddenly here?" "I can't sense Wang Miaomiao's aura," Ancestor Chen said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not only had he sent the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others away, but he had also erased the power that Progenitor Chen had left behind in her body. Before the one true God's body had died, he had deliberately used the hive to divert their attention in order to help the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others escape. What exactly was the secret that they were hiding? Not long after, the insect nest was brought over by the ancestor of the giants. He went to chase after the insect nest. Among those present, the hidden danger that the sole true God had left behind in the Tian Yuan universe had been resolved. Blackless God and Azure King were both dead, and although the Forgetful Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu had been sent away, they would not be able to cause any big waves for the time being. They definitely represented some sort of secret that Lu Yin had no clue about. The only thing left was the Heavenly Hound. And the reason why they were able to find the one true God and the others was because they had schemed against them. Tenggu. In the Battle of Immemorial City, the only true God and the others were able to escape because of the Heavenly Hound. This creature that had existed for longer than the entire history of mankind had finally met its end. The Heavenly Hound opened its eyes. Its body was in tatters, having endured too many attacks. It could withstand the attacks of the Celestial Champion Celestial and the attacks of the 3 realms and 6 paths, but there was a limit. During the battle at Immemorial City, it had already reached its limit in order to escape with the bone galleys. Now, against the above Heaven Sect's well-prepared methods, the Heavenly Hound could not withstand them. Lu Yin stood in front of the Heavenly Hound. "Can you speak or not?" The Heavenly Hound's eyes were wide open, and blood flowed from the corners of its eyes. It did not look at Lu Yin, but rather at the stone orb with a look of desire. The desolate God walked over with the stone orb and pushed it in front of the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound raised its head with difficulty, wanting to approach the stone orb. Lu Yin looked at the desolate God. The desolate God stood beside the stone orb and faced the Heavenly Hound. In this battle, it had also attacked the Heavenly Hound. However, regardless of whether it faced the desolate God or the other above Heaven Sect experts, the Heavenly Hound only stood in front of the Forgotten Ruins God and the others. It was not surprised to see the desolate God. Chaos cannot return. It died a long time ago, the desolate God said. The Heavenly Hound's eyes were ferocious as it stared at the desolate God and bared its teeth. The desolate God looked at the Heavenly Hound. "Back then, I asked you why you followed the Eternal. You have yet to answer me." The Heavenly Hound retracted its gaze and lowered its head to stare at the stone orb. No matter what the desolate God said, the Heavenly Hound ignored it. In the end, the Heavenly Hound hugged the stone orb and died. Watching the Heavenly Hound die was like the end of an era. Back then, the Eternals had been at their peak. The 7 sky gods, the 3 pillars, the 6 boundless gods, the true god guards, the progenitor realm corpse kings, and so on had suppressed the humans until they could not breathe. Now, all of this had become history. One by one, they left. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky, thinking about something. The primogenitor also returned to Immemorial City. Before he left, he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Zhu Zi, we should be glad. At least we know that the Eternals are not dead, and that Wang Miao Miao and the others have secrets. If not for this battle, we would not have known any of this, and we would not have cared. You have done very well. No one can control everything. I did not expect the Eternals to have such a move and neglected his divine power. What you did not do or think of, there will always be others who can fill in the gaps. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You are the one who saved the Tianyuan universe. After the primogenitor left, Mr. Mu arrived. Master, why do you think people want to see the future? Lu Yin looked at the starry sky and asked. He did not know what he was thinking. Was he unwilling? That was not the case. The one true God had lived for so many years, and he was already very lucky to be able to defeat the Eternals. He had gathered the resources of the entire Tianyuan universe to defeat the first wave of enemies from the spiritualized universe. He was also very lucky. Why should he take all the good things? But at this moment, he was confused. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies, they disappeared one by one, taking away the imprint that belonged to him. Although he was still very young, he always felt that his existence was being diluted. Everyone was born with a mission. If his mission ended, would he still exist? This universe had karma. If he ended the karma brought about by the karma, then would he belong to the next karma? Or the karma that had already ended? If this karma ended, would he still exist? Humans were too insignificant compared to the universe. So what if he stepped into the eternal realm? Wasn't he still living in the universe? What was the meaning of cultivation? When an ordinary person died, another related person would be born. Was this reincarnation? Reincarnation was not the reincarnation of life, but the reincarnation of karma. Humans were just a part of the reincarnation of karma. That was all. Under Lu Yin's seemingly calm appearance, his thoughts were like an ocean in reverse, constantly churning. The sound of the flute came from Mr. Mu. He did not answer, but used the flute to calm Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not think about anything. His mind was empty as he sensed the starry sky of the universe. Mr. Mu's flute echoed in the starry sky. After an unknown period of time, the flute stopped. Lu Yin opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Perhaps the eternal immortality saved you. Lu Yin was surprised, not understanding what Mr. Mu meant. Mr. Mu sighed. You've gone mad. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Was that so? Yes, he did not know what he was thinking just now. Little 7, Master has also gone mad. In the final battle, I lost. I did not lose to an old enemy, but to an omnipotent existence. At that time, I also asked myself, what was my persistence? What was the point? In the end, it was just another person's game. Master has also been confused, frustrated, and even had thoughts of dying. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. But in the end, I figured it out and came to this universe to help Tai Chu stabilize the Mirage domain. Faced with the eternal realm in this universe, I also saved Tai Chu and took you as my disciples. I broke the game and helped you cultivate. Have you ever seen Master's frustration? How did Master figure it out? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu smiled. He rarely smiled and could recall it all. Even if you're an eternal realm expert, aren't you also a part of the game? Lu Yin looked at him silently. In a game of chess, chess pieces are not enough. There must be a chess player. Aren't chess players also a part of the game? Can a chess player get rid of the game? Then he is not a chess player. It's the same for an eternal realm expert. You think he's making the game, but in my opinion, he's making the karma. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Making the karma. Mr. Mu nodded. An eternal realm expert is very strong, invincible, and can kill anyone. But why is there a game? Is it boring? Maybe, but in my opinion, it's more about making the karma. In this game, an eternal realm expert is worse off than us. We're passive participants, but they have to create a game and actively participate. The outcome is uncertain. Because they're limited by karma, they're worse off than us. Since they're worse off than us, why bother whether this is a game or not? Whether it's a game created by an eternal realm expert, the laws of the universe, or karma, just let it be. Your birth was given to you by the universe. What's wrong with playing a game with it? Just treat it as being filial to the laws of the universe. You can be filial to your parents and elders. In this universe, aren't you the greatest elder? Lu Yin stared at Mr. Mu in a daze. Was there such a saying? What's wrong? Are you a rebel? Lu Yin took a deep breath and smiled happily. Master, I'm very lucky to be your disciple. Mr. Mu smiled and nodded. I'm also very lucky to have a disciple like you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3387. The Boundless Battlefield, the Great Stone Void. Everyone here was carrying a stone on their back. This was because this spacetime had given birth to sequence law experts before. Because they had reversed the natural order, they had been obliterated by the natural order, causing the Great Stone Void to become chaotic. Killing intent constantly descended. Only by carrying a stone inscribed with the power of the progenitor realm would one be able to resist the killing intent that violated the natural order. There used to be a lot of people in Dashi Kong, but now, there was almost no one left. After the Eternals were defeated, the Shirkong's people moved to another parallel universe. No one was willing to carry a rock for the rest of their life. Walking outside the Great Stone Sky Imperial Palace, Tuo Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead. The statue of Lu Yin on his back was very heavy. Xiao Yu, we are here. This is the Great Stone Sky Imperial Palace where Master once came and carried the stone on his back. It is said that Master was once here, the stone that Master once carried. I don't know either. We'll have to look for it. Don't worry, we'll definitely find it. We'll see Master's footprints. When Lu Yin stepped into the Imperial Palace, he saw that this place had once been filled with song and dance. Even though the Great Stone Emperor had been one of the endless battlefields at that time and had fought to the death against the Eternals, the Imperial Palace had still been extremely prosperous. Lu Yin had been puzzled at the time, and it was only later that he learned that the Great Stone Emperor had been preparing to feign death and escape from the Great Stone Emperor. He could let go of everything about Dashi Kong. There was no one guarding the Imperial Palace. Tuo Lin entered and searched. After a few days, he finally found the stone pit. This was the place where Lu Yin had chosen the stones under the guidance of the Great Stone Emperor. At this moment, there were many people around the stone pit, including a tour guide. Everyone, please take a look. This is the stone pit of Dashi Kong. The stones on your heads came from here. We have to return them after we leave, the tour guide shouted and introduced everything about Dashi Kong. Master Lu, did you choose this stone to participate in the Great Stone Sky battlefield? That's right. It's here. Where are the stones that Master Lu used? Let us see. That's right, where are the stones used by Master Lu? Everyone, please calm down. The stone that Master Lu used has long been destroyed in the war. Even with Master Lu's strength, he was unable to protect the stone. One can imagine how intense the battle was. It is said that not only were there ancestor realm corpse kings and the bearer of the art of feeding, there was also the captain of the true god guards. Nonsense. Dashi Kong is one of the gathering points of the endless battlefield. Of course it's intense. Listening to the conversation between the tour guide and the crowd, Tuo Lin didn't approach. He was also listening. It was such a wonderful thing to be able to hear his master's legendary story everywhere. That's right. Master had a hard time. Every battle he fought was very difficult. What? You want to write Master's biography? That's great, I've thought of it too. Xiaoyu, our minds are really connected and we've thought of the same thing. Don't worry. When they leave, we'll go and take a look. Master left his footprints there. A familiar aura. Is it an old friend of yours? Forget it, Master's footprints are more important. That's right, I don't want to look for it either. There's nothing that can disturb us from walking the path that Master has taken every time. Beside the stone pit, Yuleng looked around. Strange, there was a familiar aura. What was going on? Ever since the insectoid nest was being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect, he had been participating in all kinds of traveling. He was afraid that the insectoids would catch up to him. This endless battlefield was one of the places that he constantly traveled to. He had already been here 3 times. De Shikong had also been here twice. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. The sect Above Heaven was like the sun in the sky. He didn't dare to breed insects now. He could only wait. Only when there were no more insects in the sect Above Heaven would he be able to find a place to develop in peace. The time will come. It will. Not long after, the group of people left. Tuo Lin walked to the side of the stone pit happily. We're here. Xiaoyu, where do you think Master will choose the stone? Yes, I think so too. You can feel Master's aura. That's great. You're getting closer and closer to Master. Don't worry, when we return to the Above Heaven sect, Master will be very happy to accept you as a disciple. You'll be 3rd junior sister. After all, there's still a senior brother above you, and that's weakened. Don't say that. Junior brother has his strong points. Master has seen them, but we haven't. This means that we haven't cultivated enough. We must work hard. You too. Everyone should work hard. They stayed beside the stone pit for a few days. During this time, another group of people traveled here. Tuo Lin avoided them, unwilling to interact with the crowd. After that group of people left, Tuo Lin also left. He felt that Master's statue on his back had become even heavier. Lu Yin arrived on Earth in the primordial space. He had come not only to meet old friends, but also to understand Hun Ji's situation. After cultivating in outer space for so many years, he had never seen such a creature outside of Earth. It had to be related to Earth. Even though Earth was so close to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had never been here before. Coincidentally, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were also on Earth. Lu Yin's arrival was beyond their expectations. Even though the interval between each meeting was not long, Lu Yin's leap was so fast that it was unimaginable. It made them feel as if Lu Yin was too far away. Aside from these people, Zhou Shan's daughter, Zhou Sisi, had also brought her son and husband along. Master Lu. Master Lu. Uncle Lu. Everyone was a little nervous. Although they knew that Lu Yin was not high and mighty, this change in status was real. Even Zhou Shan was not as relaxed as before. Zhou Sisi was even more so. In the past, she could act coquettishly with Lu Yin, but now, she was very reserved. Lu Yin chatted with them for a while before they gradually relaxed. Lu Yin was still the same Lu Yin. Karma and effect would eventually lead to the end. Earth was Lu Yin's starting point. He did not know where his end was, but perhaps it was also on Earth. In a city not too far away, Lu Xiaoge had also returned. He was sitting in a bar, swirling his glass as he listened to the noisy singing and laughing. Who would remember him now? He had once been able to compete with Lu Yin, but now, he did not even have the right to enter the above-the-sky sect. However, this was just as well. He looked at his palm. Night King Jinwu, if you were still alive, I wonder what would have happened. After catching up with Zhou Shan and the others, Lu Yin asked them to help him investigate Earth's legends about Huangji. There were many legends about Huangji on Earth. Lu Yin did not ask the above-the-sky sect to interfere, as he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. Huangji should be dead, but if he was not, then where was he now? Had he gone to another universe? No one knew. Investigating Huangji was also for the sake of peace. Lu Yin completely relaxed on Earth for a period of time. He was like a normal person, lying on the beach and looking at the sea. He suddenly thought of Bai Qian. She had been captured by the Eternals in the hyperspace, and he had not been able to find her after that. She was probably dead. The two of them had been plotting against he ran on the beach, and the scenes from the past kept replaying in his mind. Although it had only been 100 years, too many things had happened. Without these 100 years, what would the history of the Tian Yuan universe have been like? After a period of time, Zhou Shan and the others organized all the legends about Huangji and told them to Lu Yin. Most of these legends were illusory and fabricated, but there was one that caught Lu Yin's attention. The divine dragon swung its tail, roamed the stars, and escaped at the end of the year. These short words came from a tortoise shell, and they were the most ancient characters. This tortoise shell has a long history that surpasses the history of any known civilization. It's said to have come from a civilization that was even more ancient than that, Zhou Shan said. Every once in a while, Earth would experience the extinction of a civilization. Because of this, the Hidden Earth sect would deliberately attack other planets with primeval surnames to prevent Earth from being noticed, as it was too outrageous. However, to this day, no one knew the reason for the extinction of a civilization. The Hidden Earth sect had approached Lu Yin, hoping that he could help Earth. Lu Yin had also asked Lu Bujing to investigate, but he had not been able to find anything. Zhou Shan's words implied that this tortoise shell belonged to a civilization that had once been extinct. As for how long ago it had been, no one knew. What does that mean? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Shan replied, it means that the divine dragon roamed the stars before finally disappearing on Jupiter. Lu Yin was surprised. Jupiter. Yes, that's Jupiter. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and saw Jupiter. It was Jupiter again. He knew that Jupiter was very special, but it was no secret to him at this point. Jupiter could travel to the cosmic tree domain because of the existence of spacetime cracks. It was similar to how Shenwu continent could travel to the three monarch spacetime continuum. As for the power inside Jupiter, it came from the Hidden Earth sect, a sourcebox array that had once existed, so it was no big deal. The Hidden Earth sect's existence was to prevent civilizations from being wiped out, and people were constantly being guided away from Jupiter. Jupiter's secrets had long since been seen through. Now, it was actually connected to Huangji. Could it be that Jupiter was not only connected to the cosmic tree domain, but also to other universes? That couldn't be. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Lu Yin left Earth and arrived outside Jupiter in a single step. The Hidden Earth sect's people had already returned to Earth, and this place was now empty. Descending on Jupiter, Lu Yin went to the place where the Hidden Earth sect's people had once stayed. There were still traces left behind. With a single thought, Lu Yin understood the entire situation on Jupiter. He had not paid much attention to this place before, but now, he had discovered something that caused his body to disappear. It was an altar, a very ordinary and ancient altar. Because Earth was very close to the above heaven sect, and Jupiter was the same. With Lu Yin's strength, he could easily see through the surroundings. He had seen this altar more than once, but he had not discovered anything special about it. He had originally thought that it had been built by the Hidden Earth sect. Now that he had combined this information with Wanji, he immediately discovered that something was different. There was an empty space on the altar that was just the right size to place the stone orb. There were also 4 stone pillars around the altar that were carved into the shape of dragons. He remembered that the first time he had seen this altar, he had not paid much attention to it because of the dragon pillars. There were too many buildings on Earth with dragon carvings, which was why he had thought that it had been built by the Hidden Earth sect. Now that he thought about it, that might not have been the case. Lu Yin looked at Earth and could easily find someone from the Hidden Earth sect to ask. He was on Jupiter, but his voice rang out in the ears of a man who owned a grocery store on Earth. Why was the Hidden Earth sect's people on Jupiter? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.